Okay, so last time I got so far as to try to sort out dying or death or whatever from demise, and then we got into all sorts of complications. I want to try to tell you this time what I think the death chapter is about, but also I want to sort of stress something that came out clearer than it ever did before in that discussion. That Heidegger, I think, really just is sort of in a kind of tension between what I'm calling the existentialist view, whereas dying is some way of life that takes account that in the end there will be demise, and the view Sartre attributes to Heidegger. And he has a tension between that, I think, and a much more ontologized, formalized view, which makes death something just utterly, surprisingly different than anything than demise. And I'm going to sort of read you a kind of statement about why I sort of seem to want to perversely make death so far from demise. And the answer is, of course, but I'll read it in detail, that that's how the cover-up formal invitation thing works. That you discover that the characteristics of that which you took as your clue are all characteristics that are there because they're covering up something else, and that what they're covering up is so different from what the cover-up was. So, and I think it helps to review guilt and see how it works in guilt, because I feel very much at home with the call of conscience and guilt. I can understand what the phenomenon is. I can understand what the cover-up is. I can understand why he's talking about it. But with death, it's so much harder. So let's start there. I'm going to read something for a minute, though. So sort of what I wrote after I collected my wits after the last lecture. So we need to ontologize the event of demise, just like we ontologized guilt and conscience. We have to, in a certain sense, ontologize the ordinary understanding away, and see that it is in the way, so that we discover that guilt and conscience, strangely enough, have nothing to do with moral rules, with a debt to society, with the feeling that I have done something wrong. All of that, believe it or not, has nothing to do with guilt and conscience, except that they are a way of covering it up. Also taking responsibility for my actions. That's also part of the cover-up, I think. All of that, he tells you, is part of the normal understanding of guilt. And there's hardly anything in the ordinary understanding of guilt that's going to be carried over. And what is going to be carried over is going to be very formal. And I think what gets carried over is only some sense of indebtedness and some sense of lack. And I think what comes out is that guilt turns out to be indebted to my culture for practices that lack any ground, but which nonetheless are the only practices I've got for making sense of what I do. What it makes sense to do depends on those background practices, even though they aren't anything I can make up. I'm indebted to the whole for the whole background, and even though there's no ground for them. I was asked in office hours a few times, so I say it again. What does it mean to say that there's no ground, that they lack a ground? Well, you can only see that if you think about what it would be for the background practices, the norms of the one that tell you what it's appropriate to do. What if they had a ground? Well, then they might be based on reason, like Kant thinks, and some of my colleagues and sort of Rawlsians try to do, and Dworkin, who's coming to talk, believes, and so forth. That they somehow what you're supposed to do follows from what is the rational thing to do. But they could be based on revelation. They could be based on the Ten Commandments and what God says is the thing to do. That grounds them all right in the Supreme Being. Or they could, more modernly, more recently, be based in sociobiology. Maybe what we do is what we have to do given evolution and given the capacities we inherit genetically. Let's see, are there any more? I don't know of any more, but there probably are more. Those are all ways of grounding the norms and saying those are the right norms. But we don't have anything like that. That's the sense in which there's something basically lacking in, and so that's all that's left of the notion of conscience and guilt. Is we've got to add one more thing: the call. So we've got called to take up practices that we are in no way responsible for, but just indebted to. Practices which lack any ground. That's what's left when you ontologize. Well, now, the hard part is, death ought to work the same way. What we ordinarily think of as death, which is demise, which is this event at the end of your life, which is an event which deprives me of all my possibilities. Demise must be understood as a cover-up, and it somehow, I think, ought to totally drop out of our analysis, just the way guilty conscience drops completely out of our other analysis. I mean, insofar as conscience looks like it's tied up with morality and telling you what's right and wrong to do and requiring you to do it and telling you when you fail to do it, then that drops out completely. So something like that, the demise ought to drop out completely, only leaving some very formal residue of itself, which looks almost the opposite of what you started with. Because remember, finally, the call of conscience and the call to be guilty calls you to do exactly what one doesn't do. Because the call of conscience turns out to be the cover-up one. Call of conscience turns out to be telling you the norms, the normal norms, the norms of the one. Whereas conscience calls you, remember, to be unprincipled, to do something that the norms have never dictated before, which isn't standard, isn't banal, isn't universalizable, isn't rational, and so forth. Yeah.
I'm somewhat confused because I didn't understand guilt and conscience to be ongoing from birth to death.
Yes.
And hence the cover. But demise is that moment where you do give up for the dastard. So how
could that be a cover-up?
Well,
demise isn't a cover-up. There is a moment in which you lose all your possibilities. The point is something like, but there's a structure of Dasein which is hinted at in demise, but covered up by demise. And when you really understand that, you see that there's something going on there, but it's not at all, in fact, it's almost the opposite of what you thought. The slogan is, death turns out to be a way of life. And conscience turns out to be what's calling you to be unprincipled. I mean, it's fun to state them in their totally, absolutely opposite way, so you can see what a weird job this and ontologizing of them is. So now death has got to turn out to be as far from demise. When we ontologize it as a way of being of Dasein, then dying is going to be as far from anything related to demise as guilt as a way of being, and conscience as a way of being of Dasein, is far from your feeling called to do the acceptably right thing and told that you're guilty when you fail to do it. That's what's motivating my attempt to get this straight, and that's what it seems to me to be motivating Heidegger, who, as I'll read you quotes when we get there, is telling us that you've got to formalize, you've got to ontologize, you've got to, in another place he says, do violence to the common sense, but from which you start when you do one of these moves. So what do we find out then? Well, we at least find out that fearing the event of demise, being courageous in the face of the event of demise, always living in terms of the inevitability of the event of demise. All that's part of the cover-up. Whenever you have to bring the event of demise into your description of what dying is, it seems to me you haven't gone far enough yet from common sense. And I think, too, and this I just say, again, provocatively, I think Sartre is right. If dying meant living constantly in the face of the inevitability of my demise, then life would be meaningless and absurd. Camus and Sartre understand that. Why be steadfast in pursuit of something if it's all going to disappear in the end anyway? Why be steadfast rather than flaky? What difference would it make? Why be flexible rather than fanatical? Any of those ways of behaving, flexible, fanatical, steadfast, flaky, all seem equally compatible with the fact that you're going to be wiped out, period. And anything that matters to you won't matter anymore because there won't be any you anymore. That's how Sartre and Camus understand it. That's what I call the existentialist understanding of death or dying. And it gets its implausibility from the tie that it keeps with demise. This event when you're wiped out, when you cease to exist. Now, but now, of course, we're going to have to preserve something. Well, that is something like something that otherwise we won't even know why we started by talking about death and demise. So we've got to somehow ontologize them in the right way. Well, this is when it becomes so bizarre. But I'll read you sort of these places where he's saying, boy, do you have to go far from where you start to do what I want to do. So he says on 294, as an ability to be, Dasein cannot outstrip the possibility of death. Death is the possibility of the absolute impossibility of Dasein. Now that's the formal, ontological sort of thing that we've got to keep in mind and try to figure out what it means. Death thus reveals itself as that possibility which is one's own most, which is non-relational, which is not to be outstripped, and so forth. Now, what that's going to mean, we don't know yet, but we know that it's got to be very far from demise. So 299, he says, in a section, incidentally, misleadingly called Everyday Being Towards Death and the Full Existential Conception of Death, because by the end of this section, he's telling, and the beginning of the next, he's telling you this is not the full existential one. But anyway, starting here, he says, third line in that section, being towards this possibility, that is the possibility of whatever it is that we're talking about, we don't know quite what yet, as a being which exists at us, being toward the possibility of death, of being towards this end, whatever it is brought, being towards this possibility as a being which exists, that is me, is brought face to face with the absolute impossibility of existence. Well, all of that sounds, so it's supposed to be abstract, but it keeps reminding you of demise. I mean, being brought face to face with the absolute impossibility of existence, if you hear that in any sensible, normal way, you would say, well, I'm going to be facing up to my demise, the moment when I'm wiped out. And we know that that's not what we're supposed to be doing, thinking, because he tells us on 307, I'm sorry. What I'm trying to do here is read you all these formal ones, I see. Okay. No, I've been sort of misleading you in the way I talked. I haven't said anything wrong. In this part of what I wrote, I was just giving you the most these abstract things which seem to say something about demise in them. I'm going to read you in a minute the fact that we've got to formalize further. But I mean, I'm reading you the ones that you read me last time. I'm trying to do justice to the things that people were saying, particularly the one at the top of 307. I'm going to try to say all of this is not yet properly ontologized away. He says, the more unveiledly this possibility gets understood, the more purely does the understanding penetrate into it as the possibility of the impossibility of any existence at all. Death as possible gives Dasein nothing to be actualized, nothing which Dasein as actual could itself be. So it looks like there you can't really be dying, or something like that. You certainly can't be dead. I never know where death fits, and you can't be demise. It is the possibility of the impossibility of every way of comporting oneself towards anything, of every way of existing. Well, I want to say that all sounds pretty much like it's telling you, and this is the existentialist version. There's this moment you're going to be wiped out. You're not going to have any existence at all. This thing is absolutely your existence becomes impossible, and it's so forth. Now, the interesting thing is, if you hear it that way, it already doesn't sound like, and this is something somebody told me in my office, and they're right. I mean, whatever that is, that very abstract description, that doesn't fit demise. That fits anxiety. Anxiety, remember, when it hits you the first time before, and you haven't learned how to hold on to it yet, just wipes you out. And all there is anxiety being anxious. And the existence becomes impossible. You clutch at the world and you can't grab it. And everything becomes meaningless. And all your possibilities disappear and all that. If whatever that is that he's talking about, it doesn't sound like demise. And so on 310, you mustn't be surprised to discover at the bottom, being towards death is essentially anxiety. Well, that, I think, should be a hint that something's going wrong if you think that demise plays any role in the description of death at all. Because we had a description of anxiety already, and there was no talk about demise. And demise seems to have got us back, after much squirming around, to a description of something like the total breakdown of Dasein. And that's it, and that is something like demise, except it's a different kind of total breakdown, because you can, so to speak, come back from it. And I think you can come back from the kind of death that he's talking about. Otherwise, I think, I'm just thinking out loud, you get the kind of Sartrean absurdity. I mean, if death is just going to wipe you out, and that's the main thing you should be living in terms of, your life's absurd. But Dasein, but anxiety also wipes you out. But there's a way to hold on to anxiety such that the fact that you got wiped out by anxiety doesn't make your life absurd. It makes it all the more meaningful. So somehow we've got to get demise and anxiety together, and that's what I'm trying to do. But I saw a hand. You want to say something? Oh, okay. This is all weird stuff, but I'm going to go on reading my thing, and then I'm going to do it in more detail. I just jumped ahead. But just as one can take up the anxiety of guilt resolutely as a way of getting out of the one, and thereby live in terms of your individual for the sake of, and respond appropriately to your specific situation, so you can take up the anxiety of death with resolute anticipation. Then you don't live for the sake of the one, but you become an individual living for your own sake, and you are led to persevere steadfastly in what you're doing, while yet being ready to give it up if it becomes impossible. So facing demise looks very much like holding on to anxiety. I think, in fact, it is very much like holding on to anxiety. In fact, I'm not clear. Is there any difference at all? Let me think to myself. What's left of it? Well, I think anxiety doesn't emphasize your finitude. And somehow demise is going to get finitude into the story. That's, and yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it'll come clear when we get there. So, ontological existential death as a way of being is the structural impossibility of having an identity, or for the sake of which it is settled and secure. That's the sense in which you live in such a way as always being open to taking everything back. And if you put it that way, it makes life meaningful, not absurd. It says, commit yourself to something steadfastly and steadily, but don't become fanatical about it. Always be open for taking it back. And that will be, I just want to get you the feel for this, the end of your existence as a whatever it was you were committed to with your steadfastness and your for the sake of which. And it will be the end of those possibilities. Insofar as it's like anxiety, you'll be sort of outside of all possibilities until you get some new for the sake of which and some new possibilities. So I think sort of holding on to death is being able to sort of accept the collapse of your identity in such a way that you're open to getting a new identity. Something like that. But that's more than anything that I've said justifies. Well, all I can do now is read you things from the book. That was sort of an overture. And so I want you to see sort of why Heidegger, I think, and me trying to follow him, wants to formalize death in such a way that it becomes an empowering way of life, or dying in such a way that it becomes an empowering way of life. And I think that you can only do that if you leave demise out of it. And just like in guilt, if you want to make guilt an empowering way of life and conscience, you can only do that if you leave the whole morality question of living up to norms or failing to live up to norms and taking responsibility for your failures out of it. Otherwise, it will never do the job that Heidegger wants it to do. Okay, now I'm going to go and talk about each of these various characteristics of death. And as I talk about them, hopefully this picture will seem more plausible to you. The hardest one, I think, is the sense in which dying is being at an end. Because, that's bothered me for years, because that seems to bring demise right back in again. Anxiety is not being towards an end or being at an end, or maybe it is, but a kind of end in which you're wiped out. But you don't sort of live towards anxiety. You don't try to bring it about. So what we want to understand is, how could this kind of dying be towards an end, other than an end which is something outstanding in the future which hasn't happened yet? And that's what you don't want, because that would be a cover-up. But what kind of end could you have? How could you ontologize away the towards an end as expecting something or anticipating something in the ordinary sense of anticipate? You've got to realize all the time that anticipate is a very misleading word. It isn't like expecting when Heidegger uses it. It's different. The German word is vorlaufen, and it means somehow to run ahead of yourself, but even that doesn't help. You've got to fill in what you want when you get there. But whatever it is, how can you have towards an end without expecting or anticipating the end in the ordinary sense of anticipating? Well, the first move is the existentialist attempt to say, well, it's not the end, but the possibility of the end. The possibility isn't ahead of us, it's right now. But how are you supposed to be related to the possibility without being related to the possibility of the event at the end? but then demise comes back in again. And I think there's reason, I'm going to read you quotes somewhere. I keep looking to find them. That's right. And if you bring demise back in again, you haven't ontologized the problem enough. Here's the quote I was looking for earlier on 303. When he talks on 303 about Dasein's end, death, in italics at the top, death is the end of Dasein, is Dasein's own most possibility. This is the existentialist Sartrean picture. Non-relational, certain, as such indefinite, not to be outstripped. Death is as Dasein's end, in the being of this entity towards the end. So what have you got there? You've got something like the possibility of your end, your annihilation, your non-existence. Now, and of course, you can't be at the end, because you'd be gone. But you can anticipate it somehow, expect it, live in terms of it, live in the face of it, and that would be what it looks like to the existentialist. It's not the end, but the possibility of the end, which is somehow not ahead of us in the future, because we know that we mustn't say that death is ahead of us in the future. That is inauthentic, right? That is to say, I'm not dying right now. So dying, what is dying right now? I'm still giving you the existentialist view. Well, it's the possibility of this event in the future. That's now, and since I am my possibilities, I am the possibility of this event in the future. Well, that's wrong, Heidegger says pretty clearly on 303, because after saying just what I just said, that is, that understanding of the end as a possibility not to be outstripped, and Dasein as being towards that end, he says in the next paragraph, second paragraph on the page of 303, meanwhile, it remains questionable whether this problem has been yet adequately worked out. That is, he thinks that somehow, I think, demise is still in there. That is, he thinks that if you're just thinking of constantly coming to grips with your death, then that's not got it yet. Then we get something like you've got the possibility of something which is not yet, but the possibility is now. And I don't think he wants that, because that would be demise. But then let me just read you where that second paragraph. Meanwhile, it remains questionable whether this problem has been yet adequately worked out. Being towards death is grounded in care. Dasein, as throwing being in the world, has in every case already been delivered over to its death. In being towards its death, Dasein is dying factically and constantly as long as it has not yet come to its demise. That's true, all right. But now we haven't got it worked out enough yet. We've got to work it out. What is it to work it out? And another quote I want to say. So that's 304. Yeah. So then he says on 304 in the first full paragraph, as long as this authentic being towards death has not been set forth and ontologically defined, there's something essentially lacking in our existential interpretation of being towards death. So whatever you've had up to now, and if you think the top of 303 is the right answer, that can't be the right answer. Or if you think that on 299, which is the beginning of this section, that death is being towards this possibility as a being which exists, brought face to face with the absolute impossibility of existence. Remember that one? That sounded a little like demise had to be brought into the story. You're faced with this thing at the end of your life, the absolute, how is it again? The absolute impossibility of existence. That turns out, see, it's very funny because that's why this section is so annoying. It's billed as the full existential conception of death. And by the end of the section, he's saying, we haven't done it yet. There's something that we haven't got right. It's questionable. And so we have to start all over again. And I think that's because we've only been existentialists. In my reading, we've got from the demise to the possibility of demise as a way of life, that we haven't got demise formalized and ontologized right out of the picture. And it isn't enough to make death a way of life in the face of demise, in the face of your non-existence, living the constant possibility of your non-existence. All that is still too much committed to the cover-up, namely that what we're really concerned with is some kind of an event which will wipe us out at the end of our lives, and the question is to get in the right relation to this event. That's not what it's about, I think. Yeah?
It seems to me that the possibility of demise is not a possibility.
It's an anti-possibility.
That's all.
That's all. Yeah, right. If that and it's a big deal because it'll wipe you out, and you might think that you should live your life in terms of this very important realization that you're going to come to an end, and I think that's what Sartre thinks, and it sounds interesting. That's sort of Christian. I mean, you should think that every moment might be your last. You'd live differently. You wouldn't be so selfish, and you'd appreciate the birds and the flowers more if you thought every moment might be your last. But that's not what he's talking about. Because you wouldn't say that is anxiety. You would just say, yeah, that's a possible way to live, and a nice way, maybe a good way to live, although Sartre says it's really absurd if you think it through. Okay, well now we got real problems, because what happens when you try to go deeper? Well, ontologically or formally, what is death as an end if it's not an end in the future, and it's not even a way of relating to an event in the future? Well, it's certainly not something outstanding, he says, whatever death is, and yet it's an end. It can't be something towards which I'm headed. Well, that gets really hard, and it took me years to get any story about this at all. But I think what he means is death is my teleology, in the sense that it's my end, in the sense that it's what I'm for. It's what I'm really up to. When I say that something or other is Dasein's end, I mean that's what Dasein is, so to speak, at its best. Something like that. Dasein's end turns out to be authentic existence. And he does say that death, being towards death, is authentic existence. The middle of 307. Anticipation turns out to be the possibility of understanding one's own most and uttermost potentiality for being, that is to say, the possibility of authentic existence. So I take that to mean that, I'm going to write down, I didn't put down where that is. Okay, so I take that to say the end of Dasein is to be authentic. It's like gold, but the goal doesn't need to be in the future. I mean, remember what we're really doing is switching this business like being a professor again. So the goal of Dasein is to be a discloser. The goal of Dasein is to live authentically, revealing all the time it is a discloser. That's its end. That's what it's for. But that's a funny thing to call it, say, because it wasn't made for anything. I take that back. That's only misleading. Its end, that is, its realization of what it is. Take that as its end. Its full realization of what it is. That's the way you call it. I like that. I think that's what I'm trying to get the idea of telos, full realization of what it is. So whatever death is, or dying is, it's an end in the sense that it's the full realization of what Dasein is. Now, it's got to be then not the anxiety that's wiping you out, of course. Don't get confused. It's going to have to be anxiety that's held on to finally and lived in terms of. And that's going to be a big part of it when you finally get it worked out. It's a structure filled out or worked out by the way I relate to my being. It's futural, like an end, but it isn't like a goal. It's not something in the future that I'll arrive at one day. I'm always being called to exist authentically. And that is my end. And living authentically is dying. I mean, now we're beginning to get the perverseness of it. If whenever you bring demise in, I think it only clouds the peculiar fact that dying is living authentically. I mean, this is what he's saying on 307. Remember, now this is all after he said we haven't done it right yet, and now he's got a section called the existential projection of authentic being toward death. The other one just didn't make it. Authentic being toward death is living authentically. This is about 2/3 down on 307. How are we to delimit this structural phenomenologically? Manifest we do so by determining those characteristics which belong to an anticipatory disclosure, so that it can become the pure understanding of that ownmost possibility that is non-relational and not to be outstripped, which is certain and as such indefinite. Now we're going to have to talk about all those terms. And the game is, all those terms seem to apply to demise. And they seem to apply, and they could. You mean that event on your deathbed is certain, and the time when it's going to come is indefinite, and you can't get around it, and so forth. This is the annoying game that this whole chapter is playing. It also could be existentialist, namely that you should live facing up to the possibility of demise. That's also certain. You can't get around that. It's also indefinite, etc., etc. But it must be noted that understanding does not primarily mean gazing at it, but rather understanding oneself and the ability to be that reveals itself in projection. Well, that doesn't get us any further. Okay, the next line is what I want. Death is Dasein's own most possibility. Now, what would be Dasein's own most possibility? Being wiped out in the future? Being always in the living in terms of the possibility of being wiped out in the future? Is that its own most possibility? I don't think so. Being towards this possibility discloses to Dasein its own most ability to be, in which its very being is an issue. I take it then that what its own most possibility is the possibility of authentically taking a stand on its being. Only we've got to be careful with stand. That is, its own most possibility is the way it relates to its being. It's so sort of formal and empty. So I take it that dying is living authentically. It's taking an authentic stand on your knowing, really. Or to put another way, the end of Dasein is being a disclosure. I want that you see, the end isn't in the future anymore, and you've got to get rid of the end in the future. That can't be right, because that would be the inauthentic way of saying, well, it hasn't happened to me yet. The kind of end that Heidegger's got to talk about has got to be an end that's happening to me right now. That's the tricky part. As soon as you think you can expect the end, await the end, and the end hasn't come yet, and all that, you can't be talking about the right thing. You've got to formalize that away. The end has got to be already here. It's got to be your life, lived as it demands to be lived, or somehow you're called to live it. Now, we can put it that I want to say, therefore, the end of Dasein is being a disclosure. And what a disclosure is capable of doing is opening up new identities and new worlds, and also revealing objects and so forth. But for what we're talking about, the most extreme form of being a disclosure is to disclose what it is to be Dasein, and be able to, and to do that, you've got to be able to disclose new worlds too. That's the historicality chapter, which we're not ready yet. But, okay, so what do we got? Dasein is being a disclosure. Disclosure is something, a kind of being that opens up new identities and new worlds. All we've got so far is this flexibility about your for the sake of which. Dasein, qua disclosure, has no defining content of its own. This is the nullity of death that goes with the nullity of guilt, I take it. The nullity of guilt was you've got the practices from the culture and they're ungrounded. The nullity of death is going to be that if you're a discloser, you have no content of your own. You are able to take on different identities, open up different worlds. And I keep wanting to say that lack of content is really has a lot to do with what he's trying to get at here. Okay, let me go on. I have to take a stand on my being, and there's lots of stands I could take: ontically, professor, student, father. And ontologically, I can understand my being as being a desiring creature, a rational animal, an optimizer who gets the most out of my possibilities. But all of those would be content, and they would limit my disclosing capacity. Because once I was a rational animal, I couldn't disclose anymore that I was an optimizing creature, or that I was a creature of God, or something like that. And once I had one identity, and it was really my identity, it would limit my disclosing, because it would look like that's who I was. But you're never your identity. You're always open to having a different one. You're the openness, not the identity. And the same for your world. You're the openness, not the world you happen to have. So each way I relate to my being opens up a way of acting, but it doesn't get at who I essentially am as Dasein, because essentially I'm just a disclosure, just the being that can relate to its being. I have no positive. When Heidegger defines the essence of Dasein, he doesn't tell us any content, any features. He says the essence of Dasein is the being that relates to its being. Period. And that turns out to be a disclosure. Once I see this way of being is what I have to be, then I see that it's my end. But notice now, not in front of me, not something I can expect. I don't expect to be the being that takes a stand on its being. That's what I am. I don't expect to be a disclosure. That's what I am. But that's my end in the sense of, what did I say? A full realization of what it is to be Dasein. That's how I think you have to read that. It's really weird. So, now, having done the end one, which I think is by far the hardest, because the end thing is where the demise thing at the end of my life seems to be just banging on you to say, of course, I'm dealing with something at the end of my life, but we know it can't be that, because we know that puts the end away from you, and you've got to be always at the end. And that's why I think the end is what it is being a disclosure. Disclosure, yeah. Next.
Explain the significance of the group analogy on top of 288 where he talks about
At the top of 288, I was supposed to explain something. Let's see if I can. Maybe I can.
And then also,
Oh, all this about fruit. Oh, that's just, I skipped all that. Those are all wrong ways of thinking about the end, right? Death is not something that is like the end of a story in which, or a narrative. That's the usual, one of the ways of misunderstanding Heidegger. That's the Charlie Guignon way of misunderstanding this. Death is not the last note in the symphony or whatever. It's fine for fruit. It gets ripe, and finally, and ripeness is all, to talk like Lear. But that's not Heidegger's picture. And of course there he's like Sartre and like Christianity and everything else. Death can come and wipe you out at any point. It isn't going to be, it doesn't mean that you've reached any kind of maturity. Is that what you want me to say? That is, so death can't be that something is not yet arrived at, but when I get to be ripeness, I will have arrived at it. Because it's nothing you can arrive at. The kind of end, let me say, by the way, the kind of end, of course, that we were talking about here is then nothing you can ever arrive at, because it's what you got what you are all the time. The end of Dasein is to be relating to its being.
right, and what I don't follow exactly though is he seems to draw an analogy in a positive sense by saying, like, for example, correspondingly, as long as any Dasein is, it too is already, it's not yet. And he seems to be explaining the concept of not yet.
I see. Well, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it. But tell me where it is. Okay, as long as Dasein is, it too is already, it's not yet. Let me think about that. I don't know how hard I should think about it, because this is so early before we've got it right, but way before we've got it right. But it certainly is meant to be something that points in some right direction. Well, all I can think of is, but we have to think about it more, is that when we understand that, we're going to understand the quotes "not yet" with a hyphen and quotation marks around it is as the end. Dasein is already its end, but its end isn't really a not yet. That's why it's in quotes. I mean, the end of apples is really not yet, and when they get to be ripe, that'll be where they end. But the end of Dasein is only a quotes yet. I mean, that's how I'm going to have to deal with it. You're looking unhappy. Well, and I can't tell because I haven't had time to study it. Yeah.
Well, I'm sort of happy with that, but I want to ask you another question. Can you explain what almost means, and does it mean non-relational? That's how I see it.
Almost, I think it means a lot more than non-relational. He tries to get it out of non-relational because he's always trying, and I can't resist saying every time, infuriatingly, to use words that seem to apply to demise, or seem to apply to your facing your demise as a possibility, to talk about something else. So the almost, I think, is non-relational, but that's because it's specific. I mean, what it is almost about you is the specificity of your, for the sake of which is very closely related, I think, to your mindness. And the almost has got to be something like what you most basically are, but it can't be just to be a discloser, I don't think, or everybody's own most would be like everybody else's own most. I think it's got to be your particular style of being a discloser, something like that. And it can't be the content, because the content can change. So he never says this, but it seems to me that when Dasein is living authentically, it's living in a way such that its style of life manifests this business of being a discloser. I mean, so I won't be very mysterious. One, it's got a certain kind of steadfastness and flexibility we keep hearing about. That's a style, not a content, obviously. And you can have lots of different content and do it with steadfastness and flexibility, but it'll be your style, your way of doing your content and your flexibility and so forth. And we had this discussion in my office yesterday. It's not clear whether anybody would ever be able to tell for sure. I mean, it's clear that no one would be able to tell for sure whether your style was authentic or not, or whether you just copied it. But that's only a epistemological question. I mean, you could have a completely own style, I think, your own way of expressing in everything you do, you're being a discloser. Is that helping you?
Yeah, does it follow then that demise is not an almost possibility?
Interesting. I have to think about that. It either is going to follow that demise is not an almost possibility, or that you can say almost possibility in such an empty way that it's going to cover demise too. I mean, I suspect that's what's going to happen. I'm sure. Yeah, Heidegger's going to make a big deal about nobody can take your death from you. You have to die your own death. A big deal, because I think you have to sneeze your own sneeze and take your own bath too. I don't think that you better not be making a big fuss about that. But it is your own most. Nobody else can die your death for you, as he says. But that's not the interesting kind of own most, I presume. Yeah.
I think you can read end without it, with it still being a sort of like bookend, like the end of a
Really?
chain,
How?
and have it not be about demise. Because,
Really? How
Yeah,
can
because
that
haven't we said that Dasein ceases to be in anxiety?
Yes. And you mean have the possibility of anxiety coming and that before you when you're living towards
Yeah, I'm not really sure how it would. I mean, it's hard for me to read it in this teleological way. For some reason, it doesn't seem natural. I mean, it might be right, but
It doesn't feel natural to me either, but then this whole chapter doesn't feel natural to me.
Right.
And if you do it the existentialist way, it doesn't feel natural either. And if you do it the everyday way, it feels very natural, and we're told it's definitely wrong. We're just all in the cover-up.
Right.
So I don't know. I think
I mean, I don't know if it would work then. Would it work as a as an ontological structure if the end is about the end of Dasein in anxiety?
I don't think it would work. I don't think that would be something important. I mean, holding on to the possibility of being wiped out by anxiety would be as sort of uninteresting, I think, and unilluminating as holding on to the possibility of being wiped out by demise. That's why you have to translate in this radically weird way. Yeah.
But this kind of end is both
Well,
this end, you can just take the end of authentic Dasein.
Well,
Because with death, you're now authentic, right?
yes, you can, and but I don't know if that's important. Let me think. It's certainly not an end that you're expecting or anything or living in the face of or something. I mean, it is true. It's the end of inauthentic Dasein. I think that's just a fact, but I don't think it's a fact that does him any good. He wants an end that you should be living in terms of, and so in a certain sense towards, and constantly facing, and it should inform everything you do. And then the end of inauthentic Dasein sounds like the wrong side of that. I mean, it's something. The end has got to be something positive. The trick is to turn all of this stuff that might sound negative into something empowering and positive, in which Dasein is at its best and joyful, because it's going to turn out that living your death in the right way is joyful by the end of the lecture, I hope. Yes? Is what?
It's not to be outstripped.
Well, let me do them one by one, because if I let myself get into doing them like I did last time, in which I did the whole lecture in the first paragraph and got nowhere, I'm going to do them. I'll get to not to be outstripped. What are we in? I think we're non-relational. At least that's what. I'm going to do all four of them. There are 5, I think, but one of them is being an end. Or maybe I've got all 5 here. No, maybe being an end isn't one of them. Anyway, I'm going to do non-relational, not to be outstripped, certainty, and indefiniteness. Maybe that 1, 2, 3. I skipped 4. I thought there were 4 of them. 4. I'm going to do 4 of them. Okay, so let me do them, and then you can stop me at each point. So non-relational. Well, I've just sort of done that. No one can demise for me. Big deal. And not representable. That is, each for the sake of which you're for the sake of which, when you're inauthentic, is a role or something like a bunch of roles of father, professor, and student, or whatever, and that would be inauthentic, because that wouldn't be your for the sake of which. That would be a one for the sake of which. One is a father, professor, and so forth. So you've got to get something else. This is what he's talking about at the bottom of 283. Where he says, the middle of 283, he says, Dasein can be represented by another, and so forth. Well, yes, I mean, lots of different people can come in and primarily concerned. By the way, the customarily is in there. My German informant, after spending more time with the German, told me that it's in there as a kind of idiom. So don't cross out customarily. Dasein understands itself in terms of that which it is customarily concerned. Nothing hinged on that. One is what one does. But I want to say something. Remember, I was shocked when I came across that one, because I thought, gee, but Dasein, even authentic Dasein, is what it does. We don't want to make a big deal about one is what one does, as if, well, if you weren't one, you wouldn't be what you are doing. You see what I mean? I mean, and it suddenly occurred to me, this can't be right. It's right that one is what one does, but you want to be able to say, Dasein is what one does, both when it's in the one and when it's not in the one. And I happily just fell onto the right quote for that, 155. Because you want a place where you find that, where you don't hear one is what one does. Not that that's wrong, that's just not the whole story. So in 155, he says, at the end of the first whole big paragraph, Dasein finds itself proximately in what it does, what it expects, avoids, and those things environmentally ready to hand with which it's proximately concerned. I think that's a general definition of Dasein. I don't think that only the one does that. I think authentic does that too. I mean, you're going to find yourself in terms of the cause that you've got if you're a historical changing, if you're a world-changing Dasein, in terms of the people you care about around you, in terms of the equipment you use. That's all going to be part of your unique, for the sake of which, and on which you will put your specific style. But there's nothing else to find yourself in terms of. Be careful. I mean, that's the point. Where else will Dasein find itself? Well, the one other alternative, which he's trying to say, don't go that way, on 155, is you could find yourself by introspection. You could find your deep self in your deep desires, or in what you tell your therapist, or something like that. That's exactly what it isn't, he says. Where does he say that? Right before that, even one's own Dasein becomes something that it can find. So, that's fine. I just wanted to set that straight. Yeah.
Are you lost in the world when that happens?
No, not necessarily. But when we're into the complications again, the structure is always like this. Approximately, for the most part, you are lost in the world because you are doing what one does, just where we were at the bottom of 283. But if you became authentic, you'd still be doing whatever you're doing, but you'd be doing it in the concrete situation. Remember, like the Phronimist, and you wouldn't be lost in the world. You'd be manifesting yourself in the world. And there's nothing to lose, remember. I mean, it isn't as if there's an inner real you, which somehow you would lose if you just manifested it in the world. There isn't any other you, and there isn't any other place to manifest it. But you can manifest it wrong. That would be to do it in the general situation, and to do what one does. Okay, good. Now, let me go back to my story. I'm worried that I won't finish, and I'm never going to come back to this again. So with the non-relational, well, there's the everyday story, no one can die my death for me. There's the existentialist story. Authentic dying is my own in that it happens, it isolates me from everybody else because I'm the only one really concerned infinitely, so to speak, about my death. And that's, again, a Sartrean view. And Heidegger, unfortunately, contributes to it by citing the death of Ivan Ilyich, a Tolstoy story about a guy who dies. But I think he wants to cite it because the people are all treating his dying as an inconvenience. And Heidegger mentions that by citing the death of Ivan Ilyich, he fools a lot of the existentialist people because they think that death is this ontic event because he's actually dying there in his bedroom. And they think that, and nobody wants to, and he feels totally distant from everybody and realizes he never cared about anybody. And people think that Heidegger is subscribing to that. But that's Sartre again in Camus. Heidegger is not subscribing to that. Though in no other place that I know of does the tension and the confusion and what it would be like to be Heidegger writing this becomes clearer than how he's tempted. He's coming. The tension is really there. I mean, somebody who has this existentialist reading is not hallucinating. It's constantly lurking in the background. Sartre was a very good reader of Heidegger. But it's not what Heidegger wants to say. But look at this. It's fascinating when it's 308. He starts sounding as if you get cut off from everybody else. He says death in its non-relational form, but this is the non-relational at the top of the page, and I'm skipping down about 8 lines. It, death, makes manifest that all being alongside the things with which we concern ourselves and all being with others will fail us when our own most potentiality for being is an issue. That's the death of Ivan Illich's story. And can Sartre say that? No, he can't say that. And because skipping a line, or we can read the line, Dasein can be authentically itself only if it makes this possibility for itself of its own accord. What? That all being with others is going to fail. Then he goes on. But if concern and solicitude fail us, this doesn't signify at all that these ways of Dasein have been cut off from its authentic being itself. As structures essential to Dasein's constitution, these have a share in conditioning the possibility of any existence whatsoever. So he reminds himself, wait a minute, he's saying, you mean to say that there's something about Dasein that isn't always related to other human beings that it cares about? He's just said that was an existential. So then he says, okay, well, all I mean is something like solicitude fails us, all right, nobody can come and help us when we're dying, and we don't care about anybody else when we're dying. But it doesn't really either. And finally he says, and then he goes back, Dasein is authentically itself only to the extent that as concernful being alongside and solicitous being with, it's got to have that in, it projects itself upon its own most potentiality for being rather than the possibility of the they self. That's good. So the answer is, you aren't really dying alone in isolation, where all being with others fail you, and all being alongside things fail you, which is what he says in line 10. He wants to say that the they being with has to say, and that's what he wants to say, but the attraction of, it's just like the passage in Anxiety where he says anxiety isolates Dasein to its solus ipse and makes it totally non-relational and totally individualized. And then he says in the next paragraph, of course it can't really be because Dasein is being with. So he's clear when he's, but that's all being alongside things which we concern ourselves fails us. That's not the right way to put it, it seems to me, as he says in the next sentence. Okay, so what is authentic dying? Well, I'm isolated from the one and from one relation and relationships of the sort one has, but I'm not going to be isolated from others because that's part of my structure. Okay, now, not to be outstripped. There's no way to get away from this event. That's the common sense view. You're going to die. You just got to face it. Then there's the ontological version. And then there's, of course, and if you can, and if the Dasein is not to be outstripped, demise is not to be outstripped. Of course, the possibility of demise isn't to be got around either, because the possibility of it is just as unget-aroundable as it, particularly since it's a possibility which is certain that it's going to happen. Oh, that comes later, the certain, but never mind. This is all we need here is then what is ontological anticipation? Well, that's on 308. It's going to be a funny thing. It's got to be something that isn't like expectation at all. And now I can't find where it is. We're still in the non-relation. No, we're not to be outstripped. I'm on the wrong page. What happens to not to be outstripped? Oh yeah, I see. At the bottom half of the page. Okay, what's the ontological way of relating to the fact that there is something about Dasein that demise is covering up that it's got to get clear about? Well, what it's got to get clear about is now about 8 lines down. When by anticipation one becomes free for one's own death, which is free for this being the kind of nullity one is liberated from one's lostness and the possibilities which may accidentally thrust themselves upon one, and one is liberated in such a way that for the first time one can authentically understand and choose. That means something more like accept. I'm not agree with Forrest all the time, wanting to say it's you always are receptive. So you can understand and accept among the factical possibilities lying ahead of that possibility which is not to be outstripped. Well, it sounds dangerously like it's in the future and there's some in between you and it, but it's got to mean something different than that. It means simply not that you're anticipating, expecting something in the future, but that if you get in the right relation to death, you simply aren't tenacious anymore. Anticipation discloses to existence that its uttermost possibility lies in giving itself up and shatters all tenaciousness to whatever existence one has reached. That means, I think, that you've got to be ready to give up your identity, give up your for the sake of which, because they don't really define you. And then it gets clearer when he goes on. In anticipation, Dasein guards itself against falling back behind itself, behind its ability to be. It guards itself against becoming too old for victories, and he cites Nietzsche. Free, now, I don't know what happens next. Free for its own most possibilities, which are determined by the ends, and so are understood as finite. Yeah, that's good. So it's free for its own most possibilities, that is, whatever style it gives to its possibilities, determined by the end, namely being a null disclosure, and understood as finite. Not because there's an event where, so to speak, the thread of life is snipped off. It's not that kind of finite. It's a different sort of finite. It's a finite in the sense that as a disclosure, now I don't know how to say this, but so I don't know if I can say it. As a disclosure, it's I really don't know what the subject for a paper topic or discussion in office hours. I can make up lots of stories for finite. You've got to have a finite which doesn't require your life coming to an end. One finite is that when you disclose something, you cover up something else in your identity or in the world. I don't know if that's finite enough. Let's try the stars I'm stone. Finite because no identity ever can define it? Is that finite? Well, I always discover something I don't understand. Now I don't understand finite. I never understand finite, but I thought maybe if I had a running start I would, but I didn't. So I don't know what he has in mind by finite, but the trap is to think that finite is got to do with the fact that at some point you're going to run out of possibilities. But that can't be right, because anxiety, you run out of possibilities, but he doesn't say that anxiety gives you finite. So there's a certain way that death is anxiety with something thrown in which is finite. You don't want to have to keep thinking about this. Got to do with this shattering of tenaciousness. Seems that finite has to do with the fact that no possibilities could ever be yours. Yeah.
I was just going to say, yeah, it's not completely possible.
It's what?
For the sake of which it's not infinitely possible. You can't be a professor entirely.
Right. Well, I see that. Well, that's good, I suppose. That doesn't mean you can't. That doesn't mean you can't be a professor into the 2003. Or into, for another 100 years, that's sure. But it's something about it that you can't ever be defined by it. That's the flexibility thing. Well, then the finite thing is so misleading because it so much makes you think it's bounded in some way. And it was, circumscribed in this as a length which has a beginning and an end, and that would be some kind of cover-up, I think. So you've got to think of something else for finite, and I think that's the right way to go. Okay, I've got to see how we're doing. Certainty. We all know by looking at others that we're going to demise. That's the everyday. The existentialist, we're certain of our impending demise. It's one of my possibilities, not just other people are going to die. I'm going to die. That's the big existentialist insight. And wow, what Heidegger says of it is amazing. What Heidegger says we're certain of, this will blow your mind, it did mine, is we're certain of being in the world. That's the certainty of death. It doesn't surprise me, because remember, death is all about a way to be. It's about the authentic way to be, but he says it in such a weird thing to say it here. On 309, he says, I didn't notice that till this time through. It's so strange. You don't notice things that are really strange. Where is it? At the bottom of the page on 309. Holding death for true. Death just is one's own. Shows another kind of certainty, and it is more primordial than any certainty which relates to entities encountered within the world or to formal objects. It is certain of being in the world. That is amazing. So the kind of certainty involved is a certainty that you are a discloser again, that you are being in the world, and you don't fool yourself into thinking you're some kind of present-at-hand object or ready-to-hand resource or anything like that. You know with some kind of certainty, because you are it, that you're being in the world. That's really quite surprising. Indefiniteness. Well, everyday Dasein thinks, well, you don't know when you're going to demise. And then the indefiniteness of the existentialist one would be death could come at any minute, and you've got to face that all the time. But what he seems to think is that you don't know when any particular identity will have to be given up. That's what I think it's about. So at the bottom of 310, it turns out that Dasein has got to anticipation utterly individualizes Dasein and allows this individuation to become certain. So and so and so and so. Oh no, that's not so important. Let's look at about the full paragraph on 310. I'm going to start about 8 lines down. In anticipation, the indefinite certainty of death, in anticipating the indefinite certainty of death, Dasein opens itself to a constant threat arising out of its own there. Now that's really interesting. What is the threat arising out of Dasein's own there? It certainly isn't that it's got germs in its body and that it may die sometime. The threat arising out of its there is that it's constantly free. I have to talk over the noise. That's right. Is it out there? It's constantly free to give up its identity if it's called to do it. I think that's the only threat I can think of that arises out of its own there. And if you go on, you find out that in italics that it's open to the utter and constant threat to itself arising from its own most individualized being, and that's anxiety. How is it a threat to itself? Well, it's a threat to itself because it could give up its most individualized being, I suppose. That's how it's face to face with the nothing, with the possible impossibility of its existence. What would that be in my reading? If your identity becomes impossible, if your marriage won't work, if you're trying to help the black people and nobody comes out for your peace marches, if that becomes impossible, then you've got to be ready to give it up. And you are able. You can do it. You have the possibility of giving up any definition that you've got. So, and that's what it is to live in anxiety. Now, in a positive way, you're living in anxiety. In a positive way, you're constantly open to your own freedom, so to speak. Your own freedom to redefine yourself. Not arbitrarily and voluntarily, but to give up one situation which is impossible and open up another situation that is possible. I think that on my reading is what's got to be going on there. And that's why being towards death is essentially anxiety. We're back to that again. So now we're ready to read, and just in time with 1 minute, the summary of this. And you can hear this summary, presumably, I won't try to do it, on all 3 registers. You can hear it the way the everyday person will hear it who thinks we're talking about demise, how the existentialist will hear it who thinks we're talking about the possibility of demise, and how the Heideggerian, I think, will hear it as a structure of a null being which is a disclosure, and always free and always in anxiety because it's basically got no essence. So I'm going to read this now. And the italics in 311, that's the punchline. Anticipation reveals to Dasein its lostness in the they self and brings it face to face with the possibility of being itself, primarily unsupported by concernful solicitude. That has to be the they. But you notice how he's falling back into that isolation business. I don't like that one. But of being itself, rather, in an impassioned, I take that to mean involved instead of objective, freedom towards death. Notice that freedom is coming here. I prepared you for it by saying that freedom has got to do with this business of always being able and ready, if required, to give up your identity. Because otherwise I don't know what freedom would mean. So it's an impassioned freedom towards death, a freedom that's been released from the illusions of the they, and which is factical, certain of itself, and anxious. That's the punchline. Okay, now, I was going to talk about, I guess I will at the beginning next time, no more about death. You can come and talk to me in office hours, you can write papers on it, talk to Rick and Forrest about it, but I do need to talk more about anticipatory resoluteness, but I'm going to go on to do historicality for sure, because anticipatory resoluteness is short, and it's already been done in a way. Okay, now we're ready to go into the main things for today is anticipatory resoluteness, how Heidegger tries to put together the resoluteness, which we did with guilt, and the anticipatory, which we did with death. But I have to say one thing about death first as a kind of review. Not exactly a review, it's more me trying to make sense of that passage about finite. I want to understand what Heidegger means by finite, and it doesn't help me to say that it means that Dasein comes to an end, because I don't know what he means by end either, when the end isn't something in the future where you're finally stopped being Dasein, and it can't be that, because that's demise. So I'm struggling with this passage at the bottom of 308, where all of a sudden he brings in the finite, having talked about, he's talking about the aspect of death which is not to be outstripped. So, my current attempt to understand that is the following. Finite has something to do with Dasein's end, all right. Dasein's end is not an event in the future. Dasein's end is its telos, that is, what it needs to be, what it's called to be, what it would be at its best, and what it is anyway, but it may not have unfolded it and worked it out and lived it, but it is, anyway, a disclosure. And so its end is to be fully disclosed that it's a disclosure, I think. Okay, and to be a disclosure, these are all the most far out and challengeable things I said last time. I say to be a disclosure means you can't have any possibilities of your own. You're the pure openness which lets whatever gets disclosed show up, or which opens up worlds, and that lets things, to be more exact, be discovered. But to be a disclosure is to be this openness toward worlds, and therefore have no possibilities of one's own. Therefore, whatever possibilities one has must be totally ungrounded. And so, you have to be able to give up any possibilities that you get from the one, and you have to get over somehow the for the sake of that's you've taken over from the one, and that's what it would be to be finite. To somehow, by accepting your total ungroundedness, get a certain style of existing which is something yours, yea, mine-ish. Your mindness will show up in that for the sake of. And all that has to do, I guess, with what it is to be finite. It's funny, being finite doesn't have much to do with having a limited number of possibilities. It doesn't have anything to do with having a limited number of possibilities as far as I can see. Well, now I'll read it, and you can decide whether I've explained it at all. I don't know. Starting about 10 lines from the bottom, or 12, the bottom is 308. Anticipation discloses to existence its uttermost possibility lies in giving itself up, and thus it shatters all tenaciousness to whatever existence one has reached. I take that as this openness, this ungroundedness. There's nothing you can hold on to as your own for the sake of your own world. In anticipation, Dasein guards itself against falling back behind itself, or behind the ability to be which it has understood. It guards itself against becoming too old for victories. That means getting stuck with some identity, getting stuck with some for the sake of which. Free for its own most possibilities, which are determined by the end, that is, I take it being a disclosure, and so are understood as finite. Dasein dispels the danger that may, by its own finite understanding of existence, fail to recognize that it is getting outstripped by the existence possibilities of others, and so forth. But now I don't think it matters anymore what to say. I mean, somehow what he's got anticipation together with getting rid of any tenaciousness, with constantly being open for new interpretations or new for the sake of whiches, that is, not getting too old for victories, and so forth. So, I mean, I think it's a problem more than a solution. All I can say further is that flexibility seems very important to Heidegger, as it does to Nietzsche, who he quotes there. And but unlike Nietzsche, Heidegger is very interested also in preserving some sort of commitment and steadiness. And he's trying to get a phenomenon of authentic way of being, of Dasein, which has a place in it both for the kind of commitment and stable identity that Kierkegaard pioneered, where you get one identity for life and that's who you are, and the kind of flexibility that Nietzsche believed in, which Heidegger later calls constant overcoming, where you never get stuck in any way of understanding yourself in the world. And he wants to have them both. Now that's enough for review. That's mainly sort of the hardest part of what we did last time. Now, more hard stuff, I'm afraid, but I think a little closer to the phenomena and therefore a little easier to grasp, is section 62, which we have to jump, remember, because we keep going back and forth. We've already done what lies in between, and we go to where he wants to put it all together. So having done death first, which I think is crazy, and guilt second, he now has to jump over the guilt section and reconnect with the death section and try to put the two together. That means what he has to try to put together is resoluteness, which is how you manifest your guilt, and anticipation, which is how you manifest your death. And this is what he's talking about on 352. I'm jumping into section 61 now, but also that's really 62 already. At the bottom of 352, section 62, I want to just read the title. He's got to get anticipation, that is death, together with resoluteness, that is guilt. And just to remind you, it's got some, I'll repeat that when we get there. And so anticipatory resoluteness is the way in which Dasein's potentiality for being a whole has existential authenticity. Well, that means we're going to get a chapter, or section, in which the phenomena, that is how you live, this isn't going to be ontology, or existential structures. This is going to be a story of what it's like to live in the right combination of anticipation and resolution. And so he says, the bottom, when resoluteness has been thought through to the end, in a way corresponding to its own most tendency of being, to what extent does it lead us to authentic being toward death? What he's trying to say is there some sense in which guilt and resoluteness are a partial manifestation of the full structure of Dasein. And if you somehow extrapolate what you get in guilt and resoluteness to its limit, you get death and anticipation. You're all looking very, very baffled, but that's all right. This is very baffled, but I will be able to tell you more in a minute. But these are just questions. How are we to conceive the connection between wanting to have a conscience, that's the call to being guilty, and Dasein's existentially projected, authentic ability to be a whole? Remember, he brought in the death issue because he said that's how Dasein gets to be a whole. Does welding these two together yield a new phenomenon? That's not what he wants to say. That would be to make them too independent. He wants to say you have to see them together as a partial and then a complete version of something. But there are two aspects to it. So if you put them together right, you wouldn't see, or how do I put it? You'd see one phenomenon, which namely would be anticipatory resoluteness. That's what he wants to do. Or are we left with the resoluteness which is attested in existential possibility? And can this resoluteness undergo an existential modification through being towards death? See, that's what he wants. Is there some kind of extension of the guilt into the death? What does it mean to think through to the end existentially the phenomenon of resoluteness? Keep remembering that I'll give you a clue. That remember, resoluteness has to do with Aristotle's view of the phronemus, of the man of practical wisdom who responds to the unique situation, to the concrete situation, he says. And the question is, how would you get from a discussion of that to whatever it is that death and anticipation add to it? That's the puzzle that he keeps giving himself and you all. He says in italics at the end of the one full paragraph on 353, resoluteness does not just have a connection with anticipation, as with something other than itself. That would be just to weld the two together. Boom, that's not right. It harbors in itself, that's the sort of teleological claim, harbors in itself, that is, if you spelled it out completely, it harbors in itself authentic being towards death as the possible existential modality of its own authenticity. That's just to say, somehow, if you took the move that got you to resolute response to the concrete situation and pushed it all the way, you'd get whatever anticipation of death gets you. Well, now, that is so abstract and puzzling. And I, for years, I was puzzled by it. It's only sort of the last 2 or 3 years I think I understand what the phenomenon is, and that's the crucial question. What is he talking about? What's he guided by? What's he heading toward? Well, so let me talk a little bit before we go back to these abstruse things. What I think is really going on. It's important to know that in writing Being and Time in the 20s, he was lecturing both on Aristotle, and then when he did on Aristotle, he'd lecture on a lot of things in Aristotle, but he was very interested in one of his courses in phronesis, practical wisdom. And I read your quotes from that, where he starts talking about responding to the concrete situation. He also lectured on St. Paul, and there he was interested in how the human beings will be transformed in the twinkling of an eye. That's from Paul. That's the world gets transformed and human beings get transformed, and that's the whole view, that you could be totally transformed, and it would be sudden. It couldn't even happen in time. It isn't to be gradually changed. It's to be radically transformed. And the German word there is Augenblick. So there are two words in the background. One of them keeps coming up in Being in Time. One of them I don't think ever does. But if you see it, let me know. Things would be simpler if he could stick to Kairos and Augenblick. This is Aristotle. The Kairos is you seize the moment, and then you do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. That's what the practical wisdom, the cultural virtuoso, as Bourdieu calls him, does. And the Augenblick is this moment of transformation. St. Paul here, sort of radical transformation. Of your whole identity in the world. It's what now you recognize as Christians talk about being reborn. Now, keep in mind that phenomena are never reborn. It's just not a Greek idea that you could get a new identity in a new world. They think the same old thing goes on and on as far as the universe is concerned, and the world repeats itself as far as history is concerned. Thucydides says in the Peloponnesian Wars that he's going to tell you how the Athens fell so that you can recognize it when your culture is collapsing, because it will follow the same structure. And so worlds get repeated. There's no radical new story. And self-realization is the Aristotle idea. Self-realization is totally different than transformation. So what is really interesting and quite wonderful and wild, I think, is that if you think about the phenomena, you see that Heidegger's trying to claim that Christianity is the telos of Greece. That somehow, if you start with Aristotelian Phronimus and push it to the limit, you get Jesus. I mean, that's just to make it as crazy and radical as it could be. And he makes a good stab at it. I think I see what he's trying to do, and I think it almost works. Maybe it does work. I think the argument is this, that the Phronimus sees the groundlessness of the shared banal norms, and by seeing the groundlessness of what one does, he is able to act in this concrete, virtuoso way that looks at first to everybody like it's crazy, but after they see it, they realize, yeah, that's something you could do in our culture, which is better than people have been doing so far. That's what makes him a Phronimus, a virtuoso. However, and this is the crucial thing, he doesn't change the rules of the game. He just plays them like a master. Jesus changes the rules of the game completely. I talked about this once already. I mean, turns the questions about the law into questions of desire, and says that when he comes, the whole world is transformed, and that's why you have to start renumbering everything with the fullness of time, as it's called. And so what you get is but now, if it's the realization of the groundlessness of the banal everyday norms that makes it possible to respond to the concrete like a virtuoso, then I think the telos is supposed to be that suppose you saw not only the banality of the shared norms and the groundlessness of that, but you saw the groundlessness of your shared whole culture. That's what the Phronimus can't see. That's what Aristotle can't see. Aristotle thinks he can show rationally that the Athenian understanding of human beings as rational animals is just best. It's right. The Phronimus doesn't need to go to Aristotle's ethics course to find that out. He can just go on behaving like a cultural virtuoso by having lived a long time in the culture, done things, and suffered from the consequences or felt good from the consequences till he gets very skilled at doing his cultural thing. But if he did go to Aristotle's ethics course, he'd hear how all the virtues that he has and all this Phronimus way of behaving is grounded in a certain understanding of human excellence, and that's not groundless the way the shared banal understanding is groundless. But if you go one step further, that's the teleology of it, supposedly. You'd see the groundlessness of everything, even Greek culture. You'd see that, in principle, you might have to take everything back. A phrase from Heidegger. Taking everything back is what you do when you anticipate death, where death doesn't mean, well, on your deathbed you have to take everything back. It means that as a discloser, you have to constantly be ready to take everything back, because you could get a new identity, a new for the sake of which, and though Heidegger never quite says it because he doesn't know how to say it, I say, get a new world. That would be the ultimate telos of a world disclosure. The ultimate telos of a world disclosure, the end, to talk like Heidegger, of a world disclosure is to disclose a new world. And we don't get that in being time. We get other things. We get that later in Heidegger, after 1934, roughly. Yeah.
It seems like you could take it all back, but at the same time, you could also just let it all fall, or let it all go.
Well, then you'd be standing out in the nothing like people who are hit by anxiety. It happens to you. I mean, you can't do it. But all of this, you've got to keep taking away the voluntaristic sounding language. But so resoluteness doesn't mean that kind of thing. Heidegger later says it means openness. So you could be open to the collapse of everything.
Not to the extent that the world disappears.
Yeah.
But that you know it's there, but that it's just okay.
Just okay. I have no idea what that means. Remember the example of anxiety. You know the world is there. You know what people do with telephones, but you don't. It doesn't matter to you. Nothing matters to you.
Okay. Well, like in the sense that you don't need to be a discloser because it's all open, or something like that.
I don't know what that means. It's not open except insofar as we're open. If you want to sort of hang on to your identity, you're not open. If you want to go and repeat your history, you're not open. So what is it to be open, and what makes you open? That's what we're talking about.
Just be open.
Well, okay, just hang out there. But now what in the world does that mean, and how do you do it? That's the question. It's like saying, just hold on to anxiety. Yeah, sure. And what is that like? And what is the temporality of that like? And how does it differ from the temporality of the everyday? That's what we're talking about. Okay. So where are we? So you want to see, finally, not only the groundlessness of the everyday norms, but the groundlessness of your culture's view of human excellence. That would be to be what I'm going to call a world disclosure. And I better say right now that there's, because we're heading toward the historicality chapter, which heads toward being world disclosures but never gets there. Heidegger's got a kind of double issue. And as I say, he never gets to world disclosure, and that's all right. He doesn't. Nobody said he had to. But what he does have to get to is how you can change the world, if not as radically as Jesus, nonetheless not having a world as stable as Aristotle. And he heads toward that. And moreover, he needs to explain how everybody does something like local world disclosing. Because we can't just have Jesus being authentic. It ought to be possible for every Schwarzwald peasant to be authentic. In fact, Heidegger thinks that the peasants in the Black Forest are more fully human than practically anybody else in the world, and they're not radically changing themselves in the culture. So we'll get there by today, if we can. So we're going to heading toward authentic historicality, which is as far as Heidegger gets in Being and Time, to a discussion of what it is like, how each individual could manifest in their behavior fully what it is to be Dasein. That's the question, which hopefully we'll get there. But right now, but you can see that motivates these questions on 349, and these are the questions we're going to be worrying about. And now we're back to the issue of how to take the phenomena of resoluteness and put it together with anticipatory resoluteness. I hope by your keeping in mind, this would really be to show that Aristotle, if he pushed him all the way, would be Jesus, is the way to keep in mind what's going on here. Okay, at the top of 349, an authentic ability to be a whole on the part of Dasein has been projected existentially. By analyzing this phenomenon, we reveal that authentic being towards death is anticipation. Dasein's authentic ability to be in its existential attestation has been exhibited, and at the same time existentially interpreted as resoluteness. I mean, he's bringing together the death chapter and the guilt chapter. And he goes, how are these two phenomena, anticipation and resoluteness, to be brought together? To put it in a less dramatic way, it's really something like, how would you get Kierkegaard together with Aristotle? For Kierkegaard is the one who took this Augenblick thing and made it the center of his philosophy. And Heidegger has also been teaching Kierkegaard as well as Aristotle. So he's got Aristotle, St. Paul, Kierkegaard, all to work with. Now let's see. And then skipping a little, what can death and the concrete situation of taking action have in common? Well, that's all puzzling, all right. Remember, the concrete situation of taking action, that's the promise. And death has something to do with something more extreme than that, and something to do with the end, and something to do with especially fully grasping finitude, and we don't know what that is yet. So let's go looking a little further at the italics. All this is starting on 349. Does resoluteness in its own most existential tendency of being point forward to anticipatory resoluteness as its own most authentic possibility? Well, that's the telos claim again. The sort of, does thinking like Aristotle lead to Kierkegaard? Does living like a Frommist lead to living like a born-again Christian? How could that be? And finally, at the bottom of the page, still more, what if resoluteness in accordance with its own meaning should bring itself into its authenticity, that is fully get what it's getting at, only when it projects itself not upon any random possibilities which just lie close. Now that seems to me what the Fronomist does when he does the right thing in the concrete situation, but upon that uttermost possibility which lies ahead of every factical ability to be. Well, that's the death one. I mean, not just any old possibility, but the uttermost possibility, which is what? The possibility of having no more possibilities. Remember, that's the death possibility. So it isn't just project into the possibilities in your concrete situation. What would it be like to project into the possibility of having no more possibilities? Well, you can imagine. You have to give up your identity and your world, or at least have them up for grabs, so to speak. Yeah.
I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little more. You're saying death is no more, you don't have any more possibilities.
It's the possibility of having no more possibilities. Of your own, I would say you have to ask.
But there are so many times in the text when Heidegger says death is your own most possibility.
That's right.
So,
What is your own most possibility? It must be the possibility of having no possibilities. How could it be? How do you understand it? I mean, how would you give it any content? If there's anything that death is like, you know, if my death is being a professor, that would be a really hard thing to understand. But if my death were that I might even have to give up being a professor and a father and all of that if the situation so required, I could understand it. So you tell me how you understand it. Your sure death is your own most possibility. But what does that mean? Or another way to put it, by the way, your own most possibility is being a discloser and fully manifesting in your behavior what it is to be a disclosure. What could be more almost than that? Except, of course, you'll have to do it in your own way. You can't just manifest the existential structure of being a disclosure. You've got to do your thing.
and you could also say being a professor for you is your own most possibility, and there are no more possibilities for you other than that.
Well, that would make it impossible for me. I'd be too old for victories right away. A victory might consist in going off and being a photographer or a sailor. But if I'm going to make my defining possibility being a professor, I haven't got the flexibility that he claims death gives you.
Can't you do a profession a lot of different ways and that would be flexible?
Yeah, that would be somewhat flexible, but I think he thinks you should be totally flexible. But that's interesting. I mean, I don't see why. I don't see what would stop you if you are an empty, ungrounded being experiencing anxiety which makes everything meaningless. We know that. I mean, it takes away all mattering and all meaning. And you have to live with that. I don't see why anything would be left to you. Now, maybe your own most possibility is, so to speak, on the other side of death. Then your own most possibility, I think, would be something like your current, unique style of doing whatever you're doing. So within the ontological almost possibility of having no more possibility, I could have, I'm just going out on thin ice now, yeah, I could have an ontic possibility, namely a particular style that I have of being a teacher. That might be okay. And I think you might be able to call either one of them your own most possibility. But I do think that it's death that he wants to call your own most. I think we both agree about that. And I don't think my death is my unique style of being a professor. It doesn't seem radical enough. But let me go on. We'll see. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I'm ready to try anything. Okay. Did I see any other hands?
I ended up going to say something, but I wasn't sure if it made any sense. Like when you said ungrounded, it made me feel like there's no for the basis of which or something.
There's no bedrock. So there's no on the basis of which I have to think about that. The on the basis of which always turns out to be the background, the world. Yes, I mean in anxiety there's no on the basis of which. I don't know whether this is interesting. Is on the basis of which correlative with your for the sake of which? So your for the sake of which is the identity side of it, and the on the basis of which is the world side of it. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's consider that. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the sense that we always speak of it in the context of the term ungrounded, like it always makes me think that, like in terms of possibilities, like the possibilities are possible insofar as they're possible, but all like each and every possibility is ungrounded and it's not.
I think you said that last time, and
Yeah,
I said
know,
no.
But at the same time, it's like.
No, don't go on. We've gone
Okay.
through that. Being ungrounded, remember, is that there's no justification for why we should do it this
I feel like I
way.
have something to say that I don't have like tools for saying or something like that.
Well, you don't have what?
Like, it's not just that it's ungrounded.
Yeah.
And it's also that anything is possible almost. Like
Well-
there's no sky either. There's
Well,
no ground and there's no
if that makes you happy to say that, it's all right with me. I don't see that it adds anything. But I do think it's important to explain ungrounded, so I'm going to do it one more time, then we're going to go on.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, remember, grounding would be to say that the right thing to do has to do with what rationality requires, what human nature requires, what God requires, what there are all kinds of what is possibility. I mean, all kinds of grounding that's been done in the past. And Heidegger certainly belongs to the post-Nietzschean position where all of them, or call it existentialist position, all of these attempts to give you some kind of basis for what you do are going to be called into question by the experience of anxiety, which just isn't any old experience, but is the Grundbefindlichkeit, the ultimate revealing experience of your uncanniness. There we are. That's your Unzuhause in German. I think cleverly translate that your unsettledness. Being unsettled is the experience of having no ground, and anxiety gives it to you. Yeah.
Like in reading the full existential ontological conception of death as the end of Dasein, is Dasein's utmost possibility, non-relational, certain and as such indefinite, not to be outstripped. It's like what I'm trying to say is maybe like in the sense that I'm tending to like see ungrounded and want to say like there's no sky and like you just can say that there's no this. It's like I want to flip it and look at it as light instead.
But I don't, so let's not discuss it anymore. Because I'm teaching it, and because Heidegger doesn't do that. He doesn't mention
But
light.
you can see that possibility though.
You can, I can't.
Why can you not?
Because I'm happy with the possibility that's in the book, namely that the good death is the most possibility. I don't want to discuss it. Time is short. So I'm going back to this. If you want to come and talk about it more, I got office hours.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Good. Now, where were we? So where are we? At the bottom of 349. And I just read that, I think, but I'm not sure, so I'll read it again. Okay, yeah, the almost possibility, yes, that's where we got to. Okay, so now I want to say, and really this discussion has sort of, is relevant in the sense, we want to keep our eye on the phenomena. We have to see in what way anticipation can be the telos of resoluteness. That is, how could resoluteness lead into anticipation? And it's not as if we know what either one of them means very well. So we got to sort of struggle to understand more at the same time. I'm going to read this a little bit of the fourth sentence. What if it is only in the anticipation of death that all the factical anticipatoriness of resolving would be authentically understood and caught up in an existential way? Remember, all I'm trying to keep saying is, if you try to figure out what it is that resoluteness has got, that anticipation has got more of, I think it could only be ungroundedness. And that's all right, that's good, because that death is, I think, death is anxiety, he says, and anxiety is this ungroundedness that takes away all our possibilities as what we can take for granted, and we haven't figured out how to get them back yet, but we'll get there. So I'm going to read a long thing now, about 5 lines above where it says 303 in the margin, 350, where he's still trying to put the two together. So long as we do not forget this, all that we've talked about so far, every step in our interpretation must be guided by the idea of existence. What's that? Remember, that's the being that relates to its own being. What this signifies for the question of the possible connection between anticipation and resoluteness is nothing less than the demand that we should project these existential phenomena upon existential possibilities. What I'm doing now is reading this because it justifies, I think, my attempt to constantly put in what the experience is that's supposed to be behind all this. And until you have done that, all these words just spin around, and you join all the Heideggerians who like to spin around with these words. So we're looking for these existential possibilities. And he says, it's nothing less, what he wants, than the demand that we should project the existential phenomena upon the existential possibilities which have been delineated in them, and think these possibilities through to the end in an existential manner. If we do this, the working out of anticipatory resoluteness as an ability to be, such that this potentiality is authentic and is possible in an existential way, will lose the character of an arbitrary construction. It will become a way of interpreting whereby Dasein is liberated for its uttermost possible existence. So now that's where we are. Now we have to go into it. I say that on 356 you can see the way that, remember what I want to show now is concretely that the phronimos is responding to the particular situation by calling into question the standard way to act, but keeping the background ethical understanding of his culture unchallenged. And that the discloser carries this tendency of undermining, beyond the undermining of the standard, banal, acceptable cultural norms, to undermining the whole understanding of the culture. I think this is on 356, and where is it? There's so much on 356. I've got to find the precise one. I think it's the bottom paragraph. Our analysis has revealed seriatim, those items of mobilization towards which resoluteness tends of itself, and which arise from authentic being towards death, as that possibility, which is one's own most, non-relational, not to be outstripped, certain and indefinite. Resoluteness is authentically and wholly what it can be, only in anticipatory resoluteness. I guess that's the strong telos claim. I just wanted to cite some place where he makes it, but I'm not sure that's what I want to cite right now. Oh, I guess it is. Let's hope so. I mean, if it isn't, no, I don't feel happy with this. Wait a second. Yeah, no, that is what I want to say. So here's another slogan. The Frontimus seizes the moment, that's the kairos, and does what is the most appropriate thing in his world. But he leaves that world, the Greek world, unquestioned. So there's no transformative moment. So Dasein as a disclosure is only wholly authentic when it sees not only that the practices of the one, but all social practices are ungrounded. That to be born is to be thrown into a freedom to be reborn. These are all the slogans I could think of. That would be to die to your old self and your old world. I think that's going on here, but I'm not sure, but I'll read you where I think it's going on. In the end of that big paragraph on 356, a big last chunk, this is going to be this business of how death is going to make you sort of give up everything. So anticipation makes it manifest that this entity, that is us, has been thrown into the indefiniteness of its limit situation. When resolved upon the latter, that is the limit situation, Dasein gains its authentic ability to be a whole. The indefiniteness of death is primordially disclosed in anxiety, but this primordial anxiety strives to exact resoluteness of itself. And now comes my favorite line. It moves out of the way everything which conceals the fact that Dasein has been abandoned to itself. Well, certainly the Aristotelian Frontimus didn't do that. They accepted the whole Greek world and the Greek view of rationality and the Greek view of human nature. But if you had this basic anxiety, everything would get out of the way. The nothing with which anxiety brings us face to face unveils the nullity by which Dasein in its very basis is defined, and this basis is as thrown unto death. I think that's one place where I think it's clear that he's extrapolating from the limit of resoluteness is anticipatory resoluteness. You ought to get to the point, if you do this right, where you live in such a way that you are prepared to take back everything. That means not just what people think is normally the right thing to do. I keep repeating, the Frontimus takes that back. But everything, your identity, your, for the sake of which, your world. So he says at the top of 356, 8 lines down, in its death, Dasein must simply take back everything. Since resoluteness is constantly certain of death, in other words, since it anticipates it, resoluteness attains a certainty which is authentic and whole. Well, again, I think this taking back everything is the clue. And that gives you the kind of Christian insight which you get on 357. I'm going to read the first full paragraph. By thus casting light upon the connection between anticipation and resoluteness, in the sense of the possible modalization of the latter by the former. Stop for that a minute. There's no doubt, he thinks, and don't lose that phenomenon, that you can be resolute and stop there. I mean, people lived in Aristotelian cultures as phronimi, as practical wisdom people, and they didn't go on and extrapolate themselves to Christianity and to taking back everything. And so do the Berbers live that way. That's what Bourdieu has studied, where the cultural virtuoso sort of changes the rules somewhat, but always on the background of a whole accepted culture where they all finally say, yeah, that's an even better way of doing it, namely what we do in our culture. So it's not that. I'm going to go back and read again in a second, but I want to make sure that I get this straight. Remember then that don't think that there's no such thing as living in resoluteness with no anticipation of your death. It happened all the time. I don't know if it's possible for us now. I doubt it. I think our anxiety is now full of Christian anxiety, and if you face it fully, you go all the way. But I don't know. But I do know that you can do one and or go all the way. I'm back to that. It's a possible, that is, resoluteness, that is, anticipation is a possible modalization of resoluteness, but not a necessary one. nothing ever has to fulfill its telos. I mean, the oak tree might just stay a shrub for the way we're talking about it. So that's very important, I think. We have exhibited a phenomenon, as a phenomenon, an authentic possibility. Yeah, not necessity, not what everybody has to do, for being a whole. These phronimi weren't really wholes because they didn't sort of permeate everything about themselves and their world with nothingness. But there is a possibility of being a whole which belongs to Dasein. Now, one more thing. If you are a phronimist, so I'll give you one more way of understanding this. If you're a phronimist, you're very intelligible. Not immediately, because you do something so strikingly strange that people don't think it's the appropriate thing at the appropriate time, in the appropriate way, and then till later, and then they say, oh yeah, even more appropriate. But if you do things like Jesus, you're utterly unintelligible. That's what Kierkegaard was so interested in, because you undermine the whole intelligibility of what's going on. You're not as if you're completely mad, because you take elements of the previous culture enough so that you can say that you're the Messiah and so forth, that it's mostly unintelligible. And he says that next. If you were really an authentic Dasein, I think, I'll say it my way first, you'd not only go against the standards and general principles of how to act, and you'd even go against the shared background intelligibility. You'd have to take up, I've talked about this I think once already, marginal practices. Did I talk about how Jesus takes up marginal practices? We don't really need it for Heidegger. But when Jesus switches around the law and says you commit adultery when you lust after a woman in your heart, did I ever talk about this? Okay, well you better have this in mind, though it goes beyond what Heidegger says even in the historicality chapter. It's where he ends up. But the idea is when you take up something in your culture which is enough to be intelligible, but you take it up from the margin to the center, what you do is at the same time incomprehensible. Jesus is a perfect example. He says, no, it's not Jewish to think that you commit adultery when you lust after a woman in your heart. You break the law, you break the law. You commit adultery. And if you don't, who cares what much is in your head, what your daydreams are, and your desires and lusts are, as long as you're enough of a will to do the right thing, that's all that God requires. Sort of. So how did he get away with saying you're guilty for your desires? Well, this was sort of, I'm telling you this because it was so wonderful. As I said this, some student raises their hand, very smart student, and says, aha, but what about the Ten Commandments which says you shouldn't, covet your neighbor's stuff? Coveting isn't a way of acting. Coveting is a desire. Coveting is something not under your control. Jesus wasn't so original. And then I thought, aha, that's how it should be. So 1 out of 10 commandments is about desires. Jesus switches it around and makes, instead of 90% law and 10% desire, 90% desire and 10% law. I mean, he mostly breaks the law, goes on curing people on the Sabbath and stuff, but I suppose he obeys some of the laws still. But the important thing is, you are both intelligible and unintelligible. You're unintelligible because you just took some marginal practice and made it central. But for a lost culture like the Hebrews supposedly were, that's mad. On the other hand, you're not just plain berserk, because they can understand what it would be like to say that you were guilty for your desires. They've even got one to command it. So I'll read you this now about intelligible and unintelligible, but I've gone way ahead of the story because Heidegger didn't get that far in this book. But I'm standing on Heidegger's shoulders because later he said that world transformation amounted to taking marginal practices and making them central. And he's already got that in here, we'll see in a minute, by talking about taking over the heritage in a certain way. But don't think about that yet. All I want to read is above 310 on 355, where he talks about, after he says that you have to take everything back and he's going to modalize the phenomena. If with this phenomena, that is now anticipatory resolutionists, we reached a way of being of Dasein in which it brings itself to itself and face to face with itself as it really is, namely unsettled. Then with this phenomena must, then this phenomenon must both ontically and ontologically remain unintelligible to the everyday common sense manner in which Dasein has been interpreted by the one. So what you're going to do is going to be unintelligible to traditional ontology, and what you're going to do is going to be unintelligible ontically to your contemporaries, all of whom accept a whole lot of possibilities that you're calling into question. That's just the sort of lemma of the whole thing. So ontically, for Aristotle, you could say, and ontologically for the anticipatory resolute person, you, wait, what am I doing here? Just a second. I got to read my note. I think I'm probably wrong about that. Let me think. I got to go back and look at this. So the phenomenon must both ontically and ontologically remain unintelligible. Well, here's a funny way of interpreting that, which I'm now not nearly as happy with as when I wrote these notes, but it might be true. I was going to say, perhaps what we're talking about is ontic unintelligibility would be the kind of unintelligibility the Fronimus had, which pretty soon gives way to intelligibility when they figure out what he was up to. An ontological unintelligibility would happen if you were switching around the culture's whole understanding of being. And then it would be a much more radical form of intelligibility. That would, I would call the Jesus kind of intelligibility. So, but I don't know. Now that I think of it, I think I cross it out. Because even if what I said is right, it isn't what Heidegger could be thinking at the time of being in time. It's what he could only be thinking later. So don't think about it. And what now I've got to quickly, because I'm getting behind, tell you, and so what? If you did all this right, you would live in anticipatory resoluteness, and I want the punchline to be, and that would be joyful. That's again a kind of Nietzschean idea. If you really live your fundamental unsettledness, that liberates you to open up new possibilities for yourself and later for your world. And since in doing that you are fully disclosing that you're a discloser, and since in the whole history of philosophy, and Heidegger's an heir to this, whenever you do what is what you are, realize what you really are, here realize that you're a discloser, you're in tune with deepest way with yourself, you're going to be joyful. Now, Heidegger is not generally very joyful, and he only says this once on 358, so we've got to read it. That's about 5 lines down. Along with the sober anxiety which brings us face to face with our individualized ability to be, there goes an unshakable joy in this possibility. So naturally, authentic Dasein is going to be joyful. When you are living an anticipatory, resolute life, you're living life at its best, you're being a human being at its best, and that's what it is, and that makes you joyful. And it's the same, it's like the same word as that gets translated in Nietzsche, the gay science. Fröhliche Wissenschaft, and here it says it will be froh, that is joyful, or better than gay probably. So the other translation of the Nietzsche is joyful wisdom. So I think Heidegger is sort of making a tribute to the Nietzschean stuff in the background here. You're going to be joyful when you do it right. So now comes a bunch of questions which finally get us to the historicality chapter. Here they are. Is there a way of transforming the cultural practices, the background, the world, so that you could actually change the one and open up other worlds? As I say, Heidegger has not got a full answer to that, but he's got enough of an answer to that. You'll see it. And then second question, how can one get out of everyday intelligibility and just not be crazy? Well, I jumped ahead and told you that story. There has to be some understanding of marginal possibilities reappropriated from the culture to account for how you could be radically different and yet intelligible. And he's got that. So we're ready to go to chapter, the way back now. The way the book is organized, I think, is just so hopeless. But as I told you, and I'm discovering, the test is, read it the way I laid it out. I had to do this to myself, and I'm doing it. And see if it somehow becomes incomprehensibly confused because there are things that you have to know that you don't know yet, and so forth. Well, it doesn't. I mean, in fact, it becomes a lot clearer if you lay it out my way. So we jump to 424, the chapter on temporality and historicality, because there we're going to find out what it would be like to be a human being fully disclosing or disclosing. And you get him having little funny problems, like telling you, well, we've already done anticipatory resoluteness, but we really haven't done anticipatory resoluteness. On 424, this starts where he says, he's been telling us that with death we got Dasein as a whole. And when you stuck death and anticipation together with guilt and resoluteness, you have Dasein fully manifesting itself. Now all of a sudden he tells us, or asks us, have we indeed brought the whole of Dasein as regards to its authentically being a whole into the forehaving of our existential analysis? And then it turns out we haven't. It may be that a formulation of the question is related to Dasein's totality, possesses a genuinely equivocal character ontologically, and so forth. So he hasn't done it yet, it turns out. What more does he need? Well, he needs to put the filling in what makes it possible to more or less transform your identity and more or less transform your world. He's not going to go all the way, but he hasn't even given you all the ontological equipment you need to understand that. So we got to go back. And that means we need a chapter on historicizing and historicality, which he says, in a move which is sheer bluff, he couldn't have done until he did temporality. But if you read it, you will discover that it's not so. There's nothing he's doing in this historicality chapter for which he needs the temporality apparatus, which is higher and more abstract. Of course, he needs it for the whole book, but he doesn't need it to finish anticipatory resoluteness. So that's why I think this thing belongs earlier. But so don't believe him, or if you do believe him, come and tell me why you believe him when he says that this chapter has to come at the end here. So we're on 427. He's going to talk about the movement of existence on 375. The movement, that is, Bewegtheit of existence, is not motion, something present at hand. But there's one place, by the way, don't get confused. I couldn't find it, or I would have warned you, where he talks about, somewhere around here, but I just couldn't find it, the enigma of motion. And he puts Bewegung instead of Bewegtheit, and he never corrects it in 17 editions or something. So, but he can't mean that. I mean, he's not interested in the mystery of motion. I don't think there is any mystery of motion. He's interested in this special kind of thing, the way that there is a movement of human existence that is different. The temporality for us, it turns out later, which is different than the temporality of anything present at hand. Now let's go on. The specific movement in which Dasein is stretched along, stretches itself along, we call it historicizing. The question of Dasein's connectedness is the ontological problem of Dasein's historicizing. To lay bare the structure of historicizing and the existential temporal conditions of its possibility signifies that one has achieved an ontological understanding of historicality. Okay, that's what we're going to do. I just want to give you one thing. You don't really need to worry about the two previous pages where he just takes a swat at Husserl and then says, but Husserl, he mentions on 425 that there are people who think that somehow the question of the connectedness of life has to do with how to get a sequence of experiences connected. And then it says that it turns out that you live in a series of nows, and this is a nasty remark about Husserl's book on time consciousness, at the bottom of 425. In this view, he never names Husserl in this book because he wants to be nice to Husserl. He says, Dasein traverses the span of time granted to it between the two boundaries and does so in such a way that in each case it is actual only in the now and hops, as it were, through a sequence of nows of its own time. And then he says that is a funny way of, that is a way of thinking of Dasein in terms of inner experiences and thinking of time as a sort of span that has to be gradually used up, and that isn't the existential way, in the way we're thinking about it, that isn't the involved in the world coping way that we experience our temporality. But that gets put aside because he doesn't care, and he goes on to historicize. And that's what he does care about. And that's how we, when we're involved, are stretched along in time somehow. That is, how are we related to the past and the future, and in such a way that we're not just living in a series of nows in which we somehow have echoes of the past and anticipations of the future, which is how Husserl thinks about it, but something more, something totally different, which Heidegger's going to invent, so to speak, tell us, show us. Now here I'm going to make a little fuss about something which, if you didn't have my idea in the background of what he should be talking about, wouldn't seem so important. He wants to show us that even equipment is historical, and that's interesting. On a 432, the way he does it, and this is why I want to stop and look at it, is he says that there is equipment that belongs to worlds that are no longer here. That is, you could there's a game where you could bring in some really weird thing, and you can ask people to try to figure out what it's equipment for, and it may turn out to be special hooks for hanging up horseshoes or something like that. That there are things left over in the Egyptian tombs. That some of them we know are combs, and some of them we know are earrings, and some of them are just strange things. You don't have any idea what they're equipment for. And in Heidegger language, that's because their world is gone. That's nice, because that's the hint in this book that he does understand that there could be, worlds can die, as he says later explicitly. And that's interesting. So about 15 lines down, he says, what is past? He's talking about the household things that are no longer equipment that you can use now. Nothing else than the world within which they, that is this equipment, belong to a context of equipment and were encountered as ready to hand and used by concernful Dasein, who was in the world. That world, underlined, is no longer. Well, to me, that's very important. That's a clue that there must be a series of worlds. And that's a clue that there must be a way that they get disclosed. There's a job for world disclosures. There's something to be explained, how one world is no longer in some new world. We're in the transforming business. Sounds far-fetched, but I suppose in the world of Aristotle, maybe there wasn't any equipment that was not understandable, because they'd always been using the same equipment. That's a far-fetched idea. But they didn't think of it as something that was left from a world that died, presumably. If they did, it didn't show up in their philosophy that they thought of it that way. So anyway, so he does have a glimmer about changing worlds. And we notice that this business of there are past worlds. What he doesn't notice is that there are future worlds, and that they're even more important. That would be the job of world disclosers, would be to open up new worlds, obviously. This isn't the job of world disclosers to go around trying to figure out what this equipment was and reorganize the old worlds. And he doesn't have an idea about future worlds in those terms, though he has something like it, as we'll see. So how is historicizing supposed to be related to anticipatory resoluteness? Well, we start hearing about that on 434. And it's got to do with the interesting issue of where Dasein gets the possibilities for responding to the unique situation. And the answer is going to turn out to be somehow it has to get them from the past. So in 434, if you look, I'm going to read something about 5 lines below 383. we must ask whence in general Dasein can draw those possibilities upon which it practically projects itself. One's anticipatory projection of oneself on that possibility of existence, which is not to be outstripped, on death, guarantees only the totality and authenticity of one's resoluteness. I mean, I think that's relevant to your question here. I mean, it sounds like there are no possibilities to be gotten out of death as the possibility of no more possibilities, because it says that death guarantees only the totality and authenticity of one's resoluteness, but those possibilities of existence, which have been factually disclosed, are not to be gathered from death. I take it even my possibility of being a professor and so forth, somehow it isn't given to me out of death that I get these possibilities. I mean, maybe this isn't to disagree with you, I don't know. But in any case, we got to get them from someplace else. The possibilities of existence are not to be gathered from death. And this is still less the case when one's anticipation of this possibility doesn't signify that one is speculating upon it, but signifies precisely that one is coming back to one's practical there. Will taking over the thrownness of the self into its world disclose a horizon from which existence snatches up its practical possibilities. In fact, it snatches its practical possibilities away from them. They don't go away. You get them from them. It snatches them. I don't think you need the away. Maybe it's in the German. What you want is disclose a horizon from which existence snatches its practical possibilities. And the answer is, where would you get them? Where will you get possibilities if you are going to act authentic with an authentic anticipatory resoluteness? Well, you can only get them from the one. That's where all the possibilities are. So now comes this tricky business of where are you going to get possibilities to project on, and how are you going to project on them so you don't just go into the one? And the answer is going to be you get them from the tradition. There's no other, which is still the one, of course. And you get them in a way, you take them over in a way which takes them out of the one. And you do them in a new, concrete, appropriate style, or way, never mind style, way. That's what he's going to claim. You've got to get them from your thrownness, but you've got to take them up in a special way. On 434, he's talking about this at the bottom of, I've read that already. And 435, he's talking more about that, about 15 lines down. The authentic existential understanding. This is one of my favorite lines, because it sums up this funny move of taking them over and yet not being in the one. The authentic existential understanding is so far from extricating itself from the way of interpreting Dasein which has come down to us. I mean, how could it? I mean, it's in the tradition, and the tradition is so much around it, and so much in the background and in the forehaving that it couldn't even get. It can't get clear about its tradition, and it can't get clear of its tradition. That's all the autonomy illusion. So it's so far from extricating itself from the way of interpreting Dasein which has come down to us, that in each case it is in terms of this interpretation, against it, and yet again for it, that any possibilities one has chosen are seized upon in one's resolution. Well, that's the tricky move. Somehow you have to take over the possibilities that are in the one, separate yourself from the possibilities that are in the one, and yet somehow do justice to those possibilities and sort of appreciate them and bring out what they're possible for. And even, and that is on the limit, transform the one. So you go to put them back into the one where you got them, but put them back in transform. That's all what's going to be figured out now. And this has got to do with the heritage. So I inherit the practices, and possible for the sake of which is which enable me to take a stand on my being, enable me to relate to my being. And I'm indebted to this heritage. And I don't have to think I'm indebted to this heritage. I mean, I can be a Black Forest peasant, and I'm still indebted to the heritage. And I feel indebted to the heritage if I'm authentic, whether I think that or not, or realize it or not. This is on 435. The second full paragraph. The resoluteness in which Dasein comes back to itself discloses current practical possibilities of authentic existence, and discloses them in terms of a heritage which that resoluteness as thrown takes over. So now we got a technical term. Heritage are possibilities from the tradition that can be taken over by the authentic person in some new way. You've got to get a picture. I think I should give you the phenomenon right away, because otherwise it all starts to be words again. And what he says is you have to take up the possibilities that are in the heritage, but you have to do them now. And you can't just do now what somebody would have done, 100 years ago, or whenever, or 1,000, or whenever these possibilities came around, it got into the background practices. You've got to adapt them in your own way, and then that heritage will enable you to do something that's not in the one, and it's not sort of banally intelligible, but nonetheless possibly intelligible. I think, take an example like Martin Luther King. He must have thought that he was, and he was very reflective about it, taken up possibilities of Christian love, and perhaps also things about justice that are in the Constitution, and taking them up in his own way that was a response to the unique situation. I mean, there was the non-violent thing, and so he had peace marches. Peace marches aren't in the heritage. Nobody, not peace marches, that was the Vietnam part. He had the equality marches. What were they called? Freedom walks. Is that what they were called? I think so. Anyway, that's not something in our heritage. Let's say, I don't think anybody ever had freedom walks before, but that's a way of taking up certain Christian practices and certain secular practices and taking them up as a heritage and making what Heidegger calls a reciprocal rejoinder to them in a minute. That is, taking them up and adapting them so that they become a new way of acting, which is not a das Man, not what one does. It'll get to be what one does. By the end, probably, one went on freedom walks, although presumably the one always co-ops. But when it started, it was certainly strange, but not completely unintelligible. So that's what he's getting at. But he hasn't quite got there yet, but I'm jumping so you know what's going on. So you take up the heritage. I can find possibilities that I can act on that keep me from having to do just the banal thing. I'm going to read now where it says 384 in the margin of 435. It's all squunched into 3 pages here, and terribly dense, and utterly far from the phenomena. No example. The more authentically Dasein resolves, and this means that in anticipating death, it understands itself unambiguously in terms of its own most distinctive possibility, death again, the possibility of no more possibility. The more equivocally does it choose, but remember, you never want to say choose. In a minute, you'll take that back. Get chosen by, you really want to say. The more unequivocally does it get chosen by and find the possibility of its existence, and the less does it do so by accident. Only by the anticipation of death is every accidental and provisional possibility driven out. Only being free for death gives Dasein its goal outright, and pushes existence into its finitude. You see, pushes is more like, take Martin Luther King. The suffering of the black people, as they were being called then, draws him to do this. It isn't as if he sets up a goal. I'm going to get justice for the black people. That's what I choose. I might have chosen to be a lawyer. I might have chosen to be a preacher. But among these options, I'm just going to choose this one. That's not how it is. Something just pushes him into doing what needs to be done in terms of the injustice that he sees. And once you do, let's go on. Once one has grasped the finitude of one's existence, and that means, remember, I think, that all your possibilities could and may have to be taken back. I don't know why that's so important here. I mean, the mystery of finitude in here, if anybody wants to write a brilliant paper about why, without ever it's being explained, finitude gets dumped into that paragraph I read at the very beginning, and sort of mysteriously pops up every now and then. I mean, finitude's a nice thing to believe in, but what it means here and why it shows up where it does, I don't understand. But anyway, so once one has grasped, so you've been pushed into your finitude. That is, I think, you've been enabled to drop all the possibilities, I'm still trying to explain this, that have defined you so far and your culture so far. And then, that is, remember, extricate yourself from it, that is, go against it, and yet come back into it. Now, we have to read more. Once one has grasped the finitude of one's existence, it snatches one back from the endless multiplicity of possibilities which offer themselves as closest to one, because they've all been undermined by anxiety, unsettledness, ungroundedness. They don't have a grip on you anymore if you're doing this right. Then those are the possibilities of comfortableness, shirking, and taking things lightly. It brings Dasein into the simplicity of its fate. The fate, again, this is, think about Martin Luther King, is what it is just called to do and pushed into, given this combination of the concrete situation and the heritage, which gives you possibilities on the basis of which you can fix the situation if you modify them in a way that works. And we'll talk about that in a minute. It gives the simplicity of its fate. Whoa, time is up. Nobody told me that. Just a second. Oh, this is how we designate Dasein's primordial historicizing, which lies in authentic resoluteness, and which Dasein hands itself down to itself, free for death, in a possibility that it's inherited and yet is chosen. That's the marginal kind of possibility that, like Martin Luther King, and so forth. Now, all we need to talk about next time, that is Wednesday, remember, the makeup lecture, is how this works in the life of an individual, and then how it works in the life of a whole culture. I've taken up Martin Luther King because that's an extreme culture one. We need also to see how every black forest peasant do it as well. And we'll talk about that Wednesday. Okay, so we're in the middle of the historicality thing, in which we're talking about where we get our possibilities, and which is on the basis of which we are able to act historically, authentically, and that is from the heritage. So we're back on 435. I'm just starting right where I left off in the lecture on Tuesday. I'm overlapping with where I was on Tuesday, which is the second paragraph on 435. The resoluteness in which Dasein comes back to itself discloses current practical possibilities of authentic existing and discloses them in terms of the heritage. We know that that's something like the practices available in the culture. In coming back resolutely to one's thrownness, there is hidden a handing down to oneself of the possibilities that have come down to one, but not necessarily as thus coming down. There's a distinction which will get clearer later, but doesn't seem to do any particular job in the book. You can take up the possibilities from the past without even knowing you are. You could be a woman deciding to be a nurse in the sense of because you want to be courageous and help people, and you're in the sort of possibilities of Florence Nightingale in the Civil War or something, but you don't even know about that. Or you know it because of novels you've read, but you don't explicitly know it. Or you can make what he calls later a reciprocal rejoinder, in which you consciously take up some possibility from the past. That's more like the Martin Luther King example, where he understands himself as taking up Christian nonviolent practices and giving them a new use. So there's nothing puzzling about it. You could do it either way, and it doesn't seem to me, I don't think Heidegger thinks it's more authentic if you know that you're taking up possibilities from the past than if you don't know it. And if I'm authentic, then I can act without, that enables me, if I take up these possibilities from the past, of acting in a way that I don't do the standard Das Man thing. I take it, that's because you can't just take over the past and do it the way one does it. You've got to make your own adaptation of this past hero or these past practices to the current situation as you understand it. This is something going on here just after where I was reading. There's this sort of sentence which you won't understand. If everything good is a heritage, that's a kind of pun on Goethe's sort of the kinds of goods that you can inherit, and it's also just saying that the heritage is a positive thing. I don't know why he says it in this funny way. Then handing down the heritage is important because it's good, because it makes authentic existence possible. Notice this means it makes full authentic existence possible. I want to remind you from last time that there is something, Forrest and I differ about how to understand it, but I'll try to say it in a neutral way. There is something I'm not sure I can say it in a neutral way. The way I understand it, there's a phenomenon called resolute response to the unique situation, which Heidegger got by studying Aristotle and practical wisdom. Then there's but that doesn't fully express your disclosedness, your nullity, your ungroundedness. I'm just reviewing now. Then there's another phenomenon, that's how I see it anyway, which is more fully expresses that, and that is anticipatory resoluteness, where you hold on to the fact, that the anxiety of having no possibilities of your own, of the certainty of having no more possibilities. I think it's really the certainty of just not having any of your own possibilities. Remember, that means that everything is in your identity and in your culture is understood as ungrounded, and that enables you to change your whole culture. We'll talk more about that in a minute. And it turns out then that there's even I'm saying that in a confusing way. Anticipatory resoluteness means that you don't hold on to any particular identity, never mind the culture. That's already historical. You don't hold on to a particular identity. That is, when you act with steadiness, but flexibility, and you don't get too old for victories. You take on an identity and you hold on to it as long as it's possible, but you give it up when it becomes impossible. That's fuller. But he says, and then it sounds as if an Dasein then is already whole, because it's got itself taken from its thrownness or birth, or what it takes up in its resoluteness, and the guilt, which is the indebtedness to the practices, and it's got its death, that is, it's expressing in what it does, it's fully being a discloser. Now, you wouldn't think there'd be anything fuller than that, but then it turns out that something historical, where you take up the heritage, either consciously or unconsciously, is even a fuller form of authenticity. So I think there are three, and that's a different phenomenon. I tried to describe what kind of phenomenon I think that is with Martin Luther King. Well, Martin Luther King is too extreme. You've got to save him for the most full. But I guess the Florence Nightingale example, where an individual takes up possibilities in the culture in such a way as to act, for the sake of which, have an identity, in a way that it's a role which is around already. This is the way that you can choose your hero out of the past, or your heroine, and act like them. And then there's the fullest one, which we're going to get to in a minute.
I'm sorry, Bert, again,
Yeah.
just clarify.
Yeah, okay.
Are there three forms of authenticity? There's one authenticity with three
Well, that's the telos thing. No, they're not three forms of authenticity.
Okay.
Each one is fuller, because this was my, you remember the line that I think is so important
So
is,
real authentic, these other
The
things
total-
are not really authentic.
They're-
It's only the fullest of the full.
they're authentic, but they're not fully authentic. I mean, that's a category Heidegger has. It's like an oak tree that's half grown is an oak tree, all right, but it's not fully an oak tree, because the fullest one has to completely express what it is to be a discloser. And Aristotle has only got a small part of what it is to be a discloser. Well, an important part, namely practical wisdom, that is, don't act like the standard way of acting, do your own expert thing. You become a cultural expert, a cultural master. That already requires holding on to anxiety. That already requires a form of, well, it's the beginning of an understanding of what it is to be a discloser, but it's not fully expressing what it is to be a discloser, and therefore, where did I have? I don't think I can find it again because I wasn't. I don't think I can just turn to it. It's in the anticipatory resoluteness part here at the beginning of the. No, I know where it is. I think I can find it, but we have to go back to find it. Well, that's, for instance, at the bottom of 354, anticipatory resoluteness lets the ability to be guilty as one's own most non-relational possibility be struck wholly into the conscience. Well, that's not the best. I mean, but every once in a while, you get this story that there's the whole way of doing it. Now, here it is, at the bottom of 356, where it says 309. Our analysis has revealed seriatim those items of modalization towards which resoluteness tends of itself. This is this tending teleological story. My version of this is that all cultures tend, and all Dasein in those cultures, tend to fully disclose the Daseins of disclosure. And conscience is trying to get that message through. But it didn't get, it hardly gets through at all, I suppose, in Bali, but where they don't have even, I think the Phronimous people are already there. It gets through in every culture, I think, what Aristotle understood and what the Berbers had, according to Bourdieu, people who could act in a way that was not like the one, but which was later understood to be intelligible. But that doesn't question the culture. So you're not really a full discloser, and you haven't fully experienced anxiety. So every culture would tend to become like our Western Judeo-Christian culture, which is a culture that undermines and gives up whole ways of understanding whole worlds, and then takes up other whole worlds. Let me say, in the Egyptians, to take an extreme example, the Egyptians went on for 2,000 more, I think, years, 5,000 maybe, an awfully long time, with, I think, no change of worlds. But I was sort of guessing that the equipment that you find in early Egyptian tombs is just like the equipment you find in late Egyptian tombs. They have combs, they have cats, they have this kind of thing and that kind of thing, and you don't have the problem of trying to figure out, well, I wonder what that was for, because they had only one world and one set of equipment. At least that's how I imagine it, and that's how it looks in the museum. The sarcophagi always look the same and always have the same hieroglyphics on them. In those cultures, there's already practical wisdom, I presume. There were Egyptians who were the ethical masters of their culture and who could do better than anybody else what was the right thing, did the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, and did it straightway. But there's something very missing. They don't have what we have in the West, a whole series of different worlds. They just have a whole series of different dynasties, that they're all really got the same understanding of reality and the same equipment, and so same roles that you can have, and so forth. So, but it seems that they all tend toward full authenticity, meaning that sooner or later some culture is going to come along, for whatever reason, we don't know, in which there will be authentic being towards death, which means Dasein will have the extreme anxiety of experiencing its total unsettledness and the unsettledness of its culture, and thereby there could be different worlds. We haven't got to the part about changing worlds yet. All we've got so far is changing identities, where people could be reborn. I don't think Egyptians could be reborn. I think they are, and certainly Aristotelian Greeks couldn't be reborn. They could just realize their potential, fill the roles they had, given the place where they were born in society, and so forth. When there comes the possibility of being reborn, that means the possibility of being towards death. That means giving up. Having been steady and steadfast, you are ready to give everything up. I'm not going to go back. I read all that. When you give everything up, that means you're reborn with a new identity, get a new for the sake of which, and so forth. Now, and that is something that all Daseins tend to do, because they're all sort of tending toward disclosing their disclosures. But some cultures do it better than others, and our culture, thanks to the Judeo-Christian, has gotten further with it. In that way, it's sort of Hegelian. I mean, the Hegel teleology, if you know any Hegel. I mean, the final understanding, it's all implicit from the start in Hegel, what a human being is, and what the institutions are, which most enable human beings to flourish, which happen to be democratic, representational institutions. And bit by bit, in the course of history, though that got clear. And I think that Heidegger hasn't got a Hegel story to tell, but I think it's sort of implicit in Heidegger that bit by bit, through the course of history, Dasein's being a discloser has gotten clear. And just as maybe, and Hegel was the first to see that where our culture finally ended up, getting it all right, so he thought. Heidegger doesn't think in a certain way that you needed him to see that there was a call of conscience, and there was anticipatory resoluteness, and people could understand themselves as disclosers. People could just do that, given the Judeo-Christian culture, and did it before Heidegger came along and wrote the theory of it. But Heidegger couldn't have written the theory of it if it wasn't a culture in which people were doing it. But he says explicitly, in something I just read today, and it was in our assignment, you must have read it too, that, how did he put it? That being, it amounted to saying you couldn't do ontology if you weren't authentic, but you could be authentic even if you didn't do ontology. I mean, obviously, we read something. Ontology is the theory of being authentic, and the theory of what it is to be a discloser. You don't need that to be a discloser. Peasants, always try it on peasants. If peasants in the Black Forest can do it, and they can, but only in our Christian culture. I don't think peasants in the New Guinea forest can do it. But do it meaning be resolute, anticipatory. Yeah.
I think there was an Egyptian who decided to do away with polytheism and
That's right. There was. That's right. And tried to sort of institute a kind of monotheism, and it lasted one dynasty, and then. But that's right. There was a moment. Well, good. They were tending toward. There was another time when there was a woman pharaoh once who wore a beard in order, because all pharaohs wore beards, and she was a very good pharaoh. So it's true. Even the Egyptians weren't as static as I was making them out to be. But I don't think they had a plurality of worlds. And it's funny, there was this one woman and there was this one guy who tried to make it a monotheism, and then they got erased, and the records were erased. People went right back to doing what they'd been doing for 2,000 years. I don't know what to make of that. But anyway, I'm going back to the tendency passage, which is important to me, on 356, 309 in the margin. So our analysis reveals this modalization towards which resoluteness tends of itself, that's what I've been explaining, and which arises from authentic being towards death as that possibility which is one's own most non-relational, not to be outstripped, and so forth, resoluteness is authentically and wholly that which it can be only as anticipatory resoluteness. So there you get this picture. There is a kind of authenticity, but it's not whole. It's not complete. It tends toward being complete. And I want to say yes to Forrest. I know he disagrees with me, but I'm saying that, yeah, and there are 3 or maybe 4. I'll name them. But probably 4. And each one looks more complete than the last. You'd have to check me on this. But I have the idea, I haven't gone back to read it because who cares, that part of the way you can see that this is unfinished, this manuscript of Division 2 that he had to hand in, is first you get clearly resoluteness is not whole. But death makes it whole. So anticipatory resoluteness is whole. But then somehow historicality is more whole. That's where you take up the heritage and use the heritage to give yourself your new identity. And then, what is even more whole, I think, now I think this is just Heidegger not realizing each time that he's going to get another one, and it's going to be even wholer. But I'm not sure. But the most whole is certainly the one which we'll get to by the end of today, where you actually change the culture. Never as radically as later Heidegger thinks, but more than just change your identity. You change the world. And that's certainly, remember the test, what discloses most at once a disclosure? Well, not just changing your identity and being unsettled about that, but changing your whole culture, your whole understanding of, well, finally, later Heidegger, your whole understanding of being. That's really, wholly, fully what it is to be a disclosure. And so I think there's really 5. Now, because I just threw in late Heidegger. So there's they're all, you see, they're good phenomena for each one from my point of view. So I don't have any problem. There's phronimous resoluteness, which is not fully authentic. Then there's the 4 fully authentics, each one more fully authentic than the previous. There's anticipatory resoluteness, where you have steadiness and flexibility. Then there's historical anticipatory resoluteness, where you take over your identity from the heritage. Then there's something which we'll get to, which is defining. He doesn't say it in these words, but it amounts to this. I'll convince you with no trouble. Defining what is the issue for your generation, which is something like changing the world. Not just changing your identity, but using the heritage to change the shared identity and sort of change the world. That's number 4. That's all the further he gets in Being and Time. But then there is the big realization he has when he writes The Origin of the Work of Art, that there have been something like 6 different understandings of being in the history of the West, and that thinkers and artists and martyrs and statesmen. The one that martyrs is my interpretation of the dying of God's death. Remember, there is this kind of what? The essential sacrifice. I think that's martyrs. But in any case, there are these people who change the understanding of being. That's number 5. That's off. He has no clue about that in Being and Time. In Being and Time, he thinks that there was an understanding of being that starts with Parmenides and the pre-Socratics, but particularly Parmenides. I think he gets the epigraph at the beginning of the book, and it's been downhill ever since because we've been losing our sense of physis and of aletheia that the pre-Socratics had. Later he's going to say, yeah, they had a sense of physis and aletheia, but then we got a sense of createdness, and we got a sense of subjects and objects, all kinds of different worlds. And now we're in the postmodern world, and that's another one. That's all for whenever I teach later Heidegger, a year from this spring. Okay, back to where we are. So this is now I won't tell you what Forrest thinks because he can tell you himself in his sections. But anyway, that's what I think. 435. So I get behind the heritage. Where am I? I get the heritage, I mean. And and we get, so anticipatory resoluteness goes beyond phronesis, beyond practical wisdom. And on 358, I'm still on 358 because I had something I wanted to say about 435. I want to go back to 435. I got pulled back into the other one to find this quote. I think I haven't read this, have I yet? Where it says 384. The more authentically Dasein resolved. See, I see their degrees. I mean, I use this as sort of an argument for my side, as long as it came by. I didn't expect it. The more authentically Dasein resolves. There seem to be degrees of authenticity, which I'm not surprised, though I can think of that as being what I'm talking about, or what it might be. How could you be more authentic? More than accepting your guilt. More than can you have degrees of that? Well, that's a problem.
Really into it, that's all.
That's be more into it. That's what you think. The more authentically Dasein resolves, and this means that in anticipating death, it understands itself unambiguously in terms of its own most distinctive possibility. I take this own most distinctive possibility, and I think Forrest and I disagree about this too, being death, but it could be your sort of the essential thing about what it is to be you. The more unequivocally does it choose, and we don't want choose, we talked about that already, does it really get chosen, get found by. I'm not correcting the German, Heidegger wrote it that way, I'm correcting the phenomenon. So the more unequivocally does it get found by the possibility of its existence, whatever it's called to do, and it doesn't do it so by accident. Only by the anticipation of death is every accidental and provisional possibility driven out. Only being free for death gives Dasein its goal. And again, that doesn't mean it has to have a goal in mind. It just acts in terms of it outright and pushes existence into its finitude. Now, one of the things I think I didn't say last time is I still don't understand what finitude means. We ran into finitude first, remember, back in the part on death. Oh, now I want to go back and see that. Uncertainty. Where is it? I ought to be able to find that in a hurry. And I didn't know why he said finitude, and I still don't know why he said finitude. It's around page 354. I would have thought I would have marked it because I've been worrying about it and I'm trying to figure out what it means. So why didn't I mark it?
Are you looking for finitude?
Yeah, for finitude in the death part, because that's the other time. It only comes up every once in a while, and not very often. And when it does, I'm always trying to figure out why it comes up, where it comes up, and it comes up right on the page where I was reading. I would have thought.
We got finitely on 378.
On 378. The finitude does not amount to stopping. No, let's see. Okay, and then I hadn't thought of that. The entity does not end at which it just stops. It exists finitely. Yeah, that's another one. Now I want to know one of the death ones. Which one was it?
Finite on 308 on the bottom.
That's 308, way back there.
That's why that's finite, not finite, but
I see.
I'm not sure what the...
Yes, sorry. I don't know if there's a difference or not, but that's what I was looking for. Thanks. Free for its own most possibilities. You notice sometimes it's in plural and sometimes it's singular, this own most. Do you have a theory about that? I have no idea what to do about that. I'll show you a funny passage where I think maybe possibilities is the ontic way of talking about it, and possibility is a formal ontological way, but I'm not sure. But now that it's come up, I'll show you where I see that. Okay. Free for its own most possibilities, which are determined by the end and so are understood as finite. And what does it mean to say that these possibilities are understood as finite? Of course, there's only a limited number of them. Is that all it means?
They come to they're capable of coming to an end, like you can't. That any possibility you take
Is vulnerable. Okay, it comes to an end. Well, finite could be vulnerable.
Yeah, it's
That's right.
right.
That sounds good. Does that work over here? Where
I'm
we?
not sure if that's what he's saying. But
No, I agree. So, and let's see if it fits here. Only being free for death gives Dasein its goal and pushes existence into its finitude. You can't sort of be pushed into the fact that your possibilities are vulnerable. You could be pushed into living in terms of that. Maybe that's it. You live in terms of the fact that your possibilities are vulnerable. Yeah.
I still imagine a person being measured against some ideal of what is possible to be as their, for the sake of it, and only measuring up so far because they're...
Well, that finitude would be too I don't know, ontological a way to describe that. Falling short of, it can't be right. I might have wanted to win the Nobel Prize and I didn't, but that's not my finitude. That can't be right. What?
I mean that you're not perfectly a professor.
Okay, well, even that. Good, I see.
You're not infinitely
No,
a
no,
professor.
no, but that's not right. That's not, infinite has to do with something with no limits, something to do with, the opposite of no limits. There's some kind of limit. Of course, you're talking about a kind of limit, but I don't think it's that kind. But since I don't know, I can't be sure. You may be right. Anyway, that was all. Why am I talking about this? So I'm trying to understand finitude, and I wrote down here, means somehow not getting one's possibilities I don't know what I mean.
Is it no longer telos, finitude, and can it not be the same? Because you said yesterday that you understand finitude as telos.
No, I never said that. I talked about finitude and telos, but I didn't equate them at all. Telos has to do with getting to be more and more, living more and more so as to transparently, that is, manifest what it is to be a discloser. That's the telos. That's the telos of the whole culture. That's what it's been up. That's what human beings have been up to since the start. Only they have only gradually realized it when they realize they don't have any nature. And now, not having any nature, that isn't your finitude. Well, I see now. Not having any possibilities of your own. I see what I might have said. I think being a discloser is not having any nature, is not having any possibilities of your own. And certainly realizing that, being that is your telos. And being that is realizing it in the way you act, that is manifesting your being a discloser, means you don't have any possibilities of your own. It's odd to call that finitude. It feels better to say that it's got to do with the vulnerability of whatever identity you've got. Well, I don't know. It would be a great paper topic, but it's much too hard. But if anybody could figure it out by looking up all the references, that would be great. Okay, let's go on. There's so much more I want to cover. So I'm on 435 now. Dasein accepts the shared common sense background practices in a way that reveals their groundlessness. Authentic Dasein does. Anticipatory resolute Dasein. That's on 435 at the bottom, I think. So we're still reading on. This is a very dense page. Once one has grasped the finitude of one's existence, it snatches one back from the endless multiplicity of possibilities which offer themselves, such as those of comforting, shirking, and taking things lightly. Sometimes, it crosses my mind every once in a while, as I'm talking, that you could give a very sensible definition of finitude and finite, that there are only a certain number of possibilities you've got, and that you can't just play around with as if you had an endless number of possibilities. You've got to settle down and accept a possibility and live steadily in terms of that. Would that be right? It sounds too sensible. So, it would be Kierkegaardian, whereas the person in the aesthetic sphere lives in all sorts of possibilities and keeps all possibilities open and acts as if they've got an infinite number of possibilities available. The person in the next sphere in Kierkegaard, settles down, accepts one possibility, and lives steadily in terms of it, realizing that that they just don't have this sort of infinite array of possibilities to play with. There's a limited number. I'm tempted to say a limited time to do it, but then you get demise in there in a way that I don't want. But maybe you've just got a limited number of possibilities available, and therefore you shouldn't just play around in taking things lightly. I don't know. Anyway, this is how we designate Dasein's primordial historicizing, which lies in authentic resoluteness, in which Dasein hands itself down to itself, free for death, in a possibility which it's inherited and yet chosen. That is to take, you take the background practices, but you take them over in a way that, instead of taking them as grounded, takes them as something you can do something with. You can make them into whatever, not whatever you want, but you can take them over and hand them down to yourself in that sense. And then you get this business of, when you take them over, I think, though I don't know where he says it exactly, that's when you have to work them out in some new way to fit in your current situation. They aren't just taken over as somehow the way the general culture standardly considers them. They don't, whatever it is that you take over from the past doesn't fully fit into today's circumstances. You can't be Florence Nightingale. You can't be Jesus anymore. You can't take over. You can't be Napoleon. You can have these as your hero and do something like them in your own way. That means that they become problematic and they don't fit, and they're sort of like anomalies, and your role gives you a future. I mean, gives you calls you to work out this possibility from the heritage and work it out in the current situation, which is obviously not been done before. You have to innovate. That's what I think is what he thinks. That's how then you have a job. And so you don't experience the role as ready-made and handed down by history. You hand it down to yourself. That's what I'm trying to explain in this passage. You've inherited it, but you've chosen it, and you've chosen it in the sense of now you're going to make it relevant in the current world. Your steadiness consists in how you take it up and transform it and hand it down to yourself. That's what I think he's saying in 437. So I'm going to read that after the italics. It is not necessary that in resoluteness one should explicitly know the origin, this is where I said this earlier, of the possibilities upon which resoluteness projects itself. It is rather in Dasein's temporality and there only that there lies the possibility that the existential ability to be on which it projects itself can be gleaned explicitly from the way in which Dasein has been traditionally understood. Now that's the other one. If you explicitly take it, then you can take it over and hand it down to yourself consciously as your tradition. The resoluteness which comes back to itself and hands itself down then becomes the repetition of a possibility of existence that's come down. Repeating is handing down explicitly. So, as I say, I don't see that it makes all that much difference, which, as far as expressing your being a discloser is concerned, whether you do it explicitly or not. I don't think Heidegger thinks it makes that difference either. But here's the part where when you do it, you are out of sync, sort of, with what's normally going on. That's because you've got, I'm still trying to express this pretty well, this sort of mismatch, this kind of dissonance between the possibility that was at home in some other stage of the culture, some other world, and you're bringing it into this stage of the culture, this world, And that creates this kind of non-fit, which your job is to then make it fit. This is, I think, at the top of 438. The repetition makes a reciprocal rejoinder to the possibility of that existence which has been there. But when such a rejoinder is made to this possibility in a resolution, it's made in a moment of vision. Never mind that. We'll talk about that next time. And as such, it is at the same time a disavowal of that which in today is working itself out as the past. So it isn't just the past because you're bringing it into the current, but it isn't just the current way of doing things either, because you're bringing in something from the past. That's what he says next. Repetition does not abandon itself to that which is past, nor does it aim as progress. It's another place where he says that it isn't the way people presently do things. I don't know. But he does. I mean, it's obvious. It puts you out of step with the present, as well as not just taking over the past. By the way, there's a big mistake in the footnote. I have to point it out just in case you haven't noticed it. It's a disaster. And if you read it, you'd think you hadn't understood what I just read you. But in fact, the translator hasn't understood it. Because at the end of the footnote it says that one makes a reciprocal rejoinder by reciprocating with a proposal of other possibilities as a sort of rebuke to the past, which one now disavows. Well, of course you don't disavow the past. You take it over in a new way. You see, it says, as such, it is at the same time a disavowal of what is today working itself out. That's not a disavowal of the past. That's separating yourself from the current every way of doing things, because most people don't. You have to integrate in there your Napoleonic way of doing things, or your Jesus-like way of doing things, and that's going to be a disavowal of the present way of doing things and a disavowal of the present understanding of the past. You have to make up a new way of doing it, and that working out this new way of doing it is what becomes your fate. But I think I'm getting ahead of the story. 437. I'm just see where I am. Okay. It gets you out of everyday common sense. That's on 442. But it follows, of course, that would be natural. About 8 lines from the bottom. The historicizing of this resoluteness is the repetition of a heritage of possibilities by handing these down to oneself in anticipation. We've interpreted this as authentic historicizing. There's nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't say anything what I expected it to say. 442. No, I don't know what I was thinking of. Authentic. No, I don't know what that is. So let's look at 443. Maybe that's because I have a reference there too. No, now I want to talk about what it is to have a fate. What it is to have a fate is, I take it, you give yourself a fate. When you give yourself this role, this job, this take over this hero from the past, or these practices from the past, and immediately when you've got this fate, and I thought that was interesting, you have to be ready to give it up. That's again the steadiness but flexibility thing. At the middle of 443, as fate, resoluteness is freedom to give up some definite resolution and to give it up in accordance with the demand of some possible situation. I take it means something like, if you're Martin Luther King, you've got a fate now. Your job is to be the liberator and bring justice to the black people. And that means also that you could fail at it and that you would have to give it up. And it's funny, I think, you could also succeed at it. and have to give it up. Martin Luther King was going at the end of his life into this problem that he had sort of finished his job and he was trying to make a transition into being a Vietnam War opposer because he couldn't. There were no more need for peace marches. So when you do one of these things, you've got to do them steadfastly, and sooner or later they'll become either done and you'll have to give them up, or they won't be doable and you'll have to give them up. And the steadiness of existence is not interrupted thereby, but confirmed. And the moment of vision is completely mysterious to me right now. That's why I don't want to talk about it. I'm hoping that some great illumination will come. I mean, it's this Kierkegaard word Augenblick, and I know exactly what it means in Kierkegaard, but Heidegger has formalized it in a way that I don't recognize it. You look like you know what it means.
There's a book on it.
You what?
There's a book on it.
A whole book?
Yeah. I don't know if it's titled.
Have you read it?
Short. You can read it.
It's a short book?
You read it in the moment of vision.
I see. Okay.
I wouldn't worry.
No, I don't trust other people's books. We have to figure it out. We have to figure it out for ourselves.
But
And
those books are useful for references to other high.
that's right. To other texts.
It's enough to say it's a big issue
Yeah.
that we don't know about.
Yeah, it's a big issue. It's got to do with this much you can say. It's got to do with a privileged moment. Probably the moment when you change your identity and get a new identity. So the steadiness of existence is confirmed in a moment of vision, I think probably means that you give it up, but you give it up in such a way that you're reborn, or as you get a new identity, and something like that is all I can imagine. In Kierkegaard, the Augenblick is the moment in which you get a new identity, the moment in which you're reborn. It's a Christian idea. It's what happens in the twinkling of an eye. I mentioned that last time. You're changed in the twinkling of an eye. That means an Augenblick is a twinkling of an eye. It means a blink. It's a blink of transformation. Now,
Like a Gestalt switch.
yes, like a Gestalt switch, which doesn't take any time. It just bonk. And it's sort of, but Heidegger wants to use it in a very much more general way, where it's always something like a decisive moment, which takes up and interprets, I think, the past and the future for you. And it doesn't seem to be just a question of getting an identity, though, because I think he thinks that here's the problem. I'll tell you, I'll blurt it out, but until I solve it, I have no idea what to say. I would have opposed Kairos and Augenblick. I wrote that on the board last time. Kairos is the way the phronima seizes the moment and does the appropriate thing. I don't think I said in class, but somebody afterwards asked me for an example. The sort of myth of what happened before I was at Berkeley and long before you were at Berkeley, when Savio sort of made the free speech movement work, because at a graduation, when everybody was there, all the faculty and all the students in the Greek theater, he saw that at the end of the graduation they'd left the microphone on, and he jumped up on the stage and grabbed the microphone and started to explain what the free speech movement is about and get all the students and many of the faculty to join it. Well, that was the kairos, that was the seizing the moment and doing the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. But I don't think that's an Augenblick. Nobody changed their identity. Nothing was transformed. Nobody had to give anything up, sort of die to the old self and get a new one. But Heidegger calls it an Augenblick. Heidegger formalizes. I'm telling you all I know, but I don't like it. And I hope there's something better. That he takes the fact that was a decisive moment, the kairos. And so is transformation a decisive moment in your life. And decides to use Augenblick as the general formal name for either decisive moment, and maybe for any decisive moment. And that's really annoying. I mean, because we've got Kairos and we've got Augenblick, and they each have a very clear meaning. And I don't like it when he puts them together, but he does. Yeah.
He doesn't have Kairos in being in time.
No, he has in other places, right. No, in being in time, he's got rid of Kairos. It's all become Augenblick. Absolutely. Okay. Where are we? I don't know yet. 4. So I just wanted to, on 443 while we're here, I like that beginning of that paragraph. Resoluteness constitutes the loyalty of existence to its own self, as resoluteness which is ready for anxiety. By the way, this is already anticipatory resoluteness. He doesn't always call it anticipatory resoluteness, but by the time he's here, it's all within talk of anticipation. And so he says, resoluteness, as resoluteness which is ready for anxiety, this loyalty is at the same time a possible way of revering the sole authority which a free existence can have, of revering the repeatable possibilities of existence. Well, that's interesting. So that's the only possibilities that you can take over, because they have authority, meaning that they have, I guess, both intelligibility and transforming power, is the heritage. And that's tied up with making the one your hero. I was going to talk about that later, but it seems to me a good... choosing... Well, I'll get there. I mean, there is this... you can take up a hero from the past, or you can make the one your hero. When we get there, it'll just be on the page, and I'll read it. Okay, now I decided we needed an example of what it would be like to, as an individual, take up some role from the past and bring it into the present in a way that would make it kind of problematic, and you would have a job as how to deal with it. I couldn't think of one, but Charles Spinoza came up with one. And no wonder. It's funny, each of these great former TAs of mine understand things in terms of their own lives. So that John Hoagland understands this steadiness with flexibility while he was getting a divorce, and Charles Spinoza gave me this great example of here's his story about what it would be like to have a role. So he says, once upon a time, it's about father. Being a father is something which you inherit the possibility of, but which you have to take over and make current, and not just be a standard sort of anyone father, I suppose, the kind of father you see in sitcoms. Father has meant protector, lawgiver, and now it seems to mean something else, maybe companion, but it doesn't seem to have the old authority. But what father means is now open. Am I to be like a brother to my child? You can't just develop the role the way the one is developing it. I mean, I don't know what fathers are now, but I think the way the one is developing it is fathers are sort of like companions. They have heart-to-heart talks on a sort of equal basis with their children, and that seems okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But maybe you can do something different and better. And he says, I have to find out by acting on it how to preserve and perpetuate the role of father. And he's not going to tell you how, because that would just be sort of das Manisch. You, as a father, which he had just become, has to figure out how you are a father now. It's certainly utterly different than how Victorians were fathers. And that means you take up this role of father, and you make some kind of, and you do it, and you have to do it if you're a father, and then you have to do it in your own way and bring it into the current situation. Now, I have quotes where Charles claims we're going to find out, and I followed them out, and it did seem that they did support what he was talking about. So on 437, there's the hero part too. It's right below where I was. How exciting! So you hand it down, the authentic repetition of a possibility of existence that has been, the possibility that Dasein may choose its hero. Now, I suppose you could choose the father one. I don't know if have you got a hero father in our culture? Abraham is not exactly the example you want to choose.
Cosby.
What?
Bill Cosby.
Is that right? Is he a good father? Maybe. Since I don't ever look at television, I don't have a common store of examples for these sort of things. So you choose But no, you want to choose your hero from the past. No, you choose your hero. If you choose your hero from Bill Cosby, then you've got the Das Mann current picture of being a father. That's fine. It's better than nothing. But if you knew a lot about sort of the literature, you might find a father, for instance, even in Victorian literature, which you then take over but readapt in our way. In it, whatever it is, or maybe you just have to stick to other things like Florence Nightingale for your examples. I don't know, but you can choose a hero. The authentic repetition of a possibility of existence that has been, the possibility that Dasein may choose its hero, is grounded existentially in anticipatory resoluteness. For it is in resoluteness that one first chooses the choice that makes one free for the struggle of loyalty. Now this is this tricky thing. You're loyal to the only thing you can be loyal to, remember. I read that on the next page. The inherited wherever I read it, the inherited possibilities. That you have to adapt them. That's the struggle. Makes one free for the struggle of loyalty, following in the footsteps of that which can be repeated.
Bert,
Yeah.
There's a terrible problem for me. I mean, this whole notion of role models is difficult.
Okay, how do you choose? What's your story about choosing a hero?
You yourself become your own hero. You don't.
No, it doesn't say that. It says you choose your hero.
Well,
it doesn't
that's what I mean. That you choose yourself.
Oh, I see no clue that that's right. Why shouldn't you choose your hero from the
Well,
past?
because that would be inauthentic to be choosing somebody else as a role model.
Not if you have to adapt them to now. I mean, you can't be Napoleon now. You can be somebody who...
But I don't want to be Napoleon. I want to be myself.
Well, I think that often people who often have role models, and there's nothing wrong with having a role model. I think it's important to have a role model, as long as you don't copy it. But you aren't supposed to copy a role model. You're supposed to make it yours.
Well, do you think
so we agree that you make it yours. What?
Are you going to say we need a role model?
Probably. I mean, I think lots of people do. I think lots of people have them.
But I think that's why it's inauthentic.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on how they have them. If they have them because they're too weak to choose themselves or something, if that would make any sense, which I'm not clear that it does. I mean, but if they choose them in such a way that they understand that they have to hand them down and struggle to make them relevant because they can't just be them, I don't understand. I mean, I don't see why choosing a hero should not be what it says it is, choosing a hero. Yeah. The Ephronymous chooses a hero. No, but the Ephronymous doesn't even have guilt yet. I mean,
he is the hero. He's the one.
He could be a hero, but he doesn't choose a hero. We're now in anticipatory resoluteness, and we're in history. I mean, the Ephronymous is way behind. He's only got resoluteness and not anticipatory resoluteness, and he hasn't got history. So you won't, I mean, if this story is right, the Egyptians did not choose heroes from previous dynasties because they had the same kind of people all the time.
We're both saying that Dasein chooses a hero. It's just the difference is you have a model and I have itself.
Yeah,
so
but choosing its hero, if he meant to say choosing itself as its hero, he could have said it.
Well,
why
I
would
don't
he
see
say
why,
that?
because it could be just choosing its hero could be choosing itself.
Well, it would be far-fetched. I mean, nobody would assume that it meant that unless he said it meant that. If he did, then I would believe it.
You choose yourself, and how would that relate to the past?
Oh, because you take over your past as your genuine past, which is
your own past, but not like the history of.
But we're talking about history. We're talking about tradition, heritage.
But that
is your past your heritage?
Oh,
your own past.
That's what you find in the heritage.
In your own life, I mean, your own past. You don't find your culture's
your own
past.
past is the past that you're going to take over from the heritage in a genuine way.
Right. But the heritage is coming to you from way back in your culture, right?
It's coming from the culture.
Yeah, but why shouldn't the heroes come from way back in the culture?
Well, because it's yourself. If it's you yourself who are making yourself your own hero, as opposed to making somebody else your hero, but that is the whole notion of owning up to yourself, not to somebody else.
You will when you take over somebody as your hero, you do it to become yourself in your own way. You don't, I believe I could even cite where he got this idea from a thing by Shaler called Forebuilder and something, where Shaler does a whole thing about how to be a good person you need to have, what did you call it, a role model, and what role that plays. And that was published just about the time this was. You know the thing? You look like you might know. He talks about the Shaler.
You talk about Shaler, I can't recall this specifically.
Well, Shaler has a whole view about how you have to have a sort of paradigm in the past as a model, or you do better if you do. Well, I don't know.
Okay.
It's an open question.
It's interesting that
Yeah.
Well, but in Das Mann, you can find yourself in the past and make yourself your hero just fine.
If you're Das Mann,
Yeah.
you could do it in a Das Mann way. Yeah, well, that's what Forrest is saying. Yeah, I mean that if you can certainly do it in the way you take over the sort of banal, the traditional picture of somebody, and you try to do exactly like them. I mean, there are people like that, I think.
I think that Forrest's point can still stand as far as, even if we have role models, I guess you would say that would just be an inauthentic way.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, that's right. He would, but I don't think. Heidegger doesn't seem to be criticizing role models. I mean, I think he's buying the idea of role models, but I can agree.
I think there's an open question of having a role model, but then appropriating it in your own way.
That's right.
As opposed to just kind of banally.
I see. Yes, that's what I think. I mean, role models can be just terrible. There's somebody on TV, and you try to act just like them. Or role models can be terrific because you don't try to act just like them, but they inspire you to act in some way that is just like you, but they help you do it. But anyway...
Oscar Wilde actually has this where...
Oh, good old Oscar Wilde. Help us. He's always got something good.
Well, the interesting point is that people say, be like, what would Jesus do? Be like Jesus.
What would Oscar Wilde do?
You can't be like Jesus. You can't be like Jesus. I mean, he's the Son of God and he's doing marriage.
Walking around in a robe and being a carpenter.
But you could be like the apostles. And so if you have this kind of understanding of Christianity where, to be like Jesus really means to be like the apostles who are following Jesus.
That's
then
right.
That's kind of...
The disciples.
Right.
The disciples, yes. The Kierkegaard has that. You should be a contemporary disciple. You could have got it from Kierkegaard, too. A contemporary disciple is obviously not somebody who follows Jesus around in Galilee, because that's just not what you can do anymore.
You can't make wine into water.
Right. You can't do any of those things. But you can still have him as your model. But I think the test is we should look and see where else he talks about heroes. Yeah.
Just on the disagreement again, you both see before the sake of which an authentic Dasein is coming from the public still. So
absolutely. You can't come anywhere else. We had it
different
come.
than saying that you choose a hero from the past. I mean, is it?
It's the public. The public includes the past. I mean,
right. I mean, it's not so different than saying that you choose your hero in your way.
Well, the question is the in your way.
It comes from the past anyway.
Right.
Like your new identity.
Are you helping us agree or disagree?
I just don't think you're disagreeing.
Oh yes, we are. Because he doesn't have any hero from the past. He has only something from his personal past somehow, and he's the hero. He doesn't.
But your identity comes from the past. I mean, it's because you're for the sake of which is proven by the they, which is this big.
But you don't need a role model.
Yes, there's no particular person in it. You take over the practices from the culture, which are, as you say, the practices from the past.
The second thing is, you said, the possibility that Dasein may choose its hero. It's not like you have to choose.
That's true too.
A possibility.
Well, which way does that go? I mean, that's still new.
I just saw both your points and agreed with both of you.
You can't. I don't think.
No, I
but,
don't think so.
But
you said Forrest, you said not everyone has a hero. But that doesn't mean that some people don't, and part of that for the sake of which their past and it is influenced by the culture and by Das Mann.
I said something stronger than that, namely having a role model seems to me inauthentic. That's much stronger.
Mutually exclusive.
Not me.
Let's read this whole passage and see if it helps. The authentic repetition of a possibility of existence that has been, the possibility that Dasein may choose its hero, is grounded in anticipatory resoluteness. For it is in resoluteness that one first chooses the choice that makes one free for the struggle of loyally following in the footsteps of that which can be repeated. Isn't that interestingly ambiguous? You'd think you'd follow in the footsteps of a person. But then it says of that which can be repeated. Now one would like to have one of the Germans here.
I'm into repetition, obviously,
yeah,
too.
but I don't know. I mean, I'd like to know, what does it say?
die für die kämpfende Nachfolge und zwar jetzt zum wiederholbaren frei macht. That which can be repeated.
That which can be repeated. Oh dear. Okay, well then it's just unhelpful because Forrest also thinks you follow in the footsteps of that which can be repeated. Only I think the hero really has footsteps, and you don't.
It really has speech.
Yes, right.
Further down he says what that is, right? The repetition of the possible.
Yeah, which is the repetition of that which is possible does not bring again, and so forth. Well, and then again it leads you sort of neutral with respect to heroes. Certainly you can repeat a lot of stuff that's possible without having a role model. And then there's the role model, and we just disagree about that.
I think we probably agree that most people follow role models in the wrong way, so it's
that's sure. That's sure, yeah.
It seems that the hero you choose can be just a random person, so it seems that the hero has to be already part of your past.
Yes,
your own past. So it's just, the difference is that you just take a part of your past, which that particular part might be the hero that you previously inauthentically had, and you appropriate it a new way. So you pretty much appropriate a part of your past, and this is also the hero.
Yeah, you could, but I mean, Forrest thinks that you couldn't, or you think somebody could authentically take over a role model? Is that all right with you?
No.
You see?
But can't it be just a part of the past, though?
It is a part of your past, yes, and it is a part of your past, and that past is with respect to the heritage, in telling you what that past is, even inauthentic. But that's the thing you're taking over, not a role model somehow, because there is no role model; it's individualized.
Well, that's all right. I mean, everybody can take over their role model in their own individual way.
But
that's the point.
To me, it's very individual in the sense of...
Who would have thought this would be a sticking point? We don't want to spend too long on it. You can say, let's go on. So we have to, we've done that. By the way, I don't think this will cast any light on this, but it's something I wanted to show you. You can take over your hero in the way that Dasman does it. That's on 422. Somewhere on 422, if I'm not mistaken, is making the one your hero. Yes, at the end of the second paragraph. Everydayness is determinative for Dasein even when it has not chosen the they for its hero. Well, so everybody's in everydayness. But one of the ways you can be in everydayness is choose the they for your hero.
Which is
now,
no one.
Now, I agree. Now, I was going to say, this is to be contrasted, and not, I mean, it's certainly, when you choose the they for your hero, you don't choose some particular role model. What it means is, I think, and I just think it's an interesting thing, you become a conformist. That is, you try to do exactly what the they does. You try to be sort of theyer than thou. That is, you just want to be as much like one is supposed to be, as respectable, look good, be admired by the standards of the culture. That is to take. But I think this is important because for me, I think I want to make a distinction between inauthenticity and the undifferentiated mode of Dasein. So you need some notion of what inauthenticity would look like. And I think inauthenticity is making the they your hero. That is, it's being a conformist. Whereas the undifferentiated mode is just conforming. And everybody conforms. That, again, we pronounce the words like everybody else pronounces them. But people, you don't have to conform with this idea that the highest thing you can do is conform. That would be to make the one your hero. Wait, he had his hand up first.
No, I was going to say, the notion of a hero, as opposed to good conforming to the norms and mores, is a fundamental issue. Not the notion of a hero per se, but...
Well, that's the difference between these two different ones. That one of them here, the one on 422, is, as you say, the mores. There's no person. But then that still doesn't solve the problem over here, where you choose your hero. That doesn't mean you choose the mores. That doesn't mean you become a conformist. That means either, I've always assumed, you choose your model, and Forrest has assumed that it means you choose yourself, but it certainly is something specific. Now, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to ask, does Heidegger believe there are undifferentiated
Dasein. Yes, he says, now I wasn't going to try to look that up. He says explicitly once or twice, but nobody notices but me, the Dasein comes in three modes. Authentic, inauthentic, and a mode that is undifferentiated with respect to these two. Oh, wow, how'd you do that?
Well, I'm more tied. This one concerns me.
That one concerns you. Okay, so look, it's not that's not the only one, but it's good to have any one. Here's one. Okay, yes, that's the good. That is the best one. We've defined the idea of existence as a potentiality to be, as ability to be. Understand? This ability to be is one which is in each case mine, is free either for authenticity or for inauthenticity, for a mode in which neither of these has been differentiated.
Where is it on the page?
The very bottom line of 275. And since, and I think that's important, because otherwise you can't understand, because not everybody has chosen the one as their hero, nor has everybody become authentic. There's a whole area in between where they just conform. Because, and I'll tell you my whole story about that while we're at it. I mean, I think that everybody's got latent anxiety. We sort of agreed, I think, that Heidegger thinks that. By the way, when you follow that out, you get the somewhat absurd conclusion, which I think Heidegger gave up later, that even the people in New Guinea and Bali and the Egyptians all have latent anxiety, but they just didn't know it. I think that's pretty unlikely. But anyway, we all have latent anxiety because we're all disclosures and we're all nullities. And then one day, and that's the undifferentiated mode, because we're also all conforming. I mean, that's from day one. We wouldn't be intelligible if we weren't following the norms. So the undifferentiated mode has latent anxiety and is conforming. Then one day, the anxiety hits you in an anxiety attack. Now you've got two choices. You can flee back into the one and be a conformist and just make the one so solid that you feel comfortable there because the norms look to you like they're just the highest ideal. Or you can become authentic. But before, I mean, after all, little kids, I think up to the adolescence, don't have experiences of anxiety. Well, maybe they do, but I don't know. I think that it's really part of discovering that you discovering the groundlessness, the unsettledness. That doesn't happen right off. And when it does, then you've got this choice. You can either try to claim the norms are not so ungrounded after all, or you can take over the groundlessness. But so anyway, I think you can live in the indeterminate mode, and then and that's. You want to say something about that?
No, I think you're right. I just think that I was thinking of my cousins who are like when they're maybe 10 or 11, they're just completely caught up in pop culture, like every facet of their life.
Are they fleeing anxiety?
But then once they hit puberty,
yeah,
then they're very aware of people who are like in the right group and this group, and there's a sense of they have the sense that there is conformity and conformity.
Yes.
And then they respond to that. Before then they respond to it in a pop culture way anyway.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I think they're just completely absorbed into it. I mean,
I think that's right. The undifferentiated mode is just absorbed in the world or the pop culture.
I mean, they're not even close to. They couldn't be authentic or inauthentic.
That's right. We have to believe Heidegger. They've got latent anxiety, but they certainly don't have any experience of it. Yeah. Well, I think that's a funny notion, but that's his idea. So let's see now. Where am I? Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know. Let me see. 1, 2, 7. Okay. And I'm not just copying the past. I'm still talking about that. Nor am I trying to improve it. Okay, I've read that. Okay, and the heritage calls me to preserve it. I've written down here. We have to become preservers if we're doing it right. Let's see what that is. So I guess I don't have much more to say about this. Here's the place where you can deprive the present of its character at the top of 444. If you're holding on to the heritage right, you deprive the today of its character as present, and you get away from the conventionalities of the they. And you don't seek the modern, which is part of the they. So when historicality is authentic, you understand history as the recurrence of the possible. That's, again, taking up the heritage. And you know what's possible will occur only if existence is open to it faithfully. in a moment of vision, whatever, and resolute repetition. Okay, so that I got that settled. There's so much I want to cover. Boy, oh boy. Let's see. I have steadiness, but I'm not rigid. I've read some of this already. Yeah, I read that. Yep. That's fine. I think I've all caught up with whether which I want to go on to the next point, which is just what I'm happy to have caught up. Yeah, all this discussion, bit by bit, these things all get talked about. 438. Okay, yeah, we've gotten to the point now of the shared, we go from fate to destiny, from changing yourself to, by taking up the heritage, and changing the common sense background intelligibility, not just changing your relation to it. So, and the funny part is, and again, I think of this as just the fact that he hadn't revised the manuscript, I would have written, having done the sort of individual way that you can take up the past, take up a hero, or however, and then I would have said, and what about the social dimension of that, and put it next, because it looks like once that now he's going to tell you that you're thrown into the culture with others, and that when you when you take over, when you historicize. And now I'm going to start about 5 lines down. But if faithful Dasein, that's the cases we've talked about so far, as being in the world exists essentially in being with others, as its historicizing is co-historicizing and determinative for it as Geschick, destiny. That is how we designate the historicizing of a community of people. Destiny isn't put together out of individual fates any more than out of individual subjects. Our fates have already been guided in advance in our being with one another in the same world and in our resoluteness for definite possibilities. Only in communicating and in struggling does the power of destiny become free. Then he pulls the crucial thing. Dasein's fateful destiny in and with its generation goes to make up, now just notice the full, authentic historicizing of Dasein. Well, that's the third full or something. But that's the fullest. I mean, I think it's fair to say that's the fullest that he gets to. But I want to call that discovering the issue for your generation. And if you succeed in defining the issue for your generation, then you are beginning to be a world discloser. That is, you change the world. I think that's the fullest form of historicizing. So I'm going to give you an example. Well, I'll take this one as my example this time. I mean, Martin Luther King is already an example of somebody who changed the practices, changed intelligibility, changed the world. He didn't just change himself when he took over the Christian what is it? I can't say the word. Non-aggressive. What?
Nonviolent?
Yeah, nonviolent. Every time I get stuck on that. Nonviolent practices. But try this one. I mean, what's the issue for our generation? Well, it could be. I mean, of course, there's going to be a struggle over what the issue is, and the people who believe they know what the issue is and act on it. Some of them will win out and get all the generation on their side. Well, it could be the environment. It could be the issue of global warming and greenhouse gases and all that. I think that the issue, I mean, it isn't settled, but the issue for our generation might well be the issue of saving the planet, and that'll trump all even the Muslims versus the West issues. And then they will have their hero to take over, or their practices to take over. They would have practices like. I was thinking, they do sometimes try to take over Native American ways of living in the environment. That's sort of funny because that's not our heritage. I know Heidegger never thought of that. that you might take over somebody else's history and heritage. Yeah.
Why? I mean, it's got to be our heritage, though, right?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's not like, genealogically, but
You
it's the
think
heritage.
so? Well, they happened to live here before we did, but somehow it bothers me the way it bothers me the Berkeley Buddhists bother me. I mean, it's something supposed to be deep in your practices, in what you eat, and how you kill animals, and how you look at nature. I don't think we can just. It isn't even marginal in our practices to be Native American.
There are movies with nature lovers living in touch with the land and things. I mean,
Yes, but I think it comes not from the Native Americans, but from the Romantics or something. We have it in our tradition. That's all. I think we can use them, to talk about and see what an attractive relation to the environment would be. But if you really want to live it, I think you have to take it up from your own practices.
These things aren't real anyway. I mean, like the ecological Indian and all these myths that we create of a noble savage. I mean, it's not like it really takes.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I mean, that's part of the trouble. If it's in the practices, it's real, and if it's not, it's not, and it's not in our practices, so we don't know.
But we make it into something like
it. Well, perhaps, yeah. But so where do we take up? Well, I don't know. What did John Muir take up and start the Sierra Club? That was somebody trying to make the issue and making some progress in making the issue for his generation. I wonder who was his hero and what practices he had. Really?
No, I'm just saying there are other people.
Yeah, and maybe Thoreau.
Maybe he didn't have a hero.
Okay, that's possible. Maybe it was himself. But maybe Thoreau was his hero. That would be interesting.
I don't think so.
And I wonder who was Thoreau's hero, if he had one. But in any case, what's that?
The Bhagavad Gita. You read the Hindu text.
I don't like that. Thoreau did that?
But he appropriated it in his own American way.
Thoreau. One of my heroes is now being shot down. What?
He ended up looking crazy.
Looking crazy.
He looked crazy.
To the others. I'm afraid you look too crazy. And that's the trouble. If you don't take a heritage out of your own tradition, you look really crazy.
But the real problem is what Heidegger talked about later with nihilism, reads Nietzsche.
Yeah.
That we've got too many understandings going around, and now we're just kind of stuck in this mix.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, Heidegger would like to save us from that by telling you that you can choose out of this mix, the way, say, Muir did, a string, namely, say, the romantic and the understanding of nature, which goes back to the Greek understanding of thesis, presumably, and in our culture, and make it the issue for your generation, never mind all the other stuff running around in the melting pot. Maybe it's too late to do that, but Heidegger thought you could do it. And I still think you could do it. And I think the combination of the global warming issues and the species dying out issues and cutting down the woods issues, and when all that comes together and people really realize that the issue is no longer we shouldn't be fighting each other, we should be saving the earth, then that could be an example. It's only supposed to be an example of what it would be like to make an issue for your generation. And that would be, and the main reason I'm talking about it is because that would be the nearest thing to being a world disclosure that you get in here. I mean, that is, you would have changed the world. And if you get everybody to see that as the issue. You don't have to get them to all agree about what to do about it. You just have to get them to see that for that generation, that's the problem. And the very idea that there are generations is already a historical, Heideggerian, he gets it from Dilthey, a notion where, and we really buy into that now. We have Generation X, and I don't know what's the next generation after that? What? Y? Yeah, the Y generation, the whatever generation, and we're constantly trying to figure out what the issue is of what our generation is and what its issue is, and that's an interesting fact about the way we're related to history. To go slow. I think the reading probably wiped everybody out, and they may never make it here. They may never make it back. This is, I think, the hardest thing in this book, which is one of the hardest books in philosophy. I read it over every time I teach the course, and every time I think I understand it a little better. But boy, do I not understand it. fully yet. It's thanks to a lot of help from a lot of very good students over the years that I understand it as well as I do. So I'm going to go over it slowly and hope that I'll get more help from you all and understand it better. And how many have actually done the reading for it today? Which, okay, good. Well, you realize how hard it is then. And I have one new idea, which I think clears up some of the things that were confusing me, but there's plenty left confusing me. But I have to start, before I get to the really hard stuff, and try as best I can to make sense of it with your help. There are some things I can make sense of on my own, and are going to confuse you, because they're either mistranslations or ambiguity. So we have to begin sort of boringly and seemingly irrelevantly maybe, clearing up some things which we're going to need, which we've already used or which we're going to need later. So one of the ones we've already used, and which is sort of abused by the translator on 361, in a way that covers up something that's really important. If you're following, if you just happen to be, as I am this time through, following this methodological clue that we're always doing formal indication, where you remember that means you point at the phenomena, but you realize that it's all covered up and distorted, and all you know is that since it's a cover-up, there's a hint in the phenomena of what's really there being covered up, and you have to go find it. The whole hermeneutics of suspicion, which is the method behind this. So whenever he says formal indication, I pay attention. And remember, the first case of formal indication was that we're going to formally indicate Dasein as the being that relates to its own being. So I was shocked when, in the middle of 361, he talks about, he says, in indicating the formal aspects of the idea of existence, we have been guided by an understanding of being which lies in Dasein itself. Well, that didn't seem right to me, so I went back to the German, and lo and behold, it says, in formally indicating the idea of existence. And that's what, so that's just a reference back to the way he said it early on. But there is a further clue. It always struck me as strange, but I didn't have any view about it, how he happens to guess right when he formally indicates. Because if you keep in mind the Saul Kripke scientific kind of rigid designation, scientists always start with what gets it wrong. Not a cover-up. I mean, there are all kinds of subtle distinctions. I mean, Heidegger thinks that one, you've got a sort of dim intuition of the right answer, which is covered up because it's an upsetting right answer. When you formally indicate gold, you just get it wrong because you think it's the gold-colored stuff. And when you formally indicate lightning, you just get it wrong because you think it's the bright flash in the sky. No deep story about cover-ups and so forth. But so I was wondering, how come Heidegger gets it right about Dasein when, if he were being like a scientist, he wouldn't get it right, because it takes a lot of work to find out that gold is really essentially an element with an atomic number of 79, I think it is. And it takes a lot of work to find out what guilt is and what death is. Why doesn't it take a lot of work to find out what Dasein is? Well, there's a hint here, just a hint. He says, the next sentence, without any ontological transparency, it has nevertheless been revealed that in each case I am myself the entity which we call Dasein, and that I am so as an ability to be for which this entity is an issue. That is, again, it's concerned about its own being. Dasein understands itself as being in the world, even if it does so without adequate ontological definiteness. So this is a different story than the cover-up story. You don't flee your essential structure. You just haven't got a clear insight into your essential structure. It isn't, in Heidegger language, you'll see in a minute that turns out to be important, it isn't given in a primordial way, which means fully and clearly, with all the articulated joints spelled out, and with the phenomena sort of staring you in the face. That's what you haven't got at the beginning of being in time, but you already have a kind of intuition of it, or a sense of it, and that enables him to guess right when he formally indicates. Now, this all is just a sort of methodological thing to get something straight. It's confusing that what gets formally indicated is a formal structure. So by the end of the paragraph, and you can see why the translator got confused, why he said, in indicating the formal aspects of the idea of existence at the beginning instead of informally indicating. Because at the end, he gets it right. He says, Heidegger says, the idea of existence as we have posited gives us an outline of the formal structure of the understanding of Dasein, and does so in a way that's not binding from an existential point of view. I'll talk about that in a minute. But mainly, so there's always the formal structure, and you can formally indicate a formal structure, but these are two entirely different things. The formal structure is that Dasein is throwing, falling, projecting, or that Dasein is already amidst things and ahead of itself, this care structure. Those are formal structures. So you need both. And this translator got it wrong. Interestingly enough, the translation that isn't published that I talked about at the beginning gets it right, and Joan Stanball, the other published translation, gets it right. That is, they understand that this is about formal indication. Now, as long as we're at it, I'll make a remark about what does he mean that it's not binding from an existential point of view, the idea of existence and this formal structure. I take it that means that it doesn't dictate any particular way of acting. I mean, there are all kinds of ways of revealing this structure in acting, and there are all kinds of ways of covering up this structure in the way you're acting. But there's sort of no list of each, and secondly, I think any way of acting could be used as a cover-up or could be revealing, depending on how it's done. So nothing about how to act is directly revealed by this. This puzzles me a little bit, because I would have thought that being steady and steadfast and yet flexible, this business of sticking with things but not getting stuck with them, is already something of an existential proposal about how to act. I mean, it's not concrete. It doesn't tell you how long to stick with or what to stick with and so forth. Maybe that's all it means. I don't know. So much for that whole issue. That's all I want to say. There's no ambiguity there. It's just about formal indication and formal structure. And so we just want to sort them out. And Heidegger's always got them sorted out. And it's just the translator who blew it. It's not Heidegger's confusion, it's translator confusion. Now we're getting to some more serious things. We're getting to something that is confusing in Heidegger's own terminology, which I want to sort out. It hadn't become a problem really until now, and it isn't a problem for understanding this incredibly hard to understand chapter, but we might as well straighten it out. Do you realize that there's an ambiguity about existence when you talk about the structure of existing, which we just did? The structure of existing includes facticity, falling, existing as one of its triads. So existing is the name for the whole structure of the being that relates to its being. And it also happens to be the name for the future dimension of that structure, the being ahead of itself, which he also calls existence. I suppose because if you say it in terms of taking a stand on your being, which is somewhat misleading, but it'll do for now, or making your being an issue for you, like it says here, you can see that the way you do that is to take up some for the sake of which I think of as a role or a bunch of roles. And that's got to do with projecting, and it's got to do with the future. So if existing means taking a stand on what it is to be Dasein, then existing is somehow more related to projecting. You'll hear this again by the end of this lecture if I get that far, because I'm really talking about the sense in which the future is among equal primordial dimensions, the future is the most primordial. slide sounds like a joke. I think it is sort of a joke. I mean, but that's what he says. I mean, they're equiprimordial, but the future is the most, whatever. And I'm trying to explain why, and whatever it is, it's got to do with the fact that the structure of existing has as its most fundamental dimension the future dimension, which is he also calls existing. Okay, but you can sort that out. Just don't get confused. Sometimes, mostly, he's talking about existing as the general structure. Once in a while, he has existing as the future dimension of the general structure. That's not so hard. Now they get harder. There is a really serious potential confusion, which worried me for years. It still worries me, sort of, though I'm beginning to get used to it. If when I was talking to Heidegger, I had enough sense, I would have asked him about this weird issue, which I mentioned already when on 167. Oh no, 168. No, 168. There, you got to put your hands in 168 and 365 to see what looks like an outright contradiction, and is the tip of the iceberg of an important and very confusing distinction that Heidegger just takes for granted. Okay, here we read in italics at the bottom of 168. Authentic being oneself, and remember I corrected that you don't want a one in there, just authentic self-being, does not rest upon an exceptional condition of the subject, a condition that's been detached from the one. It is an existential modification of the one as an essential existentiality. Now, we can perfectly well understand that. That makes good sense. You're always in the one, in that everything you do by norms, and there you do, not maybe everything, but a lot of what you do what one does. You're doing what one does now, and well, sitting there looking at me and not jumping up and down and screaming or having your back toward me and so forth. And you're writing down because that's what one does in classrooms and so forth and so forth. So the one is an existential structure. And of course authenticity is going to be an existential modification of that essential structure, because only some people, some of the time, act authentically. That is, manifest in what they do, what it is really like to be Dasein, a no anxious disclosure. So, what's going on there? Well, in the way I just put it, I tried to give you a clue. Inauthenticity and authenticity are both modifications, one a fleeing kind of modification, inauthenticity, and one a manifesting and facing up kind of modification, authenticity, of the real structure of Dasein, namely the structure of what it is to be a disclosure. And you could call that authentic. You could say, but if you were being careful and didn't want to blow the neurons of your readers, you wouldn't say, but Heidegger in fact does say, that the structure of Dasein is he calls it authentic. I mean, because that's what Dasein really is, an anxious no disclosure, whether it faces up to it in authenticity or flees it with inauthenticity. So that he says on 365 what seems to be the opposite of what he said on 168. And for years I just thought hopeless, but I think now I understand it and I'm explaining it the way I understand it. About 12 lines from the bottom of 365 we find out that Dasein, that is it, has been shown, no sorry, no that's not Dasein, it has been shown that proximally and for the most part Dasein is not itself, but is lost in the they, which is an existential modification of the authentic self. But that's just the reverse. It was on 168, the they was the existential and the authentic existential, and the authentic was the existential modification. How are you going to get that together? Well, you need a lot of moves, but I don't think that there's any confusion in it. I think it's just confusing. Okay, what's the story is that the authentic self on 365 isn't being an authentic self, which is a certain way of acting, so as to manifest what you are. It's just what you are. That is, again, a null, anxious, empty, that is, open, disclosing activity. That's what you are, whether you know it or not, and whether you manifest it or not. And you mostly don't. You cover it up and you treat yourself as a present to hand something or a ready to hand something, and you flee from this. And so that's half the story. So now the first half of the story is there is the authentic Dasein, which he calls also the authentic self, which just is the basic structure of being, who relates itself to its own being. And then there is the norms, and then there is, I'll get back to the norms in a minute, then there is authentic being, a Dasein or a self, and that is to manifest in what you do that you are this empty kind of being that relates itself to its own being with this disclosing. Okay, but what about the I mean, that's half of it. So now we can understand how the authentic self can both be existential and existentiel. Did you understand it? I hope. I mean, if what I said was incomprehensible, now's the time to tell me, because this distinction is going to play a big role in what otherwise murky reading and lecture. Okay, well, then let's do the other half. The other half isn't so hard. But so now, what about what about norms? What about the one? Is that an existential or is that existential? Because he says here he says the norms are the structure. The one is the structure, and here he says that the one is an existential modification of the authentic self. Why? What does that mean? Well, that means, I guess, that having a they self, having a one self, is an existential modification of just having a norm structure. What's the difference between being a one self and having a one structure? Well, when you have a one structure, you just have norms. You're produced by these norms. You wouldn't be any you if it weren't for the norms. You couldn't get out of them or behind them or anything else. That's fine. What is it then to be a one self? Well, it's to take over these norms and make them the basis of your way of existing. In Heidegger funny terminology, it's to make the one your hero. Where was that? I talked about that last night, but then I didn't remember to mark it for this morning. Does anybody who was here last night have in your notes handy where the talk about making the one your hero is? It just goes by, and I know how to find it. I wrote it in the back of the book so I wouldn't have to look for it every once in a while. 422. This is existential. I'll explain what it is in a minute. He talks about, in the second paragraph on 422, everydayness is determinative for Dasein even when it has not chosen the they for its hero. Well, that means that's really the same point. Everydayness as norms is determinative for Dasein, and then it could choose the norms, the one, for its hero, and then it would be inauthentic. And in my language, just so you understand the phenomena, everybody conforms almost about everything, almost all the time. But not everybody is a conformist. A conformist makes the one its hero in that its whole point of the way it behaves is to be respectable, look good, get the approval, do what one's supposed to do, follow all the rules and so forth. That business of being a conformist, trying to sort of outnorm everybody else, the normaler than thou kind of thing, that's the existential modification of the existentia of being a norm-following being. Now, is that all right? I mean, I think that should be clear. Yeah.
Okay, but you're more normal than the one?
Yeah, you're not that you're more normal, although that might be true too. But you make being normal your goal. You're for the sake of which. I mean, I mean, my mother was like this, so I know it very well. She always wanted to know what the neighbors would think, and that was how you decided what to do. That's making the one your hero. That's saying what I want to do is what everybody agrees one does, and I'll check on that to make sure this is what one does before I do it. Whereas other people just do what one does. You hear this in the way people talk sometimes too. Some people actually pronounce their words as if somehow these very self-conscious, very proper way of talking, as if they are pronouncing them sort of with an eye and an ear to being really speaking good English. I mean, then they've made the one their hero. We just talk, and we obey the norms of pronunciation. So there are these people, you really see them. I knew one once, a really pure case of people who are just sort of trying to be perfectly normal and making it the goal of their activity. It's something related to the people I mentioned who want to have as many rules as possible and standards as possible so that they can get all the credit from themselves and everybody else for obeying all the rules and living up to all the standards. That's making the one your hero. That's another way to put it. Okay, now, where are we? Let's see. So the authentic self, I'm just going to read my notes, is this deep structure, the underlying structure, which is behind both authentic and inauthentic ways of being self. Okay. Good. Now, that's all easy. But I remember I said, and I trust you have realized, that though more of you were here than I expected, when I started and nobody was here, I was quite... I accepted the fact that you'd all been wiped out by doing the readings, but here you are anyway. But from now on, we get into the really, really murky stuff. And as I say, every year I understand a little more thanks to somebody or other. Okay, the insight, the thing that used to bother me a huge amount in reading the whole second part of what we've just been reading, that's starting on roughly 358. We're getting into the issue now of finding out what primordial temporality is, starting with your assignment that started today, the reading we started today starts on page 358 with section 63, and it starts out almost immediately talking about finding primordial temporality. Let me just give you sort of the goal so you won't despair and get lost. I mean, there is something or other which is called primordial temporality, which has a very peculiar structure, which is the structure of authentic Dasein, meaning the structure of just the structure of Dasein, that sense of structure, and that sense of authentic. And that temporality is in some way the basis of all of our ordinary experiences of temporality. I mean, what it is to be this kind of basis is exactly the problem. But what we're told is that this primordial temporality temporalizes everyday temporality, which Blattner calls pragmatic temporality. And out of that gets temporalized scientific temporality as a succession of nows. And then there's the temporality of the life of an authentic Dasein, which is different than the temporality of the life of everyday Daseins. And all of them are traced back to this fundamental structure, which, and I just tell you this now because it blows your mind every time you try to think about it, doesn't have a successive structure in which the future becomes the present and then becomes the past. It's a different, it's the source of, or well, I don't know, every word you choose is full of traps. It's the source of, it makes possible, it makes intelligible, it constitutes, and that's what I'm going to talk about. It does something that makes all these other kinds of temporality, but it's not itself like any of them. And that is the basic, authentic structure of Dasein, and that's called primordial temporality, even though it doesn't exactly have what we normally think of as a temporal structure at all, because it doesn't have succession. That is, the future does not become present, and the present does not become past. And just to get your head around that is very hard. Probably most of you, if you're in your right minds, would just not try to write your papers on this and really understand this. But if you do, the only book to read is Blattner's book, which I already recommended and put on reserve, Heidegger's Temporal Idealism, because Blattner understands this better than anybody. Okay, now, what's confusing? What's confusing is his use of the word primordial. Blattner spends a whole lot of time trying to figure out what's the relation between primordial and authentic, because sometimes Heidegger calls this basic temporality authentic, and sometimes he calls it primordial, and sometimes he calls it primordial and authentic. And I think this year I understand the answer to this puzzle, which even Blattner doesn't understand. Blattner understands, and this is a big contribution, that primordial is ambiguous. It means, sometimes it means authentic, and sometimes it means what he calls originary. And he says, I'm just going to drop all talk of the primordial as authentic, and I'm going to only talk about the primordial as originary. And that's fine. It's a big step in the right direction. But one wants to know why Heidegger's mixing these up in such a funny way, and now I know. And it all falls into place. I didn't find a single place rereading it this time where the following story that I'm going to tell you doesn't work. And I owe this to Chris Martell, who isn't here today, but Chris understood the missing piece. That is, he understood a different meaning of primordial than the primordial which Blattner understands. Blattner understands primordial as that which is in some way the source, or, well, I can't remember, I can't find the right word for it, but underlies everything and makes it be what it is. No way of talking about this is right, but I don't care yet. I'll get there. But that sense of primordial, the basic something or other, is different than, and that's what Bill understands. The other sense of primordial is a phenomenological sense that comes from Husserl. Something is given primordially when it's given in its totality and directly experienced. And in phenomenology, you want to find always, Husserl says, to get what you want to find what you want to talk about and be able to talk about it, you have to get the primordial phenomenon. You have to get the whole phenomena in Husserl language, filling. You could have the whole sort of empty structure of it, but you want to get the experience of it, and that fills in just the empty conceptual structure, and that's also called primordial by Heidegger. Very unnecessarily confusing, and now we just have to sort them out for a while. So I may have got them wrong in the sense that I'm trying to sort them out more thoroughly than any passage I can find to back up every distinction I want to make. But I want to say there's an ontological and a phenomenological meaning of primordial. Now that's that you really have to worry, because they get all put together in many paragraphs, because he's sort of doing often two things at once. So we will now talk about them. The phenomenological primordial, when it comes to Heidegger, is primordial interpretation. Because we didn't talk much about this, but Heidegger thinks that whenever you do phenomenology, you're doing interpretation. That is, you're spelling something out as something. And that's certainly much different than Husserl thinks. But it doesn't matter for what we're talking about. But I want to give you places where he talks about primordial interpretation, because that's got to be kept in mind, and you never know, except from the context, as I'll try to show you, which primordial is going on here, the primordial grounding or the primordial interpretation. So here's primordial interpretation on 358. Right off, bang, at the beginning of the assignment there. In its anticipatory resoluteness, Dasein has now been made phenomenally visible in regard to its possible authenticity and totality. The hermeneutic situation, which is previously inadequate for interpreting the meaning of being of care, now has acquired primordiality. Why has it got primordiality? Because we've made visible Dasein in its totality and in its authenticity. That is, it's got to be all there, and it's got to be manifest as all there. So the totality is the all there, and the authenticity is, remember I've been saying all along, authenticity is manifesting. Now, probably, and this is just a parenthesis, you can't really get it in its full primordiality, in the filling of this total structure, without living it yourself. I mean, watching somebody else manifest it, I don't think is really primordial enough for Heidegger. So that, and he makes clear in places in here, which I wasn't going to talk about, so I'm not going to be able to find them, that you have to be authentic yourself. You have to be, and to fill your understanding of this structure with the direct experience of it. And that makes sense to me. That's why I feel terrible giving the lecture on anxiety, because I'm not at all sure that I'm nose to nose with anxiety while I do it. That reminds me of one of my favorite students, Terrence Malick, the movie director, who's a Heideggerian. I told some of you this last night, who was teaching my Heidegger course at MIT at one point, and got to the part on anxiety and discovered he wasn't experiencing anxiety. So he couldn't talk about anything. He just stared off into space for about 10 minutes, making the class and me, who was auditing it at that point, very nervous. But he really takes this Heidegger, and so he gave up teaching that day, and he became a movie director, because he felt that you had to teach Heidegger, you had to actually be experiencing what Heidegger was talking about, and if you're going to do the phenomenology right, and that's more than he could do, and it's certainly more than I can do. But I think Heidegger was doing it all the time. I think that's what made him such an absolutely super spellbinding lecturer, which everybody thought he was. Okay, so so I'm going to read you a bunch of quotes. So on 358, you just saw the whole story there about this kind of primordiality. But you get it again on 364 with a variation in a nice clear, somewhat long quote. The punch full of primordial. At the second paragraph, at the same time, our analysis of anticipatory resoluteness has led us to the phenomenon of primordial and authentic truth. Now you see why you can say them in the same sentence. But it makes Bill Blattner nervous, because if you think primordial means basic, as we'll get to, then it looks like he's equating the basic truth with this authentic truth, and that might seem to apply that only if you're authentic are you somehow being able to be the basic source of time, and everything becomes completely wild. But it's easy to understand if you make this Chris Martel distinction. Primordial and authentic truth is a Platonism, practically. That is, it's redundant. I mean, primordial and authentic truth is revealing something directly as it genuinely or really is. We've shown earlier how that understanding of being, which prevails proximally and for the most part conceives being in the sense of present at hand and covers up the primordial phenomenon of truth. Now, that's ambiguous in a way I don't even want to go into. I mean, the primordial phenomenon of truth. No, I just don't want to talk about that right. If, however, there is being only insofar as truth is, and if the understanding of being varies according to the kind of truth, then truth which is primordial and authentic, we're back to what I want to talk about, must guarantee the understanding of the being of Dasein and of being in general. The ontological truth of the existential analysis is developed on the ground of the primordial existential truth. That means truth, remember, is revealing. And therefore, primordial existential truth is living a life which is revealing what it really is to be Dasein. So that's all right. 365 at the top, you get what that we've gotten far enough that we satisfy at the very top the requirements for a primordial interpretation of Dasein. That's why I say interpretations are what are primordial. That's going to be very different than the other sense. And it's got to do with, and I found one back on 351, again, this kind of complete manifestation. I don't know why I want that one, but I said I did here in my notes. So let's see, 351, where the italics is at the bottom. Temporality gets experienced in a phenomenally primordial way. So primordial, see, has to do with the phenomenology business. In Dasein's authentic being a whole. So all this pulls together what I've been saying. If you express the whole of what it is to be Dasein in your behavior, then you're acting authentically, and you've got this phenomenologically primordial manifestation. That's in the phenomenon of anticipatory resoluteness. If temporality makes itself known primordially in this, then we may suppose that the temporality of anticipatory resoluteness is a distinctive mode of temporality. And that's as far as I want to read right now. But that's all part of the same story. And so whenever you find that kind of primordial, and you can only just tell from the context, it has to do with phenomena and with making that phenomena intelligible. I'm adding something now. So far I've just said you make it manifest. But primordiality has to do also with, I think, being able to spell it out and make it intelligible. Because this meaning of primordiality that I've just been giving you gets tied in with what Heidegger calls meaning. And then things get harder. But I still think I can follow it. So on 370, I don't see it. Oh, the very bottom of the page, one word on the page, that's why I didn't see it. Even that of something which does not come into view explicitly and thematically. Well, we can't start there. Got to go back a little. Meaning is that, we're going to hear about meaning. Meaning is that wherein the intelligibility of something maintains itself. Even that of something which does not come into view explicitly and thematically. Meaning signifies the upon which, remember, I always think you should translate that as signifies that on the basis of which a primary projection of which something can be conceived in its possibility as that which it is. Now all that is pretty much a mouthful, but it turns out then, if you skip down about 15 lines, he wants to set forth the meaning of care. If you do that, that means you follow up the projection which guides and underlies the primordial, there it is again, existential interpretation of Dasein. So to set out the meaning of something is to spell out what is directly presented to you in your primordial existential interpretation. I mean, it sounds like it's somewhat the same thing, but meaning gets put in there, so I have to put it in too. That is, you spell it out and make it intelligible. You get the structure, and you get it directly presented, and then you somehow fit it into the whole picture somehow. That's how you get its meaning. That's how you make it intelligible. I'm not very good on the notion of meaning in this. It's certainly not the normal notion of meaning. But there's lots of talk about how we're going to finally have to get the meaning of care by way of sort of fitting that structure into, or seeing how it is made intelligible by an even more basic structure called temporality. That's what he wants to do. I don't have any quote that makes it any clearer, so I won't try. And then there's a problem. I'll tell you, this is all going to be the most hard lecture you will ever hear. And if you can understand it, you're doing better than the person giving the lecture. But finally, there seems to be two meanings of constitution. And where constitution comes in here, which I'm going to call it phenomenological constitution, is this business of making it intelligible. It's giving a primordial interpretation and fitting it into the overall picture, I think. There's going to be something else I'm going to have to call ontological constitution, unfortunately. I wish he had stuck with constitution as a phenomenological business. The constitution ought to have to do with how we make sense of things, of their intelligibility. That's what it is in Husserl. And that's what it is here, but it isn't always like that. But I'm going to read you the part where it is that way, and you'll see we get what we can out of it. The second paragraph, or the first full paragraph on 371, halfway down. To set forth the meaning of care means, then, to follow up the projection which guides and underlies the primordial existential interpretation of Dasein, and to follow it up in such a way that in what is here projected, it's on the basis of which may be seen. On the basis of which turns out to be temporality. That turns out to be even more basic. That upon which, again, that on the basis of which the being which has been disclosed and thus constituted, see, that's what makes me nervous, has been projected, is that which makes possible this constitution of being as care. Well, constitution has got to mean something like you make sense of the being of Dasein by seeing its structure as care. When we inquire about the meaning of care, we are asking what makes possible the totality of the articulated structural whole of care in the unity of its articulation. Well, now the puzzle is what makes possible. Does it mean what makes you able to understand it as it all hangs together? Or does it mean what makes it be, so that it wouldn't be there unless you had that? Well, it means both. That's the trouble. I mean, right now I think it means the phenomenological thing in this passage. To say that it makes possible the totality of the articulated whole in the unity of its articulation is to say we finally can make sense of it and see how all the elements in it hang together. And that means that we finally get its intelligibility. That's, I think, what primordial phenomenological interpretation as constitution is. I want all those words in there. Primordial, phenomenological, what did I say? Another word in there. What?
Interpretation and constitution.
Oh, interpretation and constitution. That's what I've been trying to explain. They're all very intimately related. Yeah.
Is this the normal notion of meaning?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's Heidegger's notion of meaning, whereas it's a kind of, almost a kind of joke on Husserl, I think when I read it. I mean, meaning has been, and in his background is, mental content. I mean, so meaning for Husserl, Sinne, meanings, are something you have in your mind which enables you to organize your experience. They're representations. I mean, they're the whole, are you in Searle's course too? I mean, those who are will see that meaning here is a very inner, private, important structure of the mind. It's intentional content. And all that is Searle thought. Meaning for Heidegger is the most outside instead of inside. It's the broadest structure that enables you to put together and make sense of all the pieces of the structure that you've got. And it's not in minds at all. It's, if any, it's something like, it's not in the world either. It's, I don't know, it's a methodological way of thinking. Meaning, I just repeat it, is that on the basis of which you make sense of all the parts. And it's not supposed to be something in your mind. I don't know where it is. I mean, it's in the parts, I guess. Don't ask me. I don't know. Meaning is, I mean, we're going to come across several things I don't understand at all in the course of this lecture, and Heidegger's view, understanding of what Heidegger means by meaning is one of them. I don't get it. I don't see what important role it plays. And it doesn't seem to. It just comes in every once in a while and then goes out again, and it doesn't seem to have a very basic role. But it certainly isn't meaning the way people normally understand it. Okay, now we're ready for the more interesting one, I think. This is that's the notion of primordial, which gets together authentic and complete and all that. I'm not going to repeat it. Then there is this other meaning of primordial, which Blattner, the ursprünglich is the German. And ursprünglich can mean, translating it primordial is fine. But it helps to translate it originary. Because it is a sense of originary. It's really about the origin of something. I mean, it's got to do with what makes something possible, but in a much stronger sense than what makes you able to make sense of it. I keep wanting to say it's what enables something to be, but Heidegger can't say that temporality is, so he can't say that primordial temporality is what enables all these other kind of temporalities to be. So what he says is temporality temporalizes itself in many different modes, inauthentic, authentic, pragmatic, scientific, but it's whatever it is that makes all of those modes possible, not intelligible, not what makes us able to make sense of them possible. It isn't what makes possible making sense of all this. It makes possible the actual, I want to say being of all this, but since I can't, say temporalizing of all this. So that's the stronger sense of condition of possibility. Condition of possibility is all over the place, and constitution is all over the place. But now I think they've got an ontological sense. That has to do with how one structure presupposes a more basic structure. And what you want to do is find the most basic structure, which not only makes sense of all the other structures, but makes all the other structures be. I mean, I'm going to keep saying that because I have no other way to say it. How does Blattner say it? He has a funny word for it. Obtain. I mean, it doesn't help any, but in order not to say be, he says these obtain. I don't think that's very helpful. So I'm going to keep saying be and then taking it back, which isn't very helpful either. So there's something which is a kind of ontological dependence. And that's not the same as this other primordial. It's a different sense of primordial. And you get it on 376, where he says, temporality, at the bottom, beginning of the paragraph, temporality makes possible the unity of existence, facticity, and falling. You notice I prepared you for that. Their existence is one dimension of the three, which is confusing, but that's how it is. So temporality makes possible the unity of existence, facticity, and falling, and in this way constitutes primordially the totality of the structure of care. That's I think, the ontological claim, that there and a different sense of constitution and a different sense of primordial than the ones that we've been talking about before. When you constitute primordially the totality of the structure, that's what makes there be such a thing as a structure. And all of this, now we've gotten to probably the weirdest page of the whole book. We've gotten to page 377, where he's talking about that temporality isn't an entity at all at the top. Temporality temporalizes itself. You can't say it's an object, an entity, you can't say it's a process either, because processes have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and the beginning is gone by the time you get to the middle, and the middle is gone by the time you get to the end. Temporality isn't a process. It's sui generis, and how you have to describe it is just that it temporalizes itself. But that's an ontological, not a phenomenological story. I mean, that's not about how we make sense of temporality. We're now talking about what temporality is, and it makes possible, skipping a little, temporality temporalizes, and indeed it temporalizes possible ways of itself. These make possible the multiplicity of Dasein's modes of being. And I don't think that means makes intelligible. I think that means something stronger. And especially the basic possibility of authenticity, authentic and inauthentic existence. And now we're just in a different primordiality ballgame, it seems to me, than we were before. And and you'll find, I'll give you places where these things run together. I think I have them. Anyway, 377 we just read. Oh yeah, well, but now I owe you a funny story. I mean, it would be nice if we didn't have to call this sort of ontological basis of everything primordial. I mean, we could leave the other meaning of primordial. But there's always the meaning of primordial in Heidegger, which is, and I'll remind you, remember, primordial truth is that which makes truth as correspondence possible. And there's some other ones too, but I didn't think of listing them. What are the other ones that we think? Well, we'll stick with that one. But now we're going to get primordial temporality. And primordial temporality is what's going to make all the other modes of temporality possible. And he's even got a slogan for it. And the slogan is, at the bottom of the page, he says, if, therefore, we demonstrate that the time, which is accessible to Dasein's common sense, is not primordial, but arises, I mean, all these funny words, I mean, arises as a sort of a constitution, sorry, that doesn't help any either, a sort of production notion. I mean, I do think that there is something like production going on here. So, but arises rather from authentic temporality. Now let's read it again. If we demonstrate that the time which is accessible to Dasein's common sense is not primordial, but arises rather from authentic temporality, then in accordance with the principle a fortiori fit denominatio, which means, I gather, the more powerful version gets the name, we are justified in designating as primordial time the temporality which we've now laid bare. So we've got this weird kind of temporality. I skipped ahead, so you don't know. You have to take my word for it. I mean, the weird temporality that doesn't even have succession, in which the future is not before the present and the past, and so forth. We've got this very weird kind of temporality, which is the basic structure of Dasein, the being as relates to its own being. And we're going to call that primordial temporality. That's the moral there. And I say 381. I wish I could find one of these places where it dumps them all together, the two meanings of primordiality, and drives you crazy. I thought I marked them, but I haven't come across one yet. So on 381, the bottom paragraph, in interpreting everydayness and historicality temporally, we should get a steady enough view of primordial time to expose it as the condition which makes the everyday experience of time both possible and necessary. I just want you to see that primordial time turns out to be the condition of the possibility, and even, interestingly enough, the necessity, I'll give you a story about that in a minute, of everyday temporality. Funny, I didn't ever write down, to keep your eye open, he says often, the temporality which is authentic and primordial. And then you don't know when you read that whether that means authentic and given fully, that would be authentic and primordial, or whether he means it's the basic structural authentic, that Dasein is whether it behaves authentically or not, and primordial in the sense that it's, let's say, produces all the other temporalities. And you have to just pay attention to the context to know what's going on there, it seems to me. I swear I've marked it somewhere, and maybe I'll come across them. They're all over the place. The phrase authentic and primordial just keeps showing up, and every time it shows up, I think you have to figure out what it means, and it means different. Oh, look, here's one right on 380. I don't know which one it's going to be, but we'll read it and see. In the second paragraph, he talks about the interpretation of care as temporality cannot remain restricted to the narrow basis obtained so far, even if it has taken us the first steps along our way to viewing Dasein's primordial and authentic being a whole. Which kind is that? That's the let's call it the Chris Martel kind. That's the phenomenological time, because it's sort of what we got. We're trying to get the fullest experience of the whole structure of. Now I'll just keep my eye open. I'll find another one somewhere, which is the other me. Okay, so we're ready to go on, are we? I mean, I'm ready to hear from you all. If you have anything to say, it would amaze me, but also make me happy, because I need help. Anybody got anything to say? Well, come to me in office hours and tell me things after you've read all this. See if you think this helps. See if you can make any further headway. We have to go on to the next hard thing before time runs out. Because I keep promising. Oh no, I have a slogan here. The primordial temporality in Heidegger's ontological sense. Okay, I want to say, I haven't said anything about this yet, but I think there's another sense of making possible, unfortunately, besides the two we've already got. One of them is being making intelligible, and one of them something like producing. There is also something like causing. I wish this wasn't in here, but I do think it's what Heidegger calls a source sometimes. And remember I said that there was this funny thing about how authentic temporality, how did I put it? How did he put it? Well, I'll read this one. I mean, what it is when you hear that authentic temporality does something or other to inauthentic temporality, it's the source of inauthentic. It makes it possible and necessary. Remember that quote I just read? I think that means that the authentic, basic, anxious, no Dasein, remember, authentic in that sense, the existential sense of authentic Dasein, requires the Dasein flee and cover up what it really is. I mean, it's got to do with this necessity of falling, which is that you get absorbed in the world, that you take over the norms. Now, what that means is, this is the one I dislike, but this seems to say that there's a sense in which the way Dasein is, anxious and empty and all that, actually, I would have to say psychologically, motivates the fleeing, which then gives Dasein the understanding of itself in terms of normal temporality, present at hand stuff, and so forth. I think this is going on. Here's a real mess at the bottom of 374. I think it's got all of them in it. at the bottom of 374, about 15 lines from the bottom. Inasmuch as Dasein understands itself in a way which proximally and for the most part is inauthentic, we may suppose that time, as ordinarily understood, does not indeed represent a genuine phenomenon. The one which is... What?
Does indeed.
Does indeed. What did I say?
Does not.
Oh, did I? I believe I had to try it again. Time, as ordinarily understood, does indeed represent a genuine phenomenon, but one that is derivative. That's what I had in mind. That is, there really is such a thing, but it's covering up something else. It arises from inauthentic temporality, which has a source of its own. This source starts coming in here. Source doesn't seem to mean intelligibility. It doesn't seem to mean production either. And so keep your eye out. The conception of future, past, and present have first arisen in terms of the inauthentic way of understanding time. In terminologically delimiting the primordial and authentic phenomena, there's one of them. Now, what do you think that is? Let's go try to find out. In delimiting the primordial and authentic phenomena which correspond to these meaning what? The dimensions of past, present, and future? I guess so, yeah. We have to struggle against the same difficulty which keeps all ontological terminology in its grip. When violences are done in this field of investigation, they are not arbitrary, but have a necessity grounded in the facts. If, however, we are to point out without gaps in the argument how inauthentic temporality has its source in temporality, which is primordial and authentic, the primordial phenomena which we have described only in rough and ready fashion has to be worked out. Well, boy, everything is in there. What's going on there? Well, the phenomena which is primordial and authentic, I think here means that it's both the sort of source of, it's the temporality which produces all these temporalities. It's authentic in the sense that it's the temporality of the actual basic structure of Dasein, and it's a source. I used to worry about source. It's an Ursprung in German. It has its origin. Inauthentic temporality has its origin in this primordial and authentic temporality, in this basic temporal structure of what Dasein is. But I don't like this notion of source coming in here. I mean, I think that's just the last straw. That means now that in my reading, there's primordial in the sense of directly experience and able to make intelligible the whole thing. There's primordial in the sense of a kind of activity which is temporality, which temporalizes all the kinds of time that we experience. And there's the fact that the authentic structure of Dasein, what it really is, drives it toward covering up, so that what it really is the source of the covering up kind of temporality, which is everyday temporality. All three seem to be in there. No wonder it's hard and confusing. Now I've said that, I'm going to read you something where I tried to sum it up. That primordial temporality is not what psychologically causes or motivates some of the ways of temporalizing, the inauthentic ones. Nor is it what makes all ways of temporalizing phenomenologically intelligible and constitutes them in the phenomenological sense. But it's the way one structure, or several structures really, are made possible by a deep structure. And in that sense, they wouldn't be or they wouldn't happen if it weren't for that deep structure. I'm going to use happen as my word for obtain that Blattner uses. So, that's the most important sense of primordial, the one he's really interested in. It's the deepest structure of Dasein itself, without which all the other kinds of temporality that we normally experience wouldn't happen. Then that would, if that were true, by the way, that would make him a temporal idealist, because then, and that's what Blattner thinks, comes out. I'm going to claim that there is one kind of something which he doesn't want to call temporality, but which is related to temporality, which doesn't depend on the structure of Dasein. And that's the succession of events in nature. But that's way ahead. I just don't want you to think that I'm coming out of temporal idealist. I want to come out of a kind of complicated temporal realist. And Heidegger, I think Heidegger's on my side. But before we can sort out the worries between me and Blattner, we have to sort out Heidegger. So the rest of the time, I'm going to go through another chunk of things I don't understand. The three dimensions of primordial temporality. And in which sense? I suppose in all three senses. That's part of the trouble. I can't tell. But anyway, we've got a story about the future. No, wait, I don't think that's right about all three senses. Primordial. No, I don't know why I said that here. I think that's wrong. This is primordial in the strongest sense. That is more than just the intelligibility, more than the source, that which makes it happen. Condition of the possibility in the strongest sense. And we've got to get what the future is in that primordial sense. This is the structure of Dasein. And the future is something like Dasein. I mean, each of these is impossible to explain. We're now trying to explain a future which is not up in front of us in the sense that it is getting nearer to us and eventually will become the present, but a more basic kind of future than that. What could that be? Well, let's try this. Dasein's own most possibility is to be a discloser. Now, of course, it's a discloser all the time, but somehow it's never going to arrive at being a discloser. It's not the kind of to be a tenured professor, which is in the future. It's this thing like to be a professor, which is something which is happening all the time, and the future is like that. Only now, instead of my own possibility, being a professor, let's take all of our basicest possibilities, namely being a discloser. Being a discloser is the almost possibility. It's something like a constant task. But constant is, of course, not going to be the right word, because that sounds too much like lasting all the time. But it's somehow our task. And it's a task which is never completed, and in that sense always futural. That's what I think is going on 372, where he says, at the bottom of the page, anticipatory resoluteness when taken formally and existentially is, without our constantly designating its full structural content, is being towards one's own most distinctive potentiality for being. I think one's own most distinctive potentiality for being on this ontological level is being a discloser. This sort of thing is possible only in that Dasein can indeed come towards itself. This is this peculiar futuralness. In German, the future is Zukunft, so it literally is somehow what comes toward you. Can come towards itself in its own most possibility, and that it can put up with this possibility as a possibility in thus letting itself come towards itself, in other words, that it exists, which is this business relating to its own being. This letting itself come towards itself in that distinctive possibility which it puts up with is the primordial phenomenon. And that's this rock bottom, that sense of primordial. The primordial phenomenon of the future as coming towards. Well, I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but that's what he says. I'll read you one more. I've tried to explain it as best I can. 4 lines down. In the term, on 373, in the term futural, we do not here have in view a now, which has not yet become actual, and which sometime will be actual. We have in view the coming in which Dasein in its own most potentiality for being comes toward itself. Anticipation makes Dasein authentically futural in such a way that the anticipation itself is possible only insofar as Dasein as being is always coming towards itself. That is to say, insofar as it is futural in its being in general. All I can say is, to me that means Dasein always has the task of being a disclosure, which can never be completed and is usually covered up, but is its authentic in the sense of rock bottom structure. Let's try the past. So I'm structurally always already thrown. That is, my thrownness is my past, but it's never left behind like the past usually is. It's a past which is constantly, I don't know, you can't say present, that would be absolutely wrong. It's a past which I constantly am. It's my been-ness to get this strange Gewesenheit, to get the trend. It determines, and now how could that be? Well, Bladner has an interesting story. If you take over from me, as he does, the idea that the for the sake of which are roles, then what is the job of the past is to make some things matter to me and not others, so that I take up the role of professor instead of, say, CEO of corporation or hippie in Nepal. It's because some things matter to me, and other things that matter to hippies in Nepal or the CEOs of corporations don't matter to me. And that mattering has always got to be there, constantly sort of co-determining my for the sake of which, along with the fact that I'm projecting myself constantly into this role as a kind of task. So this is, and if you now take this to the level of being a disclosure, that is, there's always some mattering going on, and that's always something that's, as he puts it, already there, on the basis of which I can relate to my own being. And that's what makes it past. Okay, on 373, I will try to read you what seems to be saying this. The first full paragraph. But taking overthrowenness, the third sentence, taking overthrowenness signifies being Dasein authentically as it already was. That's this peculiar kind of past. And I don't have many quotes because I don't understand it very well when I do read them. I'll go on though. Taking overthrowenness, however, is possible only in such a way that the futural Dasein can be its own most as it already was. That is to say, it's been, it's Gewesen. Only insofar as Dasein is, as an I am as having been, can Dasein come towards itself futurally in such a way that it comes back. As authentically futural, Dasein is authentically as having been. I tell you, this is the hardest thing I have ever tried to read or explain. That if you don't get it, you just can't get what primordial temporality is, so keep trying. The third dimension is making present. So Dasein is always taking action. It's always using the stuff in the world to relate to its being. And the now of its taking action isn't some specific moment. It isn't this, what you can, Heidegger later says, you could say right now I'm lecturing, right now I'm giving the course, or now I'm lecturing, now we're in this course, now we're in the fall semester, now we're in the 21st century. Is that what this is? Yes. And so forth. The now is totally unsettled and pragmatic. It's just a function of what you're coping with and what you think of yourself as doing. So as you use the world to take a stand on your being, you are doing something which is present and now, but not in a sense of datableness. And that, something like that. So you get the conclusion that temporality enables Dasein to exhibit authentic care and make sense of it. Why do I say that? I don't know. Let me look. Oh, that's the intelligibility one. Remember, we've always got this two things going on at once. So temporality, this first full paragraph on 374, in italics, reveals itself as the meaning of authentic care. Now that means it reveals itself as the most basic structure for making sense of, that's the meaning part, for making intelligible what it is to be Dasein. And I should have expected a primordial one too. No, I don't get one there, but I'm sure there. Well, you get a source one down there. If you skip down somewhat to the middle of the next paragraph, inasmuch as Dasein understands itself, did I read this already? In a way which approximately the most part inauthentic, we may suppose that time is ordinarily understood. Yeah, I read that. It comes in as a source. Oh yeah, I read it at the bottom. It's the same claim. And I suppose it's in italics on 375, we're talking about this basic temporality, which is the primordial unity of the structure of care, lies in temporality. I don't know which one that is, whether that's the one that produces it or not. But finally, you get the extreme one on 376, where the bottom temporality makes possible the unity, and I read this one, it constitutes primordially the totality of the structure of care, and then you get the strongest claim. And I'll just add, that's the end of what I want to say about that, I think. Well, no, I want to convince you in two places, though these are just mopping up things I'm going to do now. I wanted you to nail down this non-successiveness because it's so hard to believe or keep in mind. You get it on 375, where he says in the middle of the page, when he's talking about the ahead of itself as a kind of before. With this before, we do not have in mind in advance of something, in the sense of not yet now, but later. The already, he's doing the past part, that was the future part, and he says the same for the past. The already is just as far from signifying no longer now, but earlier. He's clearly telling you that this basic kind of temporality is not successive. And another one is on 401. If I don't convince you of this, you'll lapse into trying to understand this in an easy way. So, second paragraph. Temporalizing does not signify that the ecstasies, I forgot to tell you about ecstasies. We've got to go back. It's just a technical term, but you need it. And where was it? He introduces ecstasies back where we were before. Here we are on 377. Since temporality is the primordial outside itself, in and for itself, that's a good one to drop at parties and so forth. So temporality is the primordial outside itself, in and for itself. That means that temporality is this openness. That's the outside itself. It's the structure of the openness of a disclosure. And he's going to call the dimensions of that openness ecstasies, he says in the next sentence. We therefore call the phenomena of the future, the character of having been, and the present, the ecstasies of temporality. Temporality is not prior to this, an entity which first emerges from itself. Its essence is, and cross out, it's the translator who puts in the process, because he's cracking up like I am trying, but you don't want anything in there. Its essence is temporalizing in the unity of the ecstasies. Now we can go back and see what I was going to show you on 401, namely, read this now. Temporalizing doesn't signify that the ecstasies come in a succession. The future is not later than having been, and having been is not earlier than the present. Temporality temporalizes itself as a future which makes present in, and then the process again is not in there, in having been. Now, I think just in time, time is up, I can run. Let's see. I just got one more reference here, and I'll see if I have to read it. Nope, I read it already. Okay, that's it. It's not going to get any better from now on. You just have to struggle on. Okay, so here we go then. I just read something, by the way, I just mentioned, which struck me as interesting, that and something you might want to sort of say to yourself every once in a while, which I came across in reading Plattner, which I've been doing over the weekend. He says, Dasein is not a human life, but an attuned, absorbed, directed, discursive ability. Well, that's probably right. I mean, that helps you understand why Dasein isn't this embodied thing. He says it in connection with death. Death can't be, for Dasein, the end of a life, because Dasein isn't a life. Dasein is this structure. And that sounds right. But I'm not going to talk about that. I just thought it was interesting enough to bring in. Now, what I want to talk about first is a question somebody asked me at the end last time, which is such a fundamental question that if one is confused about this, and I can imagine that one might be the first time through being in time, you'd be very confused. And that's got to do with the way that Dasein is necessarily outside itself on 377. That's a very difficult, dense page. But I can cast some light on it, at least sort of clear up some misunderstanding of it. Dasein is taking a stand on itself. By the way, I'm going to go back to that language. It's just easier. But by now you would understand that that's not voluntary and it's not explicit and so forth. It's a way of saying Dasein relates itself to itself. But so anyway, taking a stand on itself gives Dasein, being the kind of being that is taking a stand on itself, gives Dasein a structure that is described as outside itself. That we got to get clear about that. There's two outsides really. It has a threefold structure. As remember, I'm going to be saying this over and over because it's the one thing you've got to keep holding on to. Dasein is a given or thrown, self-interpreting way of being. And this given or thrown, let's call it given. I'm just trying to put my own words so we won't just be repeating Heidegger jargon. So this given self-interpreting being has to do that self-interpreting by acting, dealing with things. I mean, that could be the sort of motto for what I'm going to talk about today. And that, of course, is a threefold temporal structure. This is all just reviewing. But so Dasein is outside itself in two ways. This whole structure is outside. Each element, each aspect of the structure is outside the others, whatever that means. Somehow, you can't define them independent of each other. They all have a unity, but they all sort of, in a certain funny way, go off in different directions, toward the past, toward the future, toward the present. And the more important, the whole structure only works if Dasein opens up a world, falls into a world. And I think that's the sense in which Dasein is necessarily outside itself. That is, it's the kind of structure or the kind of activity which can only exist, in the technical sense of exist, that Heidegger has, if it is going into the world, or if it is always already in the world, because it isn't as if it exists outside and then falls into it. I mean, it's always already falling. Now, now comes the question. Somebody said after class, you mean that's like getting outside of a subject as a self-contained realm of experience? And that's not what it's about. That's not what it's like. That's what in Husserl transcendence is. There is this sort of self-contained subject, and then you wonder how it gets outside of itself and has an intentional relation to objects. But it's not that. It's Dasein as disclosedness is always already outside itself. It's this threefold structures, each of which is different from the other, and it's always absorbed in coping already. So the threefold structure is Well, another way to put it is Dasein is always letting itself be encountered by the things in the world, more Heidegger jargon. That's the sense in which it's outside itself. That's the sense in which it never was a subject. If it's a subject at all, it's never fully a subject. It can get reflective, it can get intentional content in it as a mind directed toward things. We can have beliefs about the world. We can do all that, but always on the background of our involved coping and familiarity, which is so definitive of what we are, that the idea that we are some kind of subjects that then get outside ourselves is just the absolute opposite of what Heidegger wants. What he calls this ecstatic structure on 377 is, as I say, always already outside itself, where he says in italics below the 329, temporality is the primordial outside itself, in and for itself. We therefore call the phenomena of the future the characteristic of having been, and the present the ecstasies of temporality. Temporality is not, prior to this, an entity which first emerges from itself. You see, that's what the student was thinking. Its essence is, and then never mind a process of, its essence is temporalizing in the unity of the ecstasies. And that's what we have to talk about for a while now. I take it that's obvious. I mean, thank goodness there's some things that are obvious, because some things are so murky and hard. Okay. Now, we want to do two things. I'm sort of really still reviewing something we talked about last time already. We want to get some kind of derivation which gives us an understanding of the necessary unity of this threefold structure. That's something about what makes possible the unity of the care structure, where makes possible means it allows us to make sense of, I think, or make intelligible the way the care structure has to be unified, given the kind of activity it is, given the way it's this givenness that is interpreting itself by falling into the world. And now, Heidegger has two derivations, I think. In fact, I think there are three derivations going on. This gets more and more puzzling and difficult all the time. Last time we talked about deriving the unity of the care structure. Roughly, that means how you couldn't have the anticipation. If you have the chart, the unity of the care structure is the way that having been and to come and making present all work together and don't make any sense without each other. And then you get under that the ecstasies, which is, it comes back to what it already was, and it lets itself be encountered by, and it comes toward itself. But you got to keep understanding that it couldn't do that if it didn't have a for the sake of which, and its for the sake of which depends upon its mattering to it what it's doing. That's the already been, and all of that is has to be acted out in coping with things. That's the fallen. And again, I keep repeating myself, that structure of what it is to be a being whose being is an issue for it is got to have this kind of unity, which I just described. We did that derivation last time. Now, I think Heidegger also, that's the first derivation, derived the unity of the care structure. Second, he wants to show why this sort of being comes in these various modes of authentic, inauthentic, and undifferentiated. And he wants to, I think, I say all this as hypotheses. Sometimes I know I'm sure of what I'm talking about. Sometimes I'm not. I suspect that the way you derive inauthenticity and authenticity from this structure is you've got to say that, well, what I want to say is it's going to turn out to involve fleeing, and it's going to be a kind of psychological motivational derivation. Why does it flee? Because it's a nullity, because it's anxious, and so forth. So, and I don't like that derivation, and I haven't talked about it, and I'm not going to talk about it, and I'm not even sure quite where it happens in the book. But he does say that he's going to show that that there is authentic and inauthentic temporality, and he's going to show why there has to be. The only reason I can see why there has to be would be to bring in fleeing. And as I said before, I don't see why there has to be fleeing, so I don't understand that derivation. That's the second derivation. I don't know what to do with it. The third one, which we're going to talk about today and next time in a minute, is we want to get the various forms of temporality and show how they are made possible by or make sense in terms of what happens when a self-interpreting being has to interpret itself by coping with things. That's obviously, and what happens is you get, and that's called originary temporality or primordial temporality in our translation. And that's going to give you, I'm on the temporality chart, world time, which is the temporality of circumspective concern. And then it's going to give you ordinary time, which is in that box at the bottom, which is a sequence of contentless nows. And that's going to give you science time. And that's going to give you whatever's left of time in nature, which isn't much. And you'll see we'll have to talk about that next time. Next time I want to talk about sort of science time, nature time, and why Heidegger is a temporal realist, in spite of what Blattner says, namely that he's a temporal idealist, but not yet. We've got so many things. So based on, let's see if I want to read this to myself. Okay, well then we get a kind of mystery, which I want you to all help me think about, because I can't make it work, but it seems to be important to me. So talking about how we're going to derive the unity of care, the fact that care comes in authentic, inauthentic, and indeterminate modes, and the world time, ordinary conception of time, scientific conception of time, that is, derive in the sense of make sense of them, make them intelligible, show how they follow from this being whose being is an issue for it. He has this bizarre thing to say on 383, which I'm sure is very important, but it doesn't seem right, doesn't seem true. So somewhere I must be misunderstanding something. Anyway, here we are, 10 lines down on 383. The ontological source of Dasein's being is not inferior to what springs from it. I take it it's not the source of Dasein's being, but I never thought about this. It's the ontological source that Dasein's being is. I wonder if that's right. Help with the German. I can't imagine that there's an ontological source of Dasein's being. There's nothing more bottom line in Dasein's being. It should be Dasein's being as an ontological source, I think. But then that's not the hard part. I never even noticed that. I was always reading it the way it must be to make sense.
Der ontologische Ursprung des Seins, des Daseins.
It's ontological source of the being of Dasein. I don't understand what that means. Help. Anybody know what that means? What could be the ontological source of the being of Dasein? Maybe. Being itself. Later. That's a perfectly sensible thing to say about later Heidegger. Definitely. But not in being in time yet. Okay, I don't know what that is, but that's not what I want to talk about. That's a problem I hadn't even seen. But now here's the puzzling thing. Let's read it my way. If you treat Dasein's being as an ontological source, the source is not inferior to what springs from it, but towers above it in power from the outset. In the field of ontology, any springing from is degeneration. That's bizarre. That means that when you are deriving things, that is, making sense of them, you make sense of them by leaving out more and more of the richest phenomena. The richest phenomena is the primordial, the richest phenomena of course, what the richest phenomenon is part of the question, but an example of a rich phenomenon would be the experience of being an authentic Dasein. And you can make sense of inauthenticity by leaving out a lot of covering up a lot of the structure of authentic Dasein. I can understand that mood. I don't understand how showing the unity of care, why care's threefold structure hangs together, and each dimension presupposes the others, why that would be a degeneration, that kind of, the source of its unity does, and he talks about that. And but worse, and this is all just trying to tell you that I don't know how to talk about it, but worse, when you try to derive temporality, you've got two different derivations going on, which we're going to talk about today. One of them gets you from, look at the chart, one of them gets you from originary temporality, which is the structure of Dasein that we've just been repeating over and over, the being that takes the standard of being, the throwing, self-interpreting, coping activity. Now, you go from that to world time. That's one of the derivations, or one of the ways you can make sense of what we're trying to make sense of, namely us and our world. And that doesn't seem to be a question of degeneration or leaving something else at all. I mean, when you get there, you'll see that I'll tell you what it is, but it doesn't seem like degeneration. And then finally we get to the one place where ontological interpretation does mean degeneration, and that's the bottom part of the temporality chart. That's where you go from world time to ordinary time to clock time and so forth. There you've got a very rich notion of temporality, namely world time, and then you leave more and more out to derive from the ready to hand to really present at hand. We're used to that after all. We know how with hammering you leave more and more out till you get a present at hand hammer. Okay, so why he thinks that's, I mean, if you could write a paper or explain to me why all these derivations, why every kind of ontological derivation is a degeneration, please let me know. That we're going to do the one that is by the end of the day. Okay, now I'm again still catching up with where I was. Last time, well, looking at the other side of the chart, we did the temporality of understanding and showed, in effect, how all the dimensions of understanding interrelate and require each other. That's fine. And that threefold ecstatic, we've heard it called now, structure is the structure of temporality, and that and where what I said, look at 401. Let's see why we want to look at 401. Okay, well, in italics in the middle of 401, we've seen that every ecstasis, that in every ecstasis, temporality temporalizes itself as a whole. See, that's this unity story. And this means that in the ecstatical unity with which temporality has fully temporalized itself currently is grounded the totality of the structural whole of existence, facticity, and falling, that is the unity of the care structure. One derivation, got the unity of the care structure. Okay, now, the next thing I want to say is just that I think there's something you don't need to pay much attention to. I said last time that if you did the understandings derivation, you don't need to pay much attention to the disposedness and falling that goes on in that same chapter. And now that I've reread them over the weekend, I think that's right. They are really poor because the disposedness one focuses only on anxiety, which is maybe a privileged kind of disposedness, but hardly a typical kind, and hardly plays a role in what you want it to do, play a role in explaining, in being intimately related to the for the sake of which. See, what the disposedness ought to do, let's take an example like being a professor, is explain what matters to me such that I project myself as a professor. That's my for the sake of which. Remember, it's much more complicated. We've said that too, that I'm not only a professor, but a father and a citizen, and all that has to be put together, and it has to be put together in a way that takes up the history of that role. But putting all that just in the phrase, I got this for the sake of which of being a father, well, that's intimately related to the fact that I've been thrown into the kind of mattering that I've been thrown into, and not some other kind of mattering where I might have come out as a CEO or as a beatnik, who knows. But in any case, if you focus on anxiety as your main form of disposedness, that's very illuminating if you want to talk about the nullity of Dasein and the fleeing. But it's very unilluminating if you want to show how the disposedness is necessary for the projecting. And the projecting goes back and reinterprets the disposedness, because being a professor now gives me a new sense of what matters to me, and so forth. So that's bad, I think. You shouldn't worry about that. And you shouldn't worry about the falling section either, because there he talks only about curiosity, which means that he's trying to find the most sort of falling in the sense of covering up and sort of losing touch with what Dasein is really about in its concrete engagement in a particular situation. But that's the wrong thing to do. I mean, you can really understand why he didn't want to publish this. Because what you want to, if you're going to show the unity of the care structure, you want the present to be falling in the sense of the way Dasein is absorbed, not in the sense that it's detached and curious and hanging around. Why he does it in terms of those two, I have no idea, but I would, if I were you, ignore it. The only thing that's important in there, and it isn't even said very clearly, is on 390, which is about the way that the mattering, I take it it's about that, the way mattering and having a project go together. At the mid, on the second paragraph on 390, understanding is grounded primarily in the future. One's disposedness, however, temporalizes itself primarily in having been. Moods temporalize themselves, that is, their special status belongs to a future and a present in such a way, indeed, that these equiprimordial ecstasies are modified by having been. Well, that's pretty abstract and obscure, but I think I just explained what ought to be there. He's trying to show how the having been is going to give you not only moods, but mattering and the sense of how it's going to be tied up with your projecting in understanding. That, in passing, he says it, but that's about all he says. So I'm going to, that end of that. Then I want to do, and that's what we supposedly did last time. Now comes the new one, and the most sort of interesting but hard, but at least I think one could make sense of every sentence of it if you read it about 1,000,000 times. And that is the section where we were ready for, which is on 415, because we'd already done, remember, the science part. So we go directly, and the temporality of discourse is pretty empty, so we go directly from all these particular temporalities to the temporality of being in the world and the problem of the transcendence of the world. And even that doesn't really get what he wants. The real thing is on 415, the temporal problem of the transcendence of the world. That's the issue of how to put being in and world together. That is to say, why, and it's again the same point, I think. What we want to know, we want to make sense of, we want to understand why. The being that takes a stand on its being by coping with things not only has the structure of being in, which is throw and ball and projection, but that structure somehow meshes with the structure of the world in which it's got to do its coping. That's the issue there. That's the question of the transcendence of the world. He gives a little review and raises that question. The review is nice, so we'll start with that on 415. Circumspective concern includes the... Now this is really a review. Circumspective concern, I think we should have that chart in front of us. We're looking at the second box on the temporality chart now, world time, the temporality of circumspective concern. That's what we're going to find out about. And we're going to find out about it, and we're going to find out how that fits with the structure of the world. Circumspective concern includes the understanding of a totality of involvements, and this understanding is based upon a prior understanding of the relationships of the in order to, the towards which, the towards this, the for the sake of, got all that, remember. The interconnection of these relationships has been exhibited earlier as significance. Their unity makes up what we call the world. All that is exactly division 1. The question arises to how anything like the world in its unity with Dasein is ontologically possible. That is, now that we've got all that structure of significance, and we've been hearing a lot about the structure of being in, now we want to get, that's a new unity. Now instead of looking at the unity of the care structure, which is the unity of being in, we want to look at the unity of the world, which is what we were doing in the beginning of Division 1, with the unity of the care structure. And that's what we want to know. How is that unity ontologically possible? In what way must the world be if Dasein is able to exist as being in the world? That sounds like an interesting, important question. I'm pretty sure it is. And I'll try to make it sound plausible. So I want to go back to 401, where he talks about it in getting ready to talk about it, so to speak, and read there, because there he's sort of warming up for it. At the end of the section before 69, the last paragraph before the new section, both the disclosedness of the there and Dasein's basic existential possibilities, authenticity and inauthenticity, are founded in temporality. That, I guess, sort of, we've heard already. That's got to do with the structure of being in. But disclosedness always pertains with equal primordiality to the entirety of being in the world, to being in as well as to the world. So if we orient ourselves by the temporal constitution with a capital C means something like structure. The temporal structure of disclosedness, the ontological condition, so let's start again. So if we orient ourselves by the temporal constitution of disclosedness, the ontological condition for the possibility that there can be entities which exist as being in the world must be something that may also be exhibited. Well, that seems, it certainly seems fundamental. We're going to try to get, by way of temporality, an explanation of how there can be entities who've got this unified structure with hyphens being in the world. And that's tied up, stay on 401, with the sort of sub-question, which is really, I think, the same question. How can the temporal structure of Dasein in its pure, sort of originary, primordial, whichever form, be brought together with the structure of Dasein when it's coping in the world? Now, that's, I can make that more concrete, because that means, how do you bring together a temporal structure which is not sequential? Back to the chart. Originary temporality, parentheses, not sequential. World time, sequential. So it now becomes the question, how can you bring a structure which is not sequential, that's the structure of primordial intentionality, or originality, together with a structure that is sequential, which is that I cope with this, and then with that, and then with that, which has, when I say sequential, I mean that the present comes, the future becomes present and then becomes past, that they are laid out one after another, and the question, and that's how it is in our everyday world. So here, and here's the paragraph where this is important. Back on 401 still, right before what I read. Temporalizing does not signify that ecstasies come in a succession. The future is not later than having been. Funny, I would have thought that you can equally well say that the future is not earlier than having been. I mean, it's not later. I see. Well, he's thinking of it, you've already been, and then later something else happens. And right now that's still the future, because it hasn't happened yet. So the future is not later than having been, but in other words, though, it's not like that. Don't let me confuse you. That whatever it is, the future is not like first there's having been and then later something else happens. The future is not later than having been, and having been is not earlier than the present. That is, the originary past isn't somehow happening temporally before the present, which is happening temporally before what is going to come. In other words, that's just ordinary time. Don't get confused by that. And he's saying that temporality, original temporality, isn't like that. Temporality temporalizes itself as a future which makes present in having been. But that's this picture again. That's the structure of just this thrown thing taking a stand on its own being and being open to coping. Now, so now the interesting question is, how do you go from a non-sequential temporal structure to a sequential temporal structure? And that's what we have to talk about. And he gives you a kind of summary. Now, I've already said that. I haven't got this twice. Maybe I haven't. So we need to show how originary temporality makes possible Dasein's being. Well, I want to say something else about that. No, that's all right. So how does this originary temporality, which is non-temporal, and it isn't in the world, make possible Dasein's being as being in the world? I want to correct some translations, so I have to show, which could confuse you, so I have to tell you. They're on 424. He asked this question. Second paragraph. Even though many structures of Dasein, when taken singly, are obscure, it seems that by casting light upon temporality as the primordial condition for the possibility of care, we've reached the primordial interpretation of Dasein which we require. That sounds fine. If you look back one page at the bottom of 423, if you were reading very carefully, your mind would be completely boggled, because the last statement at the bottom of 423 contradicts that. It says, while temporality, I'm going to fix the translation, but no, I better read it that way. First it says, while temporality is made possible by Dasein's being. Notice that over here it says, temporality is the condition for the possibility of care, which is presumably Dasein's being. Well, it doesn't say that. It says, so fix it, at the bottom there of 423. While temporality makes possible Dasein's being, and that's what you expect. That's what he says on the next page. Temporality being is the structure that's going to make possible this kind of being which is coping in the world, being in the world, being already amidst entities. What's the last thing? Being ahead of itself as being already amidst entities. That's what we want to get. That's sequential time. That's what we want to get out of here if we can. Okay. So the question is, and here I'm trying to get the question as clear as I can. Why does the structure of self-interpreting givenness require and make possible that there are beings like us who have being in the world as their way of being? That is, so why does the structure of self-interpreting givenness require there be beings like us? And what is it like us? Well, being in the world. Now, I really understood something over the weekend. I'm just so pleased with myself. Unfortunately, it won't be so illuminating to you because you haven't been puzzled about this for 30 years. And I didn't even assign it. It was so puzzling. But it helps at this point to see something, that because it's so sort of obscure what the question is that Heidegger's trying to answer, that if you get a clue, it's extremely interesting and valuable. Well, the clue, if you did the assignment, you discovered that I stopped at 480 when he suddenly plunges into Hegel in a way that one doesn't understand at all. He says that a comparison of the existential ontological connection of temporality, Dasein, and world time, which is just what we want to talk about, with Hegel's way of taking the relation between time and spirit. Now, why is he doing that? Well, for years I've wondered why he was doing that, and I couldn't figure it out. But now I do see why he's doing it, because he thinks Hegel's got the right problem, and he's got the wrong answer, whereas he's got the same problem, and he knows what the answer is. Let me spell that out. It's very interesting. So for Hegel, the question is, how could something spiritual fall into time, which is what Hegel is talking about. Hegel says, well, what happens is the spirit falls into time. And then he has a whole thing, which I spared you, which seems like a joke. It is so obscure and abstract. And Heidegger's thinking, well, Hegel is just making all this up because he can't really explain that. Why can't he explain it? Because Hegel thinks of something as spiritual as consciousness, or a subject, and time as the successive moments in nature. And he's trying to figure out how to get a subject together with these successive moments in nature. Why should a subject, as understood as a self-sufficient entity of a Cartesian sort, have to get involved in the temporality of the res extensa, the one thing after another of natural time? Well, Heidegger thinks you'll never get the answer if you ask that question, but he has the answer. So I'm going to read on page 486 the paragraph where it says 436, because it's where he answers Hegel by saying, I know how it happened. And what would be the it? Well, he's going to change the question into how Dasein, which isn't a Cartesian subject, falls, and he'll take the word from the same word as Hegel, but it'll mean something different, falls into the world, where the world is this pragmatic coping with equipment to take a stand on yourself by achieving some, for the sake of which. And he's going to say, I can explain what this falling is and why it's necessary, whereas Hegel just has to say it, and we don't even know what falls means when he says it. So here we are. Our existential analytic of Dasein, on the contrary, he's just gone through this sort of craziness. I'm on page 486 where it says 436, which I didn't assign you to read, and don't read it, but this paragraph is interesting. Our existential analytic of Dasein, on the contrary, and Hegel has turned himself inside out to try to get this derivation, starts with the concretion effect, particularly throwing existence itself, in order to unveil temporality as that which primordially makes such existence possible. Now, that is, he's got a story, he's saying, about how originary temporality necessitates and makes possible world time. He says spirit does not first fall into time, but it, and now instead of spirit he's going to say Dasein, but Dasein, his version of spirit, exists as the primordial temporalizing of temporality. That's this peculiar self-interpreting structure. Temporality temporalizes world time within the horizon of which history can appear as historicizing within time. Spirit does not fall into time, but factual existence falls as falling from primordial authentic temporality. Now, this is all in code, but I think I really know what it means. What it means is, if you define Dasein as the being that has to cope with things in order to take a stand on its being, and coping with things is being absorbed in them, and that's called falling, you can show that this thing, Dasein, which isn't a subject, falls, in the sense of gets absorbed in, this world of equipment, which isn't the succession of nows in nature. That's what he thinks he's done. Spirit doesn't fall into time, but factical existence falls as falling from primordial authentic temporality, meaning getting absorbed in the world. This falling has itself its existential possibility in a mode of extemporalizing, a mode which belongs to temporality. That's called world time. So all I want to keep saying, and I said this, I'm going to have to say this over and over because it's one of the few things I think I do understand, that given a being that's thrown and has to take a stand on its being, it has to absorb itself in coping with equipment in order to do it. That's his picture. I mean, he's defined the structure of Dasein in such a way that it couldn't exist if it didn't have a world of stuff and cope with it, that world of stuff. That's the point. It is no longer mysterious. It is, for him, necessary, once you define the structure of Dasein right, that it will end up coping with things in the world. Because it can't, let's take an example. I can't be a professor in the special sense of be, which is the kind of, that I never achieved being a professor. It's always to be done. That we've all gone through that. I can't be a professor in this sense of just, unless I use blackboards and chalk, very rarely, but lecterns frequently, and so forth. Unless I do that, I can't do this thing, which is being a professor. And that means that it turns out to be built in to the being that takes a stand on its being by assigning itself a role, which is a for the sake of which is a task, which is something futural but never attainable. I can't do that without a world, without circumspective concern, in my jargon, coping with things in the world. And the Hegel thing, I think, is a big illuminating thing about that now. He tries to do the same thing with Kant, I believe, when he tries to show that Kant can't understand the relation between his notion of the subject in space and time. That turns out to be a big mystery, and then Heidegger comes in the Kant book and says, well, if you understood the subject as Dasein, and you understood space and time not like natural space and time, but spatiality and temporality the way Heidegger defines them, there wouldn't be any mystery about the relation of the subject to time and space. So this is some way of thinking that Heidegger has. He likes to take over these problems from previous philosophers and then sort them out. I'll be able to tell you next time, I think, if I get it figured out. He's going to do the same thing with Aristotle on time. He's going to say Aristotle's confused, deeply confused about something about time. He gets it sort of right and sort of wrong. But if you see it Heidegger's way, then you could see that Aristotle had all the pieces. He just didn't put them together right. But today we just got this one. Hegel had the right question, but he couldn't give, being a kind of Cartesian of sorts, he couldn't give the right answer. So let me read now where I. So the originary future, the top of the chart, requires a world-time future. That is, having some project like being a professor, as you're for the sake of which, and a world-time past, something that you're using to bring about that, which both inclines you to have that project, and which you take over from the past in order to bring about that project. You've got to have all that. Then you can, quote, fall into the present, that is, cope, such in a way that makes you able to take that stand on your being. And so the bottom line is, well, this little bottom line, originary temporality, which is not successive, but is that peculiar structure of a being that has to take a stand on its own being by having a role and by having mattering and so forth, that non-sequential structure requires world time, which is a essential structure. That's just another way of saying the same thing, which is what he's trying to argue, I think. And maybe that's on 416. We're now in those two I'm going to end up reading, I think, everything on 416 and 417, because they're very, very dense, but they're supposed to be the derivation of all this. I mean, how a certain non-sequential, temporal-ish structure makes possible world time, makes possible Dasein as being in the world, and all this gets worked out here in these two dense pages. So we'll start with 416 at the bottom. Why do I want to start there? Seems a strange thing to do. No, it isn't where I want to start. I want to start at the top. For 416, Dasein exists for the sake of a potentiality, of an ability to be itself. In existing, it has been thrown, and there's something thrown, and it has been delivered over to entities, which it needs in order to be able to be as it is. You see that is the sentence that says what I've been saying since I came in here today. So I'll read it again. Dasein exists for the sake of an ability to be itself. That doesn't help much. Or maybe that's to say it has to take a stand on its being. In existing, it has been thrown. As is something thrown, it's been delivered over to entities. And now comes the crucial thing, which it needs in order to be able to be as it is, namely for the sake of itself. That's just like saying you can't be a professor without having a lectern. But it's a very abstract and fancy and general way of saying it. But that's the idea. And let's go on now to the rest. Insofar as Dasein, I'm going on with this paragraph. Insofar as Dasein exists practically, it understands itself in the way of it for the sake of itself and thus connected with some current. In order to, so here I am, understanding myself as a professor and using the lectern in order to hold up my lecture. That inside which existing Dasein understands itself is there along with its practical existence. That inside which one primarily understands oneself as Dasein's kind of being, Dasein is its world existingly. That's another and peculiar and provocative way of saying the same thing, that Dasein has got to have a world in order to take a stand on its being, which is what it has to do, because that's what it is to exist. Now we have a new sub-problem, which we will go into. This sentence always upsets me, but I think this year I managed to beat it into shape so that I'm not upset by it anymore. I wanted to say Dasein is the world existing. Because if you have Dasein is its world, it sounds like monads, Leibniz. It sounds like subjects. It sounds like Sartrean for the, Poursois and so forth. All these things that put and Husserl, with the transcendental subjectivity, as all these views that put mindness and my world, never mind mindness, but it means something different. Put my world in front of the world, and the last thing one wants is all of a sudden to find out that Dasein has really got all this has only got Dasein its world, that it would be my world existingly. Dasein had better be the world existingly. Well, there's lots to say about that. If you go on, let's see, I want to say it in the order, though, that seems to me the most helpful, so let me make sure I know where I am. Well, I branched off here and did something else, but now that I've started discussing this, I want to stay with it. So I don't even know if I have in my notes what I want to say about it, but I know what I want to say about it. If you look at the top of 417, which really begins at the bottom of 416, then you can see, oh yeah, I see where I'm in my own notes. So go from there to the bottom of 416. That's what I want to do. And then you read, never mind the horizontal schema yet, just the bottom sentence. This implies that on the basis of the horizontal, anything, constitution, which is again makeup or structure, now it's small because it's an adjective. We worried about that last time. Whenever you got constitution, with a small c as an adjective, it's really constitution with a big C, and it really means structure. So this implies that on the basis of the horizontal structure, of the ecstatical unity of temporality, there belongs to that entity, which is in each case its own there, something like a world that has been disclosed. Well, that's getting better. I can make sense of that. I think that means, and that seems perfectly fine, Dasein is its world, as long as you understand that to mean that it's a perspective on the world. We said that a lot early on, seemingly years ago, and that's just coming back now to haunt us unless we hold on to it. That is, being in the world is always being in the world. I mean, after all, that's the crucial phrase. But it's being in the world from some perspective. That's the being in part. Remember all that. So your mood is attuned to some public available world mood, which is already there, to take the extremist case from way back. The point is, you and your perspective on the world, I see you and you see me, and but it's in the same world. It's in the world that you've got your perspective and I've got my perspective. So Dasein is its world existing. It has to mean Dasein is its perspective on the world existing. And I'm sure that's what he does mean. And so just take it as that, and then you can happily go on. And now we're back to the big question, which is so obscure but important, I guess, that somehow we want to get together now the activity of disclosing, which is being in, with the structure, and that's my perspective on things. It has to correspond to the structure of the world, which is the structure of disclosingness. So you've got that is the activity of disclosing. I haven't got it quite right. Which is being in, corresponds to the structure of the world, which is disclosingness. And he says, that's what he's saying on 416, right, in the next paragraph. Let's read them. As I say, we're going to end up having to read everything on these 2 pages. We've defined Dasein's being as care. The ontological meaning of care is temporality. That's fine. We have shown that temporality constitutes the disclosedness of the there, and we have shown how it does so. In the disclosedness of the there, the world is disclosed along with it. The disclosedness of the there is something like the situation for Dasein, and he talked about that. I don't know where he talks about that. There's so many mysteries. We have shown that temporality constitutes the disclosedness of the there, and how it does so. Now, where has he done that?
Before he talks about mood, I think.
Or is that when he talks about the unity of the care structure?
It comes up every now and then.
Yeah, I don't know whether he ever sort of says, now we're going to do this. If he does, I don't know where it is. So now I have to worry about that. But not right here in front of you. I'll go home and worry about it. Okay, and we have shown how it does so. In the disclosedness of the there, the world is disclosed along with it. Now that's nice, because as I read it, the there is the perspective, my situation. But looking at the there, because when he does introduce the there way back in the beginning of the being in chapter, I guess that's, as Rick says, that's where it is. He introduces the there at the beginning of the being in chapter, and then it turns out that the there means Dasein. Each Dasein has a there. It's being there, and that means in its situation. Which, by the way, I now think is its mindness. I think every Dasein's mindness simply means that every Dasein has its situation. It might be important, because for years I never have figured out I didn't know what mindness meant, and I'm still not sure I know what mindness means. Because right now I think it means this, that every Dasein has its perspective on the world, its situation, and that's its there, and that's its mindness. And we've seen that, and that the disclosing, and that isn't that wonderful if true, with the disclosedness of the there, which I think is its there, because you don't have to write its, because the there has got its built into it. if it means your situation, which I think it does. So with the disclosiveness of the there, the world is disclosed along with it. That means your situation, your perspective, opens up on the world. I think that's nice. The unity of significance, which is the ontological constitution of the world, must then likewise be grounded in temporality. Well, okay. I mean, that says, if significance is the structure we've seen of worldhood, then significance must somehow be brought into relation with temporality, and he's going to do that in a little while. He's going to actually show how significance is characteristic of world time and how world time is itself requires originary time. But I'm not ready for that. He's not ready for it anyway. Let's see. I wanted to read the existential temporal condition for the possibility of the world lies in the fact that temporality as an ecstatical unity has something like a horizon. Well, that sentence has baffled me for years, and yet it seems to be a pretty important sentence, and it's in italics. So I take another stab at it, and that means that there's not only a threefold structure to being in, but that's going to map onto or be correlative with a threefold structure of the world. So the ecstatical structure is the structure of being in. It's throwing, falling projection. That's what you do. We've got to find now some structure in the world, which is the horizontal structure, which is going to fit that ecstatic structure. Well, he tries. He's got a story, and I will read it in a second. So whatever horizon is, it's not just a context, which I used to think it was. It's got to be a directional something or other. Because in Heidegger, you're sort of heading toward the horizon, just as there's these three. So it isn't as if the ecstatical structure, in its three-dimensionalness, throwing, falling, projection, is just contextual, and that in that sense has a horizon all around it. It's as if it's sort of headed off in three directions, or something like that. Each of the three ecstatical structures has got to be correlated with a particular directional, horizontal structure. And of course, past, present, and future are always there in the background, coordinating them somehow. Now let's see. So what have we got? On the side of the world, that is what is disclosed. Okay, where was it? We are. There is on the side of the world something like a task to be finished, and that's correlated with the for the sake of which. And there's equipment to be used in performing that task, and that's the always already. And there's the coping, which is what's going on right now. Let's see if the chart helps. We want to look. So the horizons on the chart are retaining, that is, taking up the equipment and whatever's been going on so far in the situation. Making present, that means coping right now with something. And awaiting, that means being projected in the direction of some task you're trying to achieve. We'll see later how that gets related to all sorts of other temporal something or others, but stick with that. Now let's see. And this is supposed to explain, I guess, why it is that Dasein can only take a stand on itself by using equipment, and therefore explain why Dasein is the world existing. Now, why does it explain? Why? Because why does a self-interpreting being have to take a stand on itself by using equipment? Wait a second. And the answer's supposed to be something like, because, well, let's see, is it why or how? Maybe that's asking too much, why it has to do that. The question is how it does that. At least I can get a grip on that one. How it does it is that the for the sake of which, remember we want to find correlations. My for the sake of which correlates with the fact that there is a horizon in the world, namely tasks to be accomplished out there. And my throwiness corresponds in the world to there's stuff already there in which to use to perform those tasks. And my falling into the world by being absorbed in coping corresponds with the fact that there's stuff out there to cope with, that I am, as I put it here, always sort of open to affordances, and there's something out there sort of needing to be done. And those are the horizontal structures, and that's how they correlate, I think, with the ecstatic ones. Yeah?
Isn't that all just the same thing as saying you are what you do? Or like, just
I suppose it is, maybe.
exposing that?
Good. Let's think about that. You are what you do. Yes, that's another way of putting this thing about you're a self-interpreting being that can only take a stand on yourself by doing something.
Yeah, and the fact that you can ask the what in respect to doing, like what will I do, like that kind of implies that like you have that capacity for doing.
Well, that's not so. You don't have to ask it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's too reflective.
But what is?
All we're asking now is, how is it that the being that has a being in ecstatical structure gets mapped onto a world that has a horizontal structure in each of those dimensions?
Yeah, it's like, but you can still, it still seems like one might have to ask, what will I do? Because
you shouldn't. You're just throwing into it, pressing into it. I mean, you might ask it. I might ask something like, will I go to my lecture or not? But mostly I just find myself running over here.
Yeah, because you will be what you do.
Yeah, but I am what I do. I get here and I lecture, and that's the important thing. Did I see another hand over here? I thought I did. No? Okay, well, no, I wouldn't raise my hand either if I didn't have to do this. Okay, so I can understand your bafflement. But let's go on anyway. So now we understand, supposedly, I want to see where I am, that Dasein can only take, well, we understand perhaps not why Dasein has to take a stand on its self-using equipment. That seems to be just built into the definition of what it is to be Dasein. But we understand how it is that Dasein can be the world existing. Well, that we're supposed to surely have a better sense of now. At the bottom of 416, the horizontal unity of the schemata of these ecstasies makes possible the primordial way in which the relationships of the in order to are connected with the for the sake of which. So the horizontal structures have the same internal kind of unity. Remember what I said is that what you're going to use to do the task is coordinated in tight unity with what the task is. And you couldn't have the task, which is the future part, horizon, without the all already there, what's called in the face of which here. We better get that because that's a funny thing to call it. But I hope I put it down here. Yes, at the top, the horizontal. Let's read the two schemata on the temporality chart, because then you can sort of see how he's trying to define them so that they map into each other. So coming back to its already was, I take it now I'm saying being sensitive to what's worthwhile. That's a Bill Blattner way of putting it. I think he's got a good grip on that. And there's the in the face of which, well, sorry, that's the ecstasy, and then there's the in the face of which is the available equipment. And now let's jump over to the future. You come toward yourself, you take up an identity, take up a for the sake of which, take up a role. And you do that in terms of this mattering, which was worthwhile. That's the ecstasy part, the being in part. And now, also, there are these roles available in the culture, but not accomplishable. That's like being a professor. And there's the stuff you need in order to do it. I think of that, I want to write on their tasks. I want to think that there are things you need to do to be a professor, as well as the fact that you can't ever accomplish the role. Otherwise, I don't see how it meshes with the available equipment. And so you let yourself be encountered by, that's the openness to affordances. That's part of what it is to be ecstatic. That's what it is to be, I guess can we say absorbed there? I think we can. So you're always ready, letting yourself be absorbed. And in doing what? In the functioning equipment, hammering, or in order to drive in the nail or something. So that's how it all's supposed to hang together. I wish I could say that you get a great aha out of this and a deep understanding about what it is to be a human being. If it's in here, I haven't brought it out very well, but I can sort of see the structure of what he's up to, I think. Okay, and all this is what makes it possible finally for us to encounter entities, which is what we have to do to take a stand on our own being. Now, where is that? That's on 417, just above the 366. Maybe I should read before that, in the second sentence of the previous paragraph. Insofar as Dasein temporalizes itself, a world is too. That's what we're talking about. In temporalizing itself with regard to its being as temporality, Dasein is essentially in a world, by reason of the ecstatico-horizontal constitution of temporality. Yeah, that's the punchline of what I've been saying. And it connects up with the outside itself, in and for itself, that we started with an hour ago. The world is neither present at hand nor ready to hand, but temporalizes itself in temporality. It is with the outside of itself of the ecstasies there. So now there's the outside of itself of the ecstasies, and there's the outside of itself of the horizon. If no Dasein exists, no world is there either. Well, that's sure. Okay, now what 6 is the important thing, I thought. It's sort of, now this all makes possible the coping, which you need to do in order to be a Dasein. The world is already presupposed in one's being alongside, that is, I want to say, amidst the ready-to-hand, concernfully and backwardly, in one's thematizing of the present at hand. All this is a kind of review of all that now is made possible by this correlative structures of the horizon and the ecstasy. So the world there it makes it possible thematizing of the present at hand, discovering of the latter and objectification. That is to say, all these possible ways as ways of being in the world have their ground in the horizontal unity of ecstatical temporality. The world is transcended, having its unity, in the horizon. And that's, remember, what we were supposed to show, the temporal problem of the transcendence of the world. Now we have shown it, I take it. The world, another way to put it is, the world is disclosed as that wherein Dasein can be disclosed. I think that's a good slogan. If you need a slogan, that's what I've just been reading, I think. And now we've explained being in the world, which I have also read. Now, now another issue. Of course, this is supposed to show that subjects aren't around imposing meaning on brute facts, which should sound familiar. Or because it's not like that. There aren't subjects which are self-contained minds with intentional content. And then they impose their meaning on brute facts, which are just there. But it turns out that Dasein, which is not a subject, but has to be take a stand on its being by coping, has to mesh with a world in which things have meaning for it already, in terms of, because they are the kind of things that it's going to use to do its tasks and fill its roles and so forth. It's an attempt to sort of again go back to the criticism of Descartes and sort of Searle, though the background and so forth, and Searle would make the argument a lot more complicated if you were going to work it out. But anyway, it's supposed to show that, and he says that. He says right away, he's got now the argument he wants against Husserl at the bottom of 417. Thus, the significance relationships which determine the structure of the world are not a network of forms, but a world of subjects is laid over some kind of material. That's the root stuff. What is rather the case is that practical Dasein understands itself and its world. Now, you can read that without panicking. Understands the world from its perspective, ecstatically in the unity of the there, the Dasein, understanding itself and its world ecstatically in unity with there, comes back from these horizons to the entities encountered within them. Coming back to these entities understandingly is the existential meaning of letting them be encountered by making them present. It is why we call these entities within the world. The world is, as it were, already further outside than any object can be. Well, that's meant to say, I take it, that there is this Dasein and its structure meshed with the world and its structure, which is a much more intimate relation, since neither one of them could even be without the other, than subjects and objects, or intentional minds with intentional content and brute stuff, which in Husserl for sure, and Searle in a deep way, because it's all brains in bats and stuff, anyway, I think, they don't seem to be so nearly interdefined as this kind of unity of the ecstatico-temporal structure. And that, but you could ask then, well, how does there get to be meaning in a world of brute facts? And I brought along a quote that I like, because, of course, there does, but it isn't subjects giving meaning to objects. It's something that develops gradually, presumably, as animals come out of the slime and form groups, and the groups start making noises and get language, and they start getting tools, and gradually a world evolves, or as Wittgenstein says, light dawns gradually over the whole. It's a different sort of ontology. You don't feel you have to explain how subjects and objects get together to have meaning, or in Hegel, how spirit falls into the world. You can simply be very reasonable and say, well, meaningful worlds evolve, and when a meaningful world evolves, then Dasein and world evolve together. And the being in ecstatic structure of Dasein evolves along with the world and its horizontal structure. There, you can't sort of evolve one and then the other, or each one separately and then put them together. So I got this quote from Basic Problems on 169. And because we're going to talk about nature next time, so I thought I'd bring it in now where it fits. Inner worldliness does not belong to nature's being. Rather, in commerce with this being, nature in the broadest sense, we understand that this being is, as something present at hand, as a being that we come up against, to which we're delivered over, which on its own part already is. It is, even if we don't uncover it without encountering it, and so forth. Being in the world devolves upon, or in German it sort of comes to, inner Weltlichkeit fehlt Dasein, Seienden, fehlt Dasein zu. Is that right? Yeah. So they translate that. So being within the world devolves upon this being, nature, solely when it's uncovered as a being. Being in the world doesn't have to devolve upon nature, since no reason can be adduced that makes it evident that Dasein necessarily exists. And so it never had to evolve, this complicated holistic structure, but it did. And this, I'm trying to prepare you already for my belief that this is not idealism, that this is just very sensible. But it's not Searleism either. It's not the belief that there are these brute facts out there and subjects, and that's what there really is, and then at some point we put them together. It's this belief, which seems to me very sensible, that this whole thing he's trying to describe as temporality temporalizing itself evolves gradually, and now we've got it where we are. Okay, now I still have, not as much time as I expected, but all right. So now what do we want? We want to derive the kinds of successive world time that non-successive ecstatic horizontal temporality makes possible. That's where this puzzling thing I mentioned at the beginning, deriving means leaving out, finding the richest thing and then showing how you leave out parts of it. But, so what have we got? The richest phenomena is the primordial originary temporality. And so, and now it looks like, and if this is true, it's kind of illuminating textually or something, that the two senses of primordial that I made such tear, to keep apart, come together at this point. Not that they're confused. You need both of them. Remember the two senses of primordial, genuine and originary. Genuine primordial means the richest phenomenon. Originary primordial means that out of which you could get all the rest of by leaving stuff out. So it's going to turn out these two come together now. Primordial, as genuine richest experience, is going to provide access to the originary as the richest structure. That's this authentic structure of Dasein. And that's going to explain in turn, and then I think three things, which inauthenticity is covering up, which we're not going to talk about. And it's going to explain pragmatic time, world time, which we are going to talk about. And then, this is the ultimate surprising coup, if I got it right this year for a change, the inauthentic covering up story and the world time story come together to explain ordinary time and scientific time as a sequence, and scientific time which is a sequence of nows. Ordinary time and scientific time, both of which in their own way are a sequence of nows. That's interesting and confusing. Well, confusing isn't the right word. Mind-boggling might be better. That is, so finally it's the inauthentic covering up which produces the kind of degeneration or subtraction which causes a certain, or motivates or something, a certain misunderstanding of the richness of world time into the much more thinned out understanding which is scientific time. That's all sort of, as I say, mind-boggling. I mean, so you've got to have a story of inauthentic covering up and put it together with a story about the structure of world time to derive, remember the chart, to derive what you get at the bottom of this ordinary conception of time, a sequence of contentless moments. I'm going to go on for the next 3 minutes because I remember now, I have this great thing at the end here. It isn't supposed to be the end, but this might be illuminating and it might just leave you completely bewildered, but I'm going to try it. To me, it was very illuminating. If you compare the way space gets worked out with the way time gets worked out, because space is so much simpler and easier that it casts light on what's going to happen now. So I'm going to do them in parallel. You start with the phenomena in space, which is not spatial in the ordinary sense, but is somehow based in coping. That is, remember, there's something like the availability distance, which isn't even distance, but is entferno, which I write as distance. It's some special this kind of distance, namely availableness. And that's the same in time as the non-successive structure of self-interpreting givenness, and that's going to fall into the world. What happens is this availability space opens up a spatiality in which the here and the yonder make sense. Now, and in the same there in time, you get the now, and then he's going to talk about the now that and the then when make sense. So you go from a non-spatial coping kind of something or other, which in his way of thinking makes possible the basic space, which is us at the center and things over there, and in time you get us now and things in the past and things in the future. Okay, let's go further. This is all pointing what we're going to do next time. That in turn is the condition for the possibility in space of measuring distance using a yardstick, which nature provides and which is publicly available. In time, the sun provides for time, as is the nature thing, that provides for time reckoning. And just as the yardstick made public distances measurable and shared, so the time reckoning that comes with the clock or with the sun discloses public temporality, where you have shared nows and shared durations. In space, you have measured distances, and they are public and they're shared how many kilometers from here to there. And in time, you have shared nows and durations, how long something takes. And now you could go further then, and if you leave out the measurement of space in terms of here and distances from here. Remember, if you leave all that out, you get Cartesian space. He doesn't have any story there, interestingly enough, about how that's a kind of fleeing. He doesn't have any story about how you fall from availability space into a space that has real distances. What I decided to do was to leave out the references to pages and read quotes from Being in Time, unless they're really particularly puzzling quotes. Yikes! I forgot Being in Time. I forgot everything. Forrest, I am going to need you to go back. On 383, 5 lines down, the quote says, "The primordiality of a state of being does not coincide with the simplicity and uniqueness of an ultimate structural element." That's not important yet. The ontological source of Dasein's being is not inferior to, but springs from it. Sorry, is that right? It's not inferior to what springs from it, but towers above it in power from the outset. Now comes the part that I couldn't understand. Semicolon, in the field of ontology, any quote springing from, unquote, is degeneration. Boy, is that strange. And remember what I said last time was I could sort of half understand it, because you do leave out more and more of world time to get the ordinary concept of time, and then leave out everything else finally to get the scientific concept of time. So I thought, okay, that's all right, that's degeneration. But it did seem strange, because in moving the more important move, which we talked about for the last 2 times, from primordial temporality, from originary temporality, from the temporal structure of Dasein to world time, the way the being that interprets itself falls into time, as we talked about it last time, that doesn't seem to be a question of degeneration. And so what is going on? Well, it seems that the first half, before the semicolon, says what Heidegger wants to say, that the ontological source of Dasein's being, remember the source even of care, which is Dasein's being, is temporality, and is not inferior to what springs from it, but towers above it in power from the outset. That is, the thing that has the most power to make a lot of other stuff intelligible turns out to be temporality, which temporalizes itself in various modes, and you know all that. But what is it saying after the semicolon? Well, it could be saying, and this is the interpretation I have been offered, in the field of ontology, which would mean something like in traditional ontology, in what ordinarily counts as ontology, in that discipline, any quote springing from is degeneration. Now, what would that mean? That would mean that in traditional ontology, you get a most beingest being, as he later calls it, God, or the transcendental unity of apperception, or the transcendental subjectivity in Husserl, or some being which is supposedly the richest kind of being, and everything else is explained in terms of falling away from that. Maybe Plotinus, who you haven't read, is another one like that. But he's not doing that. He's saying in traditional ontology, any springing from is degeneration, because you start with the richest, most powerful thing, and everything else is somehow less, is coming out of it. And in Heidegger, I think he wants to say that's not true. It's true that you make everything intelligible in terms of primordial temporality, but it's not as if somehow primordial temporality gets less and less, or weaker and weaker, as it gives rise to world time, common sense time, scientific time. And one of the crucial things is what the word is for degeneration. Well, it happens to be Latin, degeneration, but according to Chris, it should, in German it would mean Abkunft, and that could mean is illegitimate. So in the field of ontology, you've got the wrong sort of springing from, an illegitimate sort of springing from, a kind of springing from in which you've got some ultimate entity and you try to explain everything else in terms of that. Maybe. Anyway, that is a really puzzling quote, but at least under the new interpretation, we don't have to attribute to Heidegger what comes after the semicolon. So that would be, to sum it up as I wrote it here, all such traditional ontological derivations fail, and because all of their accounts are illegitimate, they've got the wrong notion of what it is to do ontology. And so, okay. Now, I have a new thought, too. I wanted this is all issues left over from last time. But last time I thought I finally understood the Hegel quote. This time I think I begin to understand why Heidegger is so interested in the primacy of the future. I've never understood it because I've always asked myself, why is the future any more basic than the past? Why is the for the sake of which more basic than the facticity? They are totally equiprimordial and interdependent, he says, which is, we've talked about that. How the mattering you've got, the skills you've got, the culture you've got, the particularities of you are going to play a crucial role in what your for the sake of is, and the for the sake of is going to, in effect, interpret what's given to you in your thrownness. Well, I now think what's important is that Heidegger wants to prioritize the future. Oh, you didn't find the other ones? Oh, must have left them in the Xerox machine. Anyway, thanks.
I think this is Xerox machine.
No? Well, that is really mysterious, because I Xeroxed it. Well, I can't stop to worry about it. Anyway, so here's what I think. I think that what he really wants to say is that the future is more basic than the present. That's what, the emphasis. It must be, I suppose, the past too in some way I don't understand yet. But the really thing that's important to him in his whole philosophy is to get rid of the primacy of the present. That's very clear in the temporality part. That is, the whole structure of throwing, falling, projecting is, at least equiprimordial. And then I think maybe the feedback between the future and the past is what's next important. But the idea that the present is the most real is the view he wants to, and somehow everything else gets explained in terms of the present, is another version of this metaphysics that he's against. Not only, this is all stuff he talks about later, not only is the traditional ontological source the powerful thing that degenerates into the rest, like, say, let's do the good in Plato, gets sort of spread out and made pale by getting the ideas in Plato, by getting copied in the world. But he also claims that metaphysics always thinks that the reality is the most present, the pure presence, and he wants to go against that whole tradition, which I think ends with Husserl, who in his view of time thinks that all temporality has to be traced back to what Husserl calls the living, streaming present, and it's all sort of in the present that the directedness toward the past and the future is built. And so I think at least that is involved in saying that you got to make the future the most important dimension. Let's see what else. Okay, and one more thing, and then I give up on these issues that I don't really understand, but try every year to understand better. So he's got to explain, well, why does the tradition make the present the most real, and try to explain everything in terms of something that is purely present. Well, he's got a story about that, I think. Two stories. The one is about fleeing, and I never want to pay any attention to that. I don't, I must confess, a side of being time I don't like. But there's another story which is equally related and perhaps more interesting. He says in some place, I couldn't find the page when I got this idea just now, that Dasein has to forget itself when it becomes purely absorbed in coping. Now, that sounds like phenomenologically correct. If you're really involved in the flow, then you forget your future. You don't have to have any goals in mind, and you wouldn't be anxious or guilty. You would just act. I don't think that's a case of fleeing. I think that's just a case of the phenomenology of what it is to be totally involved in coping. But in that case, there is some way in which all that's left is the present. I mean, your goal is gone, your facticity is gone. I don't know whether this makes any sense, but I think maybe he thinks that because when we're absorbed in coping, we lose track of the other dimensions of Dasein. We come up with the idea that the present is all that's real. Now, I got one more thing, which I realize I didn't write down here, but I can't help telling you. Here's another idea, and then I'm going to stop having weird ideas. I thought that it was puzzling last time, as I explained it, that he didn't try to explain why a self-interpreting givenness that we are, this activity of of a givenness that is interpreting itself, taking a stand on its being, why that has to do it by coping with stuff in the world. Remember, he's supposed to have a better answer than Hegel to why Dasein falls into time and falls into the coping world. Well, here's a far out one, and I don't know whether there's any place where he's trying to say this or not. But I think that if you were a purely self-interpreting being, then you would have no content. You give yourself whatever content you've got. Now, plasticity sort of gives you a content, but that's totally up for interpretation for the sake of which, well, not totally up, but gets interpreted and is only taken into your life as interpreted. The question is, push it back further. You're supposed to be a kind of nullity. You're supposed to have no content of your own. All you've got is inherited practices and an identity which are groundless, and an identity which is groundless that you give yourself. So if you are a pure kind of nullity, then, as I say this, I don't believe it anymore, but I'll finish it anymore. If you were a pure kind of nullity, you'd have to throw yourself into coping in the world in order to give yourself content. As I say it, I doubt it because of the facticity claim. But anyway, I thought for this minute that might be helpful. That my story is this, and maybe it's true, and so I'll say it, and then if you find out how to make it work or fit it in to the text, I would be very happy. My story is, Dasein is a nullity through and through. It has no content. And by throwing itself into the world, and coping with it, it gives itself whatever content it's got, and it's got to have that content. So let me say it really quickly. Self-interpreting beings have no content until they get involved in activities with coping with things. And if that's true, that would be nice, because then we would understand why this self-interpreting structure has to cope with things in the world. Now, that's enough of that. Now, one more thing from last time I want to repeat, because I said it so fast, something which I think keeps you from losing your wits as you go through this very hard temporal stuff. Just keep remembering the space chapter. I'm going to say it again slowly. In the space chapter, you get something which is not spatial in the sense of being a distance and having a here and all the stuff we'll hear about in a minute. You start with just availability of coping, of enthermal, of somehow there is an opened up a kind of distancing. But that's all supposed to be. It doesn't have any. It doesn't have here places up and down, right and left. I think the here is the most important thing. But out of this availability kind of primordial spatiality, you get a space in which there is a here and a yonder, and in which therefore we can understand as our kind of world space. So we're going to find in a parallel way that there is something like a non-successive structure of this self-interpreting being. Remember, the dimensions of primordial temporality do not follow one another, so that the future becomes now and the now becomes later. There isn't any now in primordial temporality. And what happens is, somehow we have to take that non-successive structure and understand how it gets successive, just as we took the availability structure and understood how it got spatial, spread out in space. And so the next step is, then you discover, once availability space gets translated into near and far, and my here-ness gets translated as, so to speak, the center from which the accessibility of the near and the far give me a center which is here. Remember, I can't appeal to my body as to where the here. That here has to be understood for Heidegger in terms of the coping, and it's sort of that all the equipment is differentially accessible from here for me. I take it and then once we've got that, we can use a yardstick, which is something public and in nature, to measure distances. And then we will have public distance, as in kilometers from here to there. And finally, if you left out all that, all the stuff that you get when you work out space, and then you not only get the distance, you get near and far, you get here, you get places, and you get up and down, right and left. None of that, of course, is in Cartesian space, but you can leave all that out, and then you will get Cartesian space. So I think in temporality, you get all the dimensions I'm going to discuss in a minute of the everyday world out of this primordial temporality that has no before and after. You get datability, spannedness, significance, and publicness, and all of them have succession built into them in various ways. And then you can measure them by a clock. Again, you find something natural like the yardstick or the foot, probably to start with, in space. And you can have something natural like your shadow, he says, as a natural clock. But nature comes in, and then you have public time, shared nows, shared durations, and so forth. And then you leave all that out, and then you get back, as in space, you get back to Cartesian space, you get back to nature. But there's this big problem which we have to get to by the end of the hour. What is this nature time like? Is there any such thing as nature time? Sometimes Heidegger says there is none in basic problems, for instance. He says things like, you can't ask what the world was like before there were human beings, because there isn't any before and after until there are human beings. And it sounds very idealist and Blattner-like, Bill Blattner being the one who worked out the temporal idealism thesis so well in his book. But I think that's wrong, and I'm going to get there by the end of today. Don't let me forget, though, to stop it at 15 minutes before the end. I probably will be so busy trying to explain this that I won't remember. So, we're going to go through the stages now. We've gone from originary time to world time in general. That is, we've said our everyday experience of time arises when Dasein, in order to take a stand on its being, copes with things in the world. And then we've got all the stuff in Division 2. Then we have, that's why there is, or that makes intelligible, or something like that, equipment and the in order tos, and the for the sake of whiches, and significance as the equipment whole, and so forth. So, and now he's going to spell this out temporally. He's going to tell us 4 temporal aspects of everyday practical activity. And the general idea is that our everyday experience of time is of a now that spans from an earlier, formerly, to a later then. You'll go into each of these. It's dated by some activity in the world. It's public, that is, we all share the same now. And it's significant, that is, there is what is appropriate to do and what's not appropriate to do. There are times when it's what to do at a certain temporality comes with appropriateness. I'll explain them all in a minute, right now. So I'm going to do them in the order the world time is dated, spanned, significant, and public, because the public one is the one that gets us to try to see how far we get toward nature time. Okay, datability. That says that there's a time for doing things. I can read about one quote for each of these, which it still have to cover what I want to cover, I think. So on 458, that just to tell you in the area where we are now. About 15 lines down. The concern of circumspective common sense. By the way, you could, in your time chart, you understand that we've gone on the temporality side from originary temporality to world time, which is the temporality of circumspective concern, which I think, though I'm not sure he ever says it, but I think it's helpful. You recognize that that's ready-to-hand temporality. Or that's the time in which things are ready to hand. That's why, or that's another way of saying it's the time of circumspective concern. So he says the concern of circumspective common sense is grounded in temporality, indeed in the mode of making present which retains and awaits. That means that you're on the basis of something you've already done. It's now, as he puts it, you have a now that I prepared my lecture. It's time to lecture, and then I will do such and such. Later, in that sense, then. By the way, it's confusing because we sometimes say back then, but Heidegger never thinks of back then. When you read this, you've got to bear in mind that it's always a future thing. That it's then when means now that I've done this, I'll do that. That's the ordering of datability. You've got once Dasein falls into time, its activity has to be coordinated and ordered, and datability is about temporality, ordering or coordinating. I guess ordering is about right. Our activities. Let me read the way I wrote it here. We've got the for the sake of which, which is never attainable, gives us goals which are attainable. Remember, being a professor is not attainable because it's a way of organizing all your activity. But it has goals like giving lectures and getting tenure and preparing for next semester and so forth. And the goals are attainable, and they're attainable through a chain of activities. And this chain of activities is successive. You have to do this before you do that. So, for the sake of then is the unifying principle which attainable goals and sets of separate but unrelated activities are derived from, and then, as I say, coordinated. Okay, that's. Did I read this already? But So the circumspective common sense is grounded in temporality, the mode of making present which retains in a way such concern as concerns the reckoning up, planning, this is coordinating, preventing, taking precautions, always says, whether audibly or not, that something is to happen then, that something else is to be attended to beforehand. Remember, then is in the future. That what has failed or eluded us on that former occasion is something that we must now make up for. And that's all the datability. So I think that's enough. And times are marked at this point by the specific activity that takes place in them. Not by a watch or a calendar, but like lunchtime, lecture time, dinner time. That's part of the way they're organized. On 459, he says that in the first full paragraph. Every then, however, is as such a then when, every on that former occasion, and on that former occasion when. Every now is a now when. I've sort of changed the translation to make it clearer, get rid of a lot of that's and so forth. I think the now and the then and the on and the formerly thus have an obvious relational structure, which we call datability. That's what we're talking about. I just threw a little bit of significance into datability that I shouldn't have, because that's just the temporal ordering. The significance, they're also interrelated. The lunchtime, now it's appropriate to have lunch, and now it's appropriate to lecture. That's called significance. So don't put that in. Datability isn't dating it by the content. It's dating it by the order. So now that this is done, I can do that. And it's just the fact that you can't do things in any old order. When you've got to write the lecture before you can give it, and you've got to give the lecture before you can go to lunch. But I'll get to the fact that there's an appropriate time to lecture, an appropriate time to have lunch. That's, as I say, significance. Okay, spannedness is the next one. The pragmatic now, which is what we're talking about. What is we want to call it here? The circumspective now, the everyday coping now, is not a moment. It doesn't have to be something you see on the clock. In fact, clocks don't really mark this kind of now. This kind of now, and this came as a big surprise to me when I first read this, although it's perfectly obvious, that now is marked by the kind of activity that you think you are engaged in. So that you could say, now I'm lecturing on spannedness, or now I'm lecturing on Heidegger, or now we're in the fall quarter, or now we're in 2000, well, that's not in the calendar. But anyway, the point is, the now is bigger or littler, extended from some earlier to some later, but it's depends on the content. It depends on what you're doing, how big the span of the now is. So that's going to turn out to be important, because you can see that certainly whatever nature time is, if there is any, it can't have that kind of now, because that pragmatic kind of now is relative to what you are doing, and so there wouldn't, and nature is supposed to be independent of us. So this kind of flexible, spanned now is part of world time, and world time is of course dependent on us and our practical coping. That's what world is. But universe time, which we're trying to head toward eventually, isn't going to be, it couldn't be dependent on us and our practical coping. There'd be universe time even if there wasn't any Dasein, if there is such a thing as universe time. But world time depends on us, and its nows depend on us, and how wide their span is depends on us. Okay, all this, of course, about world time depends on us. Datability, too. Now, significance comes with the way at any given now, something is appropriate and other things are inappropriate. now is the time to do X, and it's the wrong time to do Y. So it's like using time as a tool. It's sort of that is now is the time to do this, is to use this. I'm going to use this time in order to lecture, and I'm going to use this time in order to eat. And that sense of appropriateness is very much tied up with I'm going to use this hammer to drive in nails. So you can understand that this is the right time to take notes and the wrong time to talk to the person next to you. I can understand this is the right time to lecture, but it's the wrong time to run out for a cup of coffee. And all of this is because our activity is sequential and organized, gated, but significance, I keep wanting to come back to, is, remember, also tied up with the referential totality. Hammers have significance because they have it in order to and an ultimate for the sake of, and the time to lecture has significance because it's tied up with in order to and for the sake of. Okay, publicness. Just as what I'm doing is public, that is lecturing, and you're listening, the time for doing things is also public, and he's talking about that on 463 at the bottom. Even, I think it's better to say even proximal, about 5 lines from the bottom, even proximal being with one another of several people, they can say now and say it together, though each of them gives a different date to the now, which he is saying. Date, remember, means not calendar date, but date in the sense of what project you're in. So one of them says, now that this or that has come to pass, now that I've prepared my lecture, now that I've gotten to the lecture. The now which anyone expresses is always said in the publicness of being in the world with one another. Now, we've got to get that straight. This used to puzzle me a lot, because if we're sharing something like the lecture, then we're all in the same now. I mean, now we're in the last lecture of the Heidegger course. And in that sense, we've already got the notion of shared public time. But that now doesn't work outside of the context. I mean, why is this the same now as the people who, for instance, outside would be pruning the trees? They've also, now that we've pruned this tree, we're going to prune that tree. They've got a shared now. But the public now is supposed to be the same now for everybody. Well, that, you can see, that's got that we haven't got to that yet. It's not enough to share a task to have the same now for everybody. Okay, I don't want to read that. Let's see. Okay, and now we're getting, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything, to the what in space was like the yardstick, where everybody's temporal near and far could be measured so that they would all be the same distance. We get clocks. But it doesn't have to be clocks. It doesn't even have to be, I mean, it can be the sun, but you have to have time reckoning. So the sun serves as equipment to measure time, and that's public. That's something in nature which we all share. And that's what he calls a natural clock. And then he says, and we can find better and better recurrent motions than the sun, like the dial on the hands of a clock. And we can use these recurrent motions that are the way nature shows up in our world to measure time. So we get this on 463. No, or at least if it does, I haven't marked it right. So let's try 466. Yeah, here we are. In the italics. or right before the italics. This dating reckons with time in a sense of measuring time. Such measuring requires something by which time is to be measured, namely a clock. This implies that along with the temporality of Dasein as thrown, abandoned to the world, and giving itself time, something like a clock is also discovered. That is something ready to hand, which in its regular recurrence has become accessible in one's waking present awaitingly. So now we've got the clock. And it's funny to claim the being which has been thrown is alongside, or is amidst the ready to hand, is grounded in temporality. Temporality is the reason for the clock. Well, that means that people, if it weren't for that means the reason why we take something recurrent, as a clock, is because we want equipment that will help us coordinate all our activities with each other, with other activities, and coordinate your activities with my activities. That's the reason that we take something, say the sun, which isn't intrinsically a clock, as a clock. And on 470, the end of the top paragraph, thus when time is measured, it is made public in such a way that it is now encountered on each occasion at any time for everyone as now and now and now. This answers the question, sort of, why is it the same now for me and the people out pruning the trees, for us and the people out pruning the trees? It's a bigger publicness because there are clocks and because the radio is telling everybody what time it is. We all know it's now 12 minutes till 12. And I used to worry about, that may be for us, but what about the people in Paris where it's not 12 minutes to 12? Well, I guess the thing you're supposed to say about that, yeah, but it's the same now in the sense that we know that all these clocks are coordinated, and it's some now in Greenwich Mean Time, and we know that, and so we know that it's all the same now, even though it's not the same time of day, which is, it's not 12 o'clock there, it's 9 in the evening there, but that's the same now, because I think obviously. The time which is universally accessible in clocks is something that we come across as a present-at-hand multiplicity of nows, so to speak, though the measuring of time is not something we are thematically paying attention to. Okay. And now we get and from there, well, now, in the course of the organization of this, we get to pure succession, which is getting closer to what I really want to worry about. So, and here it's very interesting to start remembering, sort of like a review, what we talked about way back when we talked about the relation of the ready to hand to the present at hand. Because now we're moving on the chart from ready to hand world time, which you see has dated span, significant, public, and all that, to the ordinary conception of time. The ordinary conception of time, pure clock time, is present at hand time, which you get by leaving out, he says, I probably will find a quote for that in a minute, significance and datability. And what I want you to bear in mind, remember, I'll have to say this sooner or later, so I'll say it now. Remember the chart that I gave you, which showed the way we progressively go from the ready to hand to the unready to hand if there's a problem, and we can leave out the characteristics of the unready to hand and just look at the present at hand properties of things. Remember his example, you can just be transparently hammering. The hammering can have the aspect of being too heavy, or the hammer can have a weight, or you can weigh it and discover the hammer weighs 5 pounds, or you can go de-world altogether over to pure theory and discover the hammer has mass, give it a quantity in that. And the question, remember after you hear that, is, well, which is more basic? The hammer in its function in order to drive in a nail, or this object with a certain weight and a certain mass? And remember, I said, and I'm sure this is right, that for Heidegger that's the wrong sort of question. That's too traditionally philosophical. Maybe that's got something to do with this illegitimate and springing, it just occurs to me, which is in quotes, the spring sprung. Yeah, that's asking which is the more powerful and which is the derived, and that's traditional ontology, and we don't want to do this. It would be nice if that was true, this connection. In any case, I think Heidegger thinks you're not supposed to, that's not the way these derivations go. There are two legitimate derivations. One of them is we're understanding the intelligibility at each stage as leaving, well, it's a little complicated, leaving out more and more after the unready to hand, where you leave out the too heavy and you just keep the weight, and you leave out even the weight and you just keep the mass. That's the order of intelligibility. The richest thing is the ready-to-hand coping hammer, and then all these others are what you get when you leave something out. That isn't quite right because of the move to the too heavy that it'll do for this discussion. So in the order of intelligibility, the ready-to-hand hammer is the richest and most intelligible, and everything else becomes intelligible by leaving out more and more about the ready-to-hand hammer till you get to the present-at-hand hammer, till you get to the pure nature piece of chunk of atoms, I suppose, moving around in our Cartesian space. But remember, you read up the chart instead of down to understand the causality, which is just as important as the intelligibility. The ready-to-hand hammer wouldn't work if it weren't based on present-at-hand properties of hammers, causal properties, that this object has got rigidity and so forth. If it was made of butter or ice, it wouldn't work as a hammer. Heidegger doesn't say much about that. He just says that when the ready-to-hand breaks down, it reveals the present-at-hand that was there all along. But that's enough. That means the present-at-hand isn't sort of produced out of the ready-to-hand. It's been there, and it's covered over, not in a bad sense. It's just lots of pragmatic properties have been found in it because it's coming to our world of practical activity. But you can take them off and find the present-at-hand hammer, and that's going to be what underlies the functioning hammer. And it's the same for Cartesian space. Just keep these things in mind that we already understand. You can leave out place and here and yonder and near and far, and finally get to Cartesian space, which has been there all along, underlying all the other. So, and that's the causal basis, or the natural basis of the fact that we can have pragmatic spatiality. So now we're going to do the same sort of thing. We're going to go to the now as pure succession. We're going to go to the present at hand now as just a sequence of contentless moments where we don't think anymore that these moments have to be dated, that they have to be, that they've got a spanned kind of now. We just think of each moment as somehow a present at hand empty something that could be filled with anything. So let's read that on 474. Let's just start about where it says significance in italics. Significance belongs to the structure of the now, 2/3 down, 474. We have accordingly called the time with which we concern ourselves world time. In the ordinary interpretation of time as a sequence of nows, both datability and significance are missing. That's the crucial line. You just leave them out. These two structures are not permitted to come to the fore when time is characterized as pure succession. Now, I'm very puzzled about something, and I don't know the answer. Why isn't spannedness and publicness left out? Well, maybe publicness isn't left out because publicness is tied up with the clock, and gets the final public now turned out to be the now of all the clocks. But what happened to spannedness? Why isn't it gone? Well, I don't really know. I don't have any idea. But Forrest or Rick, do you, either one of you know? That is something deep going on there, or just an oversight? I have no idea. But, yeah.
What is puzzling you?
What's puzzling me is to get from world time, let's just review, where we talk about now I'm lecturing, and that is datable in that it comes after preparing the lecture and before leaving the room. It's spanned. The now I'm lecturing, as I'm putting it, it's not just now this minute, but for 90 minutes. It's significant. Now is an appropriate time to be lecturing. It's not the middle of the night or vacation time and so forth. And it now is public. It's the same now for all of us in sharing this activity. And now, but at this point, Heidegger wants to derive something much more independent of our practical activity than all that. He wants to get from circumspective concern, world time, ready to hand time, to present at hand time. And he gets that by leaving out, naturally, datability. I mean, we're not going to talk about sort of the order in which I've organized my activities. That's all ready to hand. We're going to leave out significance because it's certainly not going to have any appropriateness or inappropriateness, this pure succession, present at hand succession. And now my question, and why aren't we leaving out spannedness and publicness? Now, as I say, maybe publicness we shouldn't leave out because there is still, at this level of a pure succession of nows, everybody having the same, being at the same one. So I can understand how you wouldn't want to leave out publicness, but I don't understand why one doesn't leave out spannedness, since spannedness, remember, is the expanding or contracting now, from now in the fall semester to now I am got to the point talking about succession. Why don't I leave that out?
What would that leave us with? Like an
Well, it should leave us with a succession of moments. Now, which are correlated, that means what he said, correlated with some recurrent thing like the moving of the second hand on your watch. That's what he wants to get.
What would distinguish one moment from the next? Is that
What would distinguish one moment from the next? Let me think about that.
Or would it just
They would be nothing. Nothing would distinguish them except that they have a certain point in the series. I mean,
just be one moment?
they're not all one moment, because moment A, moment B, moment C, moment D, they're only different in that they're ordered. So what I think,
How would they be distinguished?
they are distinguished because they're correlated with distinct positions of the hand on the clock, I think. And so then you get A, and then B, and then C, and then D, and where they're distinct in that they are at a certain point in the series. A series, we're going to have to talk more about this, and this is where I begin to not understand, I'm afraid, but I'm trying. There's a series, and it's got in it before and after. A is before B, and B is after, or C, whatever you want, is after A. But what you haven't got in this series is any pragmatic now. There isn't any, insofar as there's any now in this series, it's just now this one is correlated with the hand on the clock, and now this one is, or this is a position of the hand on the clock, and this is at a position of the hand on the clock, and this is this. That's what's left. Yeah.
Maybe the span is the period of recurrence, whatever. Today it is the sun, it's not the moon, it's not the second, it could use a little vibrating towards crystal inside the watch.
So you think that spannedness is now shrunk down, or depends on what recurrent phenomena you're using. Think about that. So the positions of the sun, which are pretty vague, but anyway, they are spanned. They're not nanosecond, and that's a kind of spannedness. Even the position of the hand on your watch is a certain amount of time. And so spannedness, we wish he had said, if you're right, spannedness gets shrunk down to whatever your recurrent phenomena that you're using to measure time is. But you're right, spannedness is still there. That's interesting. Okay, and publicness is certainly still there. That's important, too. So all you got rid of, well, I think you're making progress. This is the kind of thing you have to worry about. So let's go on. So datability and significance are missing. These two structures are not committed to come to the fore when time is characterized as pure succession. So now we've got to this sequence of contentless moments, which we could also call pure succession. I keep writing things on this. By the way, you might want to too. If I were you, I would write on this. Ready to hand time for world time, present at hand time for ordinary conception of time. Though I don't know anywhere he says that. It seems so obvious. And we're going to call this now pure succession down at the bottom. Okay. Now, the ordinary interpretation of time covers them up. But these are covered, when these are covered up, namely, what's being covered up? Like the two structures are not permitted to come to the fore when time. The ordinary interpretation of time, covers up, right, the significance and the datability. When these are covered up, the ecstatico horizontal constitution of temporality, in which the datability and significance of the now are grounded, get leveled off, sheared off, gone. The nows get shorn, you see, of these relations, as it were, and as thus shorn, they simply range themselves along after one another, so as to make up the succession. Here are the nows now ranged along to make up succession. So we stop seeing the hands on the clock as pointing at lunchtime and dinner time, and see them pointing at 12 or o'clock or 7 o'clock. And then we arrive at present at hand time on 473, or didn't we just say that? We pretty well did. At the bottom of 473, when one makes present that which is moved in its movement, one says now here, and so on. The nows are what get counted, and these show themselves in every now as nows which will forthwith be no longer, and nows which are not yet, have been not yet now. The world time, which is cited in this manner in the use of clocks, is now time. But notice that this time isn't just before and after, that is. It's so far considered as not yet. And what was the other? What did I just read? It's important. It was no longer now. It's just been not yet now and no longer now. So there's a not yet now. Oh, I just wrote it. And a no longer now. A lot is going to depend on how this kind of thing is related to this kind of thing. And because I'm going to get there clearer in a minute, but just that the pure sequence of nows looks like this, but nature time looks like this in Heidegger. And that turns out to be, I think, very important. But I have to get there slowly. So we've got now time, pure succession, which is intelligible not in terms of practical activity like datability, but in terms of what's left when we get rid of the practical activity and just stare at what's present, namely the moving hand on the clock. So the big question in the background is, in what way is the succession of nows dependent on pragmatic time? Because we're now asking about temporal realism and temporal idealism, because we want to know whether there is something like nature time. And if there is, it's going to have to be a series of nows, or maybe not even that. It's going to have to be whatever it is, independent of anything that we do. Nature time goes around before we got here, and will be there when we're not here, and has no, its intelligibility may well depend, for us, may well depend on our practical activity. I think Heidegger is clear that it does. But at what it is not going to, couldn't depend on our practical activity if you're going to be a realist about it. If you think it does, then you're an idealist. So I'm getting there. So let's see now. So the big question is, in what way is the succession of nows dependent on pragmatic time? Is ecstatic temporality the condition of the possibility of succession, or the condition of the possibility of access to succession? And is the succession of nows made intelligible by leveling off pragmatic nows, or are they somehow produced when you level these off? Which is what I think what Bill Blattner, a temporal idealist, thinks. So we want to know, what is the special status of the succession of nows? And now the question is, how you get to temporal idealism or don't. Well, now is when I want to appeal to what he says about space. I've already said it, but I just want to show you where it is. I want to claim that just as you can arrive at Cartesian space which has no here, when you get rid of all the worldhood things, and you get a pure space which is hidden by the worldhood of the world. This is the second paragraph on 145. And so you get a space finally which you get this pure Cartesian space. The homogeneous space of nature shows itself, on the middle of 147, only when the entities we encounter are discovered in such a way that the worldly character, the ready to hand, gets specifically deprived of its worldhood. So you take off all the Dasein relative characteristics of space, and you reveal the Cartesian space which was there all along, but which doesn't have any places in it, any here in it, that's the most important thing, any near and far in it, if there isn't any Dasein. You see, can you get that? Can you think? And I keep my mind on that in order to keep sane about this. I mean, just try to think about space in the universe and realize that it doesn't have any here. You have to get there for it to have a here. And if it doesn't have a here, it doesn't have a near and a far, and it doesn't have, well, let's stop with that. But it does have something, a series of places which are laid out in such a way that even in space when we're not around, this place, this little bit of extension, is between this bit of extension and that bit of extension. It's a series without a here. That's fine. So the question is, could you imagine now a temporal series without a now? Well, first, I think I jumped ahead. So now you picture the whole. You now picture the whole universe and get yourself out of it. Is there any now in the universe left? There isn't any here in the universe once you get out of it, right? And I think Heidegger is clear that there won't be any now in the universe either if you get yourself out of it. And it begins to look like there won't be any time if you get yourself out of it. And Heidegger does think that. But now things are getting really weird. Because if there isn't any time, it looks like there wouldn't be any motion or any change. Then there wouldn't be any universe as we know it at all. And the universe that science studies would be relative to us. You following this? And that's where Blattner ends up. And where Kant ends up, I take it. That is, that not only for Kant and Newton, I think, space and time are kind of containers that make motion and change possible. For Newton, I take it it's really there, or it's in God's mind or something. Dan knows more about this. For Kant, it depends on us. And so if we were gone or God was gone, motion and change would be gone. Never mind the God issues. I mean, we can't think about that. So let's just think about Kantian idealism. Space and time depend on us. Space and time are something like the form in which change can take place. It makes change possible. So there won't be any change or motion. There wouldn't be apart from us. I think that would make time subjective. That would make Heidegger an idealist. Now, I just have time to tell you what I think is that's not the way Heidegger thinks about it. Let me see where we are. And okay, now take the handout I gave you. Have you all got this? Some of you can write it. Here, pass it out.
Future.
You want to pass out your show? Get more to pass out. Here.
Jim, raise your name.
Okay. Okay. Now, I got only 5 minutes, but that's enough to give you this clue. I owe everything I'm going to say from now on. I owe to, well, first, I always thought that there has to be some sense in which, for Heidegger, there is a nature and there is motion and change in that nature, even though somehow temporality and the now depend on us. And people said this was crazy, and Bill Blattner didn't believe it. Well, that's why I've printed this for you to look at. In the History of the Concept of Time, which is this page 320, you might want to write down that this is the History of Concept of Time. So I expected this to be on the Xerox, but Jessica didn't put it on. So, in the History of Concept of Time, the last paragraph of the History of Concept of Time, after which you would expect a lot of explanation, but it just ends here. But it's interesting. It says, the movements of nature, which we define spatio-temporally, these movements don't flow off in time as in a channel. Now maybe, that's pretty mysterious, that maybe that's a reference to Newton and Kant, that it isn't as if there is something that is there that makes these movements possible. They are, as such, completely time-free. So now there are movements in nature that are time-free. They are encountered in time only insofar as their being is discovered as pure nature by us. They are encountered in the time we ourselves are. Now, where's my notes? Where I tried to explain that to myself. Okay, here we go. Now, so what do we find? Time and space aren't like containers that make motion possible. Rather, there are movements in nature, even when we get rid of time and space. So time and space depends on us, but movements don't. How could you make any sense of that? Well, and this is what I owe to Derek Baker, who just wrote his honors thesis on this last semester, and found, to my amazement, I mean, I liked this passage, but I couldn't understand it, but I could see that it was some kind of realism, which is what I want. But then he discovered that, and now that's what's on the other side of this piece of paper, is that when Heidegger discusses Aristotle in Basic Problems, he makes a distinction that there is a sense in which, let me just say it my way and then I'll show you the passage. So there are movements in nature independent of us. There is something like change of place and succession, and it's going to look like this series. There's going to be something like before and after. But the temporality depends on us. What could that mean? That means there's going to be no earlier and later in nature, except for us, because there's going to be no now in the universe. And so there's, just as there's no here in Cartesian space, so no movement from here to there in Descartes, but there's movement. It's just not from here to there. And there's an ordered sequence of states in the universe, and states before and after each other. But what you can't have in the universe is an event that's earlier than now, that then gets to be now, and then becomes no longer now. The before and after series doesn't depend on us, but the earlier and later series does. I think that, now look at what he says about Aristotle. So he's commenting on that. You want to write at the top, this comes from Basic Problems, page 246, 247. In one place, Aristotle says about proteron and hysteron, and then he says a bunch of Greek. And it means, it is first of all in place, in the change and sequence of places. He is thinking here of before and after. by the way, the basic insight, because time is really running out, is Aristotle says that time is the measure of motion with respect to before and after. That's the way it usually gets translated. And Heidegger wants to say Aristotle's got it right, that there is motion, but there is before and after in motion. But when you measure motion in terms, this proteron is ambiguous. Aristotle's got it right, but he's confused, Heidegger thinks. What he wants to say is that you measure motion with respect to earlier and later. We do that. So that time partly depends on the universe because there's motion. But you don't want to call that time, according to Aristotle. Time is the measure of motion. And with respect to earlier and later. And Heidegger says, right, that's world time, that depends on us. So that's what he's getting at here. Aristotle is thinking of before and after without any time determination. That's the motion. The Aristotelian definition of time can also be formulated at first in this way. Time is what is counted in connection with motion, which is experienced with respect to before and after. But what is counted is unveiled as the nows. The nows themselves, however, can be expressed and understood only in the horizon of the earlier and the later. I don't know whether I should read more or not. I think not. I mean, that's enough. You can read it on your own. It says what I was trying to say. And I think it shows that Heidegger is trying to be a realist about time, just as Aristotle was, only just straighten out Aristotle, because Aristotle's confused, he says, and he sorted out the difference between the series in which there's no nows in nature and the series in which there are nows, not yet now, no longer now, and so forth, which is our experience of time.